À l'ordre, dépôt de documents, tabling of documents. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, a message from Her Excellency, the Governor-General, signed by her own hand.
Order. Her Excellency, the Governor-General, hereby transmits to the House of Commons the Supplementary Estimates B of sums required to defray expenses of the Public Service of Canada in the fiscal year ending on March 31, 2008, and, in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, recommends these estimates to the House of Commons, dated February 7, 2008, signed Michael Jean. Son Excellence, la Gouverneure Générale, transmet à la Chambre des communes le budget supplémentaire des dépenses B faisant état des fonds nécessaires au financement de l'administration publique fédérale pour l'exercice se terminant le 31 mars 2008 et, conformément à l'article 54 de la loi constitutionnelle de 1867, recommande ce budget à la Chambre des communes. Date le 7 février 2008, signé Michael Jean. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Yes, I have the copy of the supplementary estimates and a copy of the vote allocations for the House.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, under Section 32(2) of the Standing Orders of the House of Commons, I have the pleasure to table in both official languages 4 treaties entitled Free Trade Agreement between Canada and the States of the European Free Trade Association, Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and Switzerland, Agreement on Agriculture between Canada and the Kingdom of Norway, Agreement on Agriculture between Canada and the Republic of Iceland, Agreement on Agriculture between Canada and the Swiss Confederation. Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure of signing these agreements on behalf of Canada last January 26 in Davos, Switzerland. Taken together, they make up Canada's first free trade agreement in over 5 years and our first free trade agreement, Mr. Speaker, with European countries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Of government bills. Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the following report of the Canadian delegation of the Canada-U.S. Interparliamentary Group respecting its participation at the Council of State Governors West, the 60th Annual Meeting, Jackson Hole, Wyoming, September 16th to 19th, 2007.
Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Presenting reports from interparliamentary delegations.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 4th and 5th reports to the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. The 4th being Bill C-37, an act to amend the Citizenship Act with amendments, and the 5th being the future House consideration of Bill C-37, an act to amend the Citizenship Act. And I want to commend all members of our committee for their cooperation in putting this bill through committee with very minor amendments.
Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
Of private members' bills. Mrs. Redmond, seconded by Ms. Scrow. I'm sorry, I have trouble reading this. Moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Prevent the Use of the Internet to Distribute Pornographic Material Involving Children. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Internet is not a safe place for children. In Ontario this week alone, we saw 23 arrests of users, distributors, and producers of child pornography. There is nothing more horrific than the crimes that involve children and they're committed against children. In spite of the best efforts by police forces, this problem of child pornography is getting worse. Mr. Speaker, as legislators, we have the responsibility to do everything we can to stop the use of the Internet to distribute child pornography. The legislation which I table today makes Internet service providers more responsible for the content that is being transmitted to their customers.
Mrs. Redmond, seconded by Mrs. Sgro, moves that the bill be now read a first time and to be printed. Cette motion.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet
When shall the bill be read a second time?
at the next sitting of the House. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant
Introduction of private members' bills.
public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Monsieur Blais,
Mr. Blais, seconded by Mr. Saint-Cyr, moves that the second report of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, tabled December 12, 2007, be adopted. Debate. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not to interrupt my esteemed colleague, but Mr. Speaker, I know that you would want to hear this point of order since I believe that you have advised this House you wanted to make a ruling on a previous point of order introduced a few days ago by my colleague from Vancouver East. Mr. Speaker,
Be disrespectful to the parliamentary secretary, but we've embarked on a debate on a motion, and his point of order doesn't concern this debate. No. Can he do it later? I'll defer the decision, of course, knowing he's interested in making submissions on this matter. If it could be done later, I'd be more than happy to wait and hear him later this day.
cooperation and advice on this matter, I would gladly submit my point of order at a later time today.
Well, at least no later than 3 o'clock, but we'll hear from the parliamentary secretary. I'd be more than happy to accommodate. I just think it might, since the member's starting on a speech on a motion, c'est mieux de proceed.
It's better to proceed with the debate before the House currently, and since the point of order doesn't concern this debate. So the Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine has the floor now. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, because you'll agree with me that it's impertinent and inappropriate for the Parliamentary Secretary to hinder the debate that we'll be having for the next little while. This matter is of the utmost importance within the broader context of fisheries. When we talk fisheries, we're talking resources. We're talking fishermen, we're talking businesses, we're talking about people who work in that field, but there's one thing that holds it all together, and that is infrastructure, so to speak, ports for small craft and wharves, because wharves are more than essential for fisheries. Quite recently at the Fishery Committee before the holidays, there was a preliminary report that we discussed, and that report sought to have some influence on the budget that's due February 26th. Because it's beyond an emergency now. It's a scandal. And in order to understand this, to map the situation, well, it's gotten to the point, it's gotten that serious, and we have to ask ourselves whether the wharf is attached to the boat or is the boat attached to the wharf. That's how serious things have become. That illustrates the state of the infrastructure all across Canada. And in the territory that I represent, the Gaspésie, And in some parts, it's a major employer. For example, in the Magdalen Islands, 6 out of 10 jobs, and in the Gaspé, it's 3 jobs out of 10. On the North Shore, it's 8 out of 10 jobs depend on the fisheries. That gives you an idea of the current situation, and whether it's in the maritime provinces or in BC in the west, and even in the north, in Nunavut and northern Quebec, we can see just how important this matter is, this industry is, to so many communities. There are many coastal communities that have a key need, and that is to have adequate infrastructure, transport infrastructure, infrastructure that might give access to high-speed internet for those perhaps listening to us, watching us today, wanting to see what we're talking about. But there's other infrastructure too, ports for small craft, wharves. If there's no wharves, then there's no fishing, and if there's no fishing, then there are no jobs. In the past few weeks, I had an opportunity to tour around maritime Quebec, and by visiting the lower North Shore, the Gaspé, and the Magdalen Islands, and I wrapped it up with a convention, a fisheries convention in Quebec City. And what that showed was that for some communities, fishing areas are like borders or boundaries that allow people to protect the resource, whether they're from Newfoundland or the Magdalen Islands. There's a whole territory that's protected, and the same thing goes for Quebec. And that's why people on the lower North Shore have to be treated equitably, and that's not happening. The infrastructure they have, I had the opportunity to see that with my own eyes, is atrocious. It's scandalous. It's shameful to see that the government, year after year, racks up these huge surpluses, $11 to $13 billion. And let's not forget that $1 billion, we're talking about thousands of millions of dollars. That's what billions are. And so the situation is that the government opposite has to, it's no longer just a request, it's a requirement, it's an obligation. They have to show responsibility for the fisheries and for the infrastructure. It's the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans who's responsible for this. So he's going to have to act. He has a duty to give people who depend on the fisheries the infrastructure they need in good shape, because the report tabled in mid-December to the House of Commons said that the situation was so scandalous that the needs identified in 2004 that would cost about $400 million in order to bring the essential wharves up to scratch, that would have cost $400 million in 2004. Today, we're up to $600 million, if not more. That's what this means. If you neglect your responsibilities, those are the consequences. If a roof leaks, eventually the whole roof is going to cave in, and that's exactly what's happening here.
Moreover, there are many other dimensions involved here. Take volunteers, for example. There are people who volunteer, and the annual budget for the small craft harbors for fisheries and oceans is about $100 million. And 25% of that amount, or 25 million, is represented by volunteer work, because there are port authorities throughout communities, and these port authorities are made up of people who take care of these infrastructures, and they're very responsible, they're very rigorous, and they save the government $25 million, but they don't get any type of recognition for this. So that's why on February 26th, a major amount has to be invested. People among these volunteers are frustrated about the situation. They're fed up, and they're tired. They're tired of the way things have been developing. In fact, they are faced with this inaction by Fisheries and Oceans, and they have to deal with the users, so they're caught between the two. These people devote their time and even sometimes money to help the communities to deal with these issues, and unfortunately the government doesn't respond properly, which means that there are port authorities in the Magdalene Islands and elsewhere where people are saying, we've had it, we're fed up, we're quitting. That's the reality. And when you've reached a point where, as an administrator for a corporation has to threaten to quit, to walk away because there's no support, then that's an alarm that is sounded, and that is also from the heart, and the government must respond. I know full well that when we toured the province, we could see with our own eyes what was happening. But do we have to return year after year to deal with this, as is the case for the shrimp fishery in Quebec today, where people are being held hostage? There's a problem in the negotiations between the fishers and the processors, and people are wondering whether they'll have a job this year. When will they be working? Will they have to go and demonstrate in the streets? That's also part of it. We see all of these realities that are a symptom of the lack of action, the laissez-faire attitude by Fisheries and Oceans, and they have to be pushed. They have to recognize that it is urgent, that they have to act in this file, in this area, because just as a leaky roof caves in eventually, this is what will happen, and it is happening in Saint-Georges-la-Malbaie, where they quickly found some type of solution with pontoons. There was a lovely wharf in that area, but it was left to the ravages of time and the sea. And last year, these people found themselves without an infrastructure, and with the help from Quebec, they had to install some type of floating pontoon. But that's a temporary measure. It's a stopgap measure. They can't do this on a permanent basis. These people live from this resource. They earn their living from this resource. They're proud of it. They want to continue doing so. They have for generations. But they're starting to wonder whether there's a future in the fishery for them. They're asking themselves the question. And they do this often enough that eventually they wonder, and I'm not being partisan here, because before going into politics, I'd understood that the sovereignty of Quebec could help us in areas such as these, such as the fishery, because when we see what the federal government is doing, even though it's the government's responsibility, it's really catastrophic. In Quebec, when there is any type of dispute dealing with herring and Chaleur Bay and New Brunswick and the government, and if you have the cod fishery pitting Quebec and Newfoundland against one another, or a conflict with New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, or Prince Edward Island, who is the arbitrator? It's the federal government. And it acts like an administrator or a manager that isn't always well-intentioned when it comes to Quebec, and that's the situation, and it's deteriorating. It's deteriorating for the small harbors, and these people deserve better than what is being provided to them and what we hear today. And there are other groups as well, not only the groups in the northern part of the province. We met with people representing harbors in the riding that I represent. I meet these people quite regularly, and they've just reached the end of their rope. They want some type of acknowledgement, some type of recognition, a recognition for what they're doing. Everyone can recognize what they're doing, but there has to be some type of concrete action. There has to be cash as well. It's not a matter of having money for money's sake. It's not a matter of helping oil companies so that they can turn a larger profit. And if you have 100 million in profit a day, as is the case for ExxonMobil, well, 100 million in profit this year, next year they're going to need 150 million per day. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about communities that have reached the end of their tether. And they're trying to maintain what is so dear to them, what has cost them so much, and it's disappearing. It's being washed away with the waves, with the tides. I'm talking about these infrastructures. Someone told me that for a village, the wharf represents the heart of the village, the soul of the village, because you can replace a heart, you can heal a heart, you can put something else in its place, but you can't replace a soul. Once you've lost your soul, it's gone. And the wharf is the heart of the village. And I know that many of my colleagues realize that. They know full well what I'm trying to say. It's a message of despair that we are hearing from people throughout Quebec and throughout the maritime provinces and elsewhere. They find themselves in a situation where something has to be done. There has to be a massive investment. $100 million has gone into this file, but things are deteriorating. The needs represent about 400 million to 600 million, and the money has to be invested because these are investments. Not expenditures, but investments. We are investing to deal with the current situation and to prepare for the future. Imagine how people feel when they're listened to, when they're understood, when something is done. Today we're trying to shake the House of Commons here to get the government to act, to do something concrete. And today, as well as tomorrow, it will be important to be more than energetic. We have to do something that will meet the needs that are enormous. And it's more than infrastructure. It's not a matter of repairing a road or completing a road. If you have no wharf, you can't land the fish. And if you can't land the fish, you can't go and fish. And if you don't go and fish, there are no economic spin-offs. And there's the whole heritage aspect as well. And we're talking about fishing and wharves. But a wharf is more than an infrastructure for fishing. People who live in communities like mine, and if anyone has visited these areas, they will realize that it's a gathering point. And these wharves can be used for other purposes, for trade. At L'Anse-à-Beaufils, there are people who have a ferry service between Percé and Bonaventure Island, and they cross in front of Rocher-Percé, and they need a wharf for these ferries. So there is a commercial aspect to this, and tourism is part of the picture as well, as is pleasure boating. This involves a number of areas, and a simple wharf in a regular community allows the village to think about the future, as long as the wharf is in good shape. Now, if it deteriorates day after day, if you have an infrastructure or a house or a restaurant that has seen better days, then people will be turned away or turned off. They will simply want to have it demolished. Is that the philosophy? Is that the conservative ideology behind this lack of action when it comes to small craft harbors or wharves? Maybe the answer to the question is in the asking, because if that is the case, it's an affront to the community. It's an insult to the people who have these needs. It's an essential need. They need these good quality infrastructures, and we shouldn't find ourselves in a situation where people will wonder if the only solution is to simply give up. In my case, in the case of my party, in the case of many other people who are very much interested in this issue, I will tell you that we will not give up on these communities that have this crying need. It's important to continue day after day, to hammer away. Session after session, we have to continue to debate this. But in view of the urgency of the matter, and also because there has to be some recognition of the problem. Over the years, over the recent months, there seems to be a recognition of the situation. I remember when I first spoke to Fisheries and Oceans about these small wharves, I was told, well, everything is fine. Everything is wonderful. Not to worry. In other words, they didn't really recognize there was a problem, but today they know there is a problem. And in order for this recognition to be real and responsible, for it to meet our needs, there has to be action as well. And what we're asking for is very simple. We want a preliminary report introduced by the Fisheries and Oceans Committee, because the committee studied this for a number of months or even a number of years, and we came to the conclusion that massive action, massive investment must take place for the small harbors and the small wharves. And to say the opposite is to show a lack of respect for people who live in these communities. If you don't recognize the problem, you don't respect their history, nor the possibility of a future for them. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Couch in the Islands.
Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from the bloc for raising this very important issue in the House. And I certainly come from a community that has a number of small craft harbors, and many of these have been divested. And when we talk about the importance of these harbors in our communities, I'd like the member to comment on the fact that in many of our communities we have small craft harbors in places like Maple Bay, Chemainus, Ladysmith, Mill Bay, and in some of these places, these small craft harbors actually provide the link to some of the other islands. They are these harbors are the only place where people can dock their boats and get access to some of the smaller islands that don't have access through ferries and other transport means. So I wonder if the member could comment on the fact that in some of our communities, Mr. Speaker, these small craft harbors are an essential transportation link, and they must be maintained, and it must be a federal government responsibility to do that.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. This allows me to go even further. These harbors can represent a stepping stone between one destination and another. She's correct. These areas didn't just spring up. These harbors didn't just spring up like mushrooms. They represent a need. There were needs that perhaps in the past were greater than they are today, but these wharves and these harbors can revitalize a whole transportation network. And this network represents fishing boats, commercial craft, and pleasure craft as well. These are all types of transportation. And there's the whole security aspect that we mustn't forget. You might have an infrastructure in a given area, but as I said, it didn't just spring up magically. It can help to protect against a storm that might arise at any time. And in view of our climate changes and in view of what we are experiencing now and have experienced and will experience in the future, a wharf in a given area allows for transportation, but it also allows us to deal with safety issues and issues of life and death. Imagine if someone is on a boat and has an emergency. It could be a mechanical problem. It could be a problem with the worthiness of the boat, and there's no place for this person to go because there are no longer any harbors or wharves. And if people don't act as responsible managers, then they will be responsible for these deaths or these accidents. And I'm not trying to sound dramatic, but I think that this has to be considered as well, because in the Magdalen Islands, for example, Pointe-aux-Loups is an area that might only serve a few fishermen, but it is in a strategic position, geographically speaking, and that is why it can go even further than a simple transportation mode. And as my colleague said, it's true that this allows us to link various locales, but safety is an issue as well. Questions and comments?
Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question about the study. The honourable member touched upon climate change, and this government has a lot of problems with the whole concept, and certainly with how we need to prepare for these effects. We are on the West Coast. The Queen Charlotte Islands are having a lot of problems because of water levels, etc. And my question is a simple one. In this study, are there any action plans that should be set in place immediately so as to adapt to climate change, and what will happen in the future? The Honourable Member for Gaspésie de la Madeleine. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I understood him 150%. He spoke in French, and I'd like to thank him for that. And I would say that when it comes to climate change and these harbors, the whole situation is much more important today than it might have been in the past, because waves and tides wear away the infrastructure over time. But there's also the water level, the sea level, that we must consider, and storms. The winter and fall storms are much greater and than they were in the past, and this affects the infrastructure. A few years ago, and I don't remember the exact date, but a few years ago, I spoke at the Fisheries Committee, or I was attending the Fisheries Committee, and there were people, officials from the department, who appeared as witnesses, and I asked them the following question: have you analyzed the impact of climate change on the small craft harbor infrastructures? And I was very disappointed in the answer. They were as disappointing as the current Conservative government has been when it comes to Kyoto. The Conservative government is being irresponsible when it comes to Kyoto. They're also being irresponsible when it comes to climate change. And there are a few recommendations that deal with climate change in this report, and we will be coming back to this because we have to continue to fight. Climate change is something that we must understand, not only the changes themselves, but their impacts as well. I was listening to a report recently where there were communities living on islands, and the islands were disappearing, and the people had to move. They had to leave the areas where they had been born, and they found themselves in some type of slum, and that is also the result of climate change. So there's a human dimension, there's an economic dimension, and we mustn't forget that climate change has an extremely great impact. I can see this with my own eyes whenever I go home to my riding, to Gaspé, to the Magdalene Islands. The storms that we used to have are much larger now, much more fierce, and therefore the impacts will be greater.
The Honourable Member from Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague from Gaspésie de la Madeleine for his tenacity with respect to this matter. I remember a few years ago there was in caucus, the caucus of the St. Lawrence that the Bloc has set up. He spoke about this issue, and I see here in what my colleague was warning about at that time precisely what has happened. Is this not the problem? Fisheries and Oceans Canada has adopted a very vertical, bureaucratic approach. We are responsible for the fishery and the drop in the stocks. They seem to forget that there can be a multifunctional approach. There could be new types of fishery, new species to fish. Sometimes, perhaps, it could be just an unawareness of the policy of the use of the territory itself. Our communities produce things that are very useful. All types of things that can be eaten come out of the sea and sold. Is this not, therefore, something that results in a consequence that means that we have fewer fishers, that people don't want to be fishermen, they don't want to live off the land? The Honourable Member for Gaspésie de la Madeleine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague, who indeed is part of the Bloc's caucus for Eastern Quebec. We've had the opportunity of meeting people who are living through this reality. And I can say what they're experiencing is really not understood. There's a lack of action. When you talk about a program of devolution in the real jargon, the way people really speak, we should be talking about a program to get rid of certain things. Because precisely that, to get rid of ports rather, and wharves, that is what is happening in certain communities. Yes, you can say some communities and some groups can take over the wharves. Some can. But the government strategy and the conservative strategy in particular should not serve improper interests, and it should not be across the board. So if you get rid of the wharfs, then what are you going to do? You're getting rid of something you would have to repair, because you always have to repair them. Each time there is money that is earmarked to do that, not to talk about development, not to say that in such and such a community there will be an infrastructure that needs to be further developed, but just to repair what is needing repair, what has fallen into disrepair because of government inaction and government negligence. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about that program to get rid of small craft harbors. People's eyes shine when we talk about our interest in this matter, and that's the reality they have to live with. Government negligence and inactivity. What we have to do is take care of this issue. We have to work on the issue, look to the future, and also speak about development. It's all well and good to repair infrastructure, but you have to develop it.
To the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and pleased to be able to respond to, at least for a few minutes, to this motion from my colleague. Small craft harbors, of course, are very important across our country. They're important even in my riding, which is not a coastal riding, but along the Fraser River. We've got two harbor authorities, one that the Mission Harbor Authority that looks after the Mission Harbor and the Wannock Harbor, and another one in the Albion area, and they do a lot of good work. And I'm proud of the initiative that they bring to the challenges that they have. And in fact, they just not too long ago, they were recognized with a special award for the work that they did when they were facing the challenges of a possible flood along the Fraser River, and a very serious prospect of a major flood, and the work that the Mission Harbor Authority did in preparation for that, not just in their own harbors, but in harbors all along, helping other harbor authorities along the river, was recognized by this special award, and I commend them for that as well. And in fact, in British Columbia, we have the largest harbor in all of Canada, the Steveston Harbor, run by the Steveston Harbor Authority, and had opportunity to be there as well and see the things that they do, and they do a very good job there. Not without their challenges, of course, but I think all harbor authorities are facing challenges across the country, and in our committee we've had the opportunity to actually to speak to some representatives from harbor authorities and harbor authority associations from across the country, and I think we're getting a good sense for what they're facing and what they're up against, and the key things that they need to address, and the responsibility of this House, this government, to be serious about those things, and I can assure the members of this House that this government is serious about small craft harbors and the challenges that they face. Just before moving on, I'd like to say that the BC, the Pacific region harbor authorities are in kind of a unique situation in that they've risen to the challenge in a way that I think that perhaps is less common in the other regions, and that's they've really put their mind to sort of innovative ways that they can meet their funding challenges in terms of enterprises that they can be involved in, revenue generating activities. In fact, I think it's true that of all of the additional revenue that small craft harbors generate across the country, about 30 or 40% of that comes from the Pacific region, and it certainly doesn't have a very large percentage of the small craft harbors across the country. But they've come up with some ways, innovative ways and creative ways of actually generating the kind of revenue that they need to be able to do the maintenance on their harbors. And let me also say that we're very well aware of the funding challenges, and in fact, if you look at the figures, and I think it's important to do so, you'll see that in round figures, only in round figures, about $100 million is spent. This was spent this fiscal year, and similar amount last fiscal year for small craft harbors. But more than a decade ago, in fact, in the Progressive Conservative government in those years, small craft harbors, we actually spent about $150 million, again in round terms. But as we went into the Liberal governments in the 90s for deficit cutting measures, the funding for small craft harbors, a very significant amount was cut out of that. In fact, it went below $50 million. From $150 million below $50 million for a year or so. And the years since then have been coming up a little bit, and now we're at that figure of today. I'm well aware, though, Mr. Speaker, that this issue has been with us for a long time. It's been the subject of a previous concurrence report, in fact, I think in June of 2006. And in fact, when we dealt with it then, it was the will of this House to recognize the fact that there was a funding shortfall for small craft harbors, and in fact, a significant one, that small craft harbors required more money. And in fact, so, you know, this House generally supports this fact that infrastructure needs to be improved. And we did recognize that in the 2006 speech from the throne. But here are the facts, and I think these have been pointed out by my colleague and will be by others, that when a study was done a couple of years ago, trying to figure out just where we were at in terms of infrastructure, where we were falling behind, how much would it cost to bring us up to, you know, a good condition of the small craft harbors that we own, the facts were clear that it would take perhaps $400 million, according to that report, to put us in a place where we considered the small craft harbors in good condition. And that was only really part of the problem. I mean, that's only part of the money that would be required. There's also, that's the existing core small craft harbors that we own. We also have a divestiture program, those harbors that are no longer used for commercial fishing industry, and where we need to divest them to other entities, other interests, sometimes communities, sometimes other nonprofit organizations that would manage these on behalf of the community, for example, maybe for recreational activities. And that takes some money to bring these harbors up to a condition where we can divest them to these other bodies. And so there's certainly a certain amount of money that's required there. And so, in fact, this report from this interim report from the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans that we're looking at today has a figure, sort of a general amount that we're looking at. But by some accounts, you know, to do all of the things in terms of bringing our existing core harbors up to the state that we would require, that we would hope to achieve in the future, and our divestiture program, and some new harbors in Nunavut, for example, that have no small craft harbors there, and clearly we see the need, and have looked at the possibilities of in 7 locations of trying to develop those there. So all of those things, you know, we're looking at a large investment that's required by some accounts, perhaps up to $1 billion that would be required to this. And it's an important priority, and the minister has said this from time to time, and just today, in fact, in our committee, that this is an important priority to him and to our government, and we will continue to work toward this in the best way that we can. Let me say, Mr. Speaker, that this government is behind our fishing industry. It's behind our stakeholders that use our harbors. And we need, of course, to do more than just fix our harbors. We need to be looking at in a broad way, our fishing industry. And we've done that. And we're making some key initiatives and some key progress in that area. We've done the Atlantic Fisheries Renewal, and we've made some good progress there. The minister has met from province to province and region to region with fisheries officials and stakeholders, whether they be from the industry or from communities and so on, and gotten together and asked them, you know, what do we need to do? What's important to you as we try to sustain fisheries in an economic and environmentally friendly way in your region? And in fact, those have been very productive meetings, and some committees were set up, and reports were received, and action plans have been worked on and put in place as we try to make the kind of progress that we need to ensure that the fishing industry in Canada is as productive as it can be. Many will have heard about the Oceans to Plate initiative that the minister and his department have adopted, as we need to figure out how we do this in a way so that everyone benefits in a way as much as they can, the stakeholders, in a way that is also sustainable. On the West Coast, we have the Pacific Initiative to integrate the commercial fisheries. And it's a very important program, and I'm proud to be a part of that and supporting that as best I can. And we've invested $175 million there to make sure that we know how to proceed, we know how to integrate the fisheries between the commercial stakeholders and the Aboriginal groups that are already part of it and want to be a bigger part of it, and that takes money. And so we're committed to that. We've stepped up to the plate with this $175 million to work on all of the elements in the Pacific fishery that will be part of that. And I'm very pleased to say that that one of the things that's been a hallmark of this minister's challenge and the task, the way that he's approached his job, is to collaborate. And I think it's one of the very most important things that he does. And I think that's maybe no more evident than in British Columbia, as we've worked with a variety of groups, and particularly with the government of British Columbia and the ministers involved for both fisheries and aquaculture. So this is important to us, and we do want to support in general this motion that to concur in this report. Because we do believe that small craft harbors are a very important initiative for us. They're important to this country. We own them as Canadians, as the government of Canada. It's important for us to take the steps that we need to, so that in the future we can look back and say, we've done our duty, we've fulfilled our responsibility, we've brought our small craft harbors up to the condition that they ought to be in, and we're working toward that. Can that be done overnight, Mr. Speaker? I don't think so. In fact, I think all of us in this House know that this is quite a large task, and we need to be taking steps toward it. And we're doing that as a government. And I think you're going to see, as in the months and years to come, that we are going to be making some very good progress in addressing the infrastructure deficit that we have with small craft harbors, and I can assure this House that this government is committed to moving in that direction and achieving that goal. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, I listened with a great deal of interest to the Parliamentary Secretary's speech. He is the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Fisheries and Oceans. It is interesting with respect to some aspects, but it was also very disappointing in other areas, because we're not talking about a brand new government here that's just arrived a couple of weeks ago. We're talking about a government that's been in power for about 2 years now. We're talking about a situation where in the 2006 budget and in the 2006 supplementary estimates and also in the 2007 budget, they could have acted, but they did not do so. All they announced was that they were going to keep the $20 million that they were going to use to patch things over 5 years, and that $20 million a year would be included in the regular budget. That's probably the answer I'm going to be given here. But, it's just ridiculous, because no progress is being made. We're stagnating here. And in actual fact, we're falling back. We're losing ground. If you have the same amount year over year, you're not making any progress at all. Just in saying that you're going to keep the $20 million a year, it should be a much larger amount than that. The other thing I'd like to hear my colleagues speak to is this: the figure that he just set out, $1 billion. If I've understood that well, I'd like him to be more specific. Can he simplify it and explain it to me? Break it down, would you please, sir?
Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his questions. And he's right that there's some challenges that we face in coming up with the kind of money, but in fact, as he anticipated, the money, the $20 million that was part of the funding that was supposed to sunset, our government took a look at that, saw that that was going to put us in a much more difficult position. We were going to go behind, as he said, and our government turned that into A-based funding to make sure that that would be part of our regular commitment. But in addition to that, if you'll recall, the department and the minister also committed to looking at all other means that they could within their existing envelopes of funding to see where they could come up with additional funding that could go toward the needs of small craft harbors. So clearly we're committed to that. In terms of the big number, I don't know that I can break it down any more than than he could. In fact, we know that we know basically from the 2006 study, or a couple of years ago, that it might take as much as $400 million. There's been various calculations to figure out, what it might take in today's dollars to do that same amount of work, and what additional deterioration might have taken place since that study was done. And on top of that, the funds that would be required for divestiture and new initiatives and perhaps expansion of some harbors that some harbor authorities tell us is required based on the larger ship sizes that we see today, and all of those factors. We don't know what the number would be, and in fact, I think one of the important things that we need to do, both that the committee should be looking into, as well as the minister and his department, is to figure out, in real terms, in 2008 dollars, what it is we're looking at in actual amounts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for participating in this important discussion this morning. My question has to do with the role of volunteers in our small craft harbors. The committee report talks about how volunteers now play a very key role, given the divestiture program that's been underway for many years now, and that they are responsible for operation of a lot of these small craft harbors. The report points out that they're increasingly frustrated, both by the need for infrastructure, physical infrastructure investment in these small craft harbors that they're doing their best to operate, but also for the need for training and to alleviate some of the responsibilities that they've taken on. These small craft harbors are often operated by nonprofit societies or small municipalities, and the report points out that 135,000 hours a year of volunteer time goes into to maintaining them and to ensuring their proper operation, but that they need help, and that one of the ways that the federal government should be doing that is by still making a commitment to these harbors to support the volunteers who are doing this important work. I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary could comment on that aspect of the report.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Burnaby Douglas for the question. He actually raises a very good point. Let me provide a little clarification, though. We have both we have core harbors, which they're usually fishing harbors that are primarily to support commercial fishing industry, although other activities take place there and recreational boats tie up there from time to time and so on. And then we have the non-core harbors, and it's those that are usually divested. They might be owned by a nonprofit organization or a community or a municipality. The core harbors, though, are the ones that continue to be owned by the Government of Canada, and they're in almost every case they're managed by a harbor authority. Harbor authority might manage one or more of these small craft harbors, and they receive their funding from the Small Craft Harbors program. They generate revenue of their own by rents and so on, and other activities that they are involved in. Those harbor authorities are are run by a board in most cases, and in many cases the Harbour Authority board then hires a manager. So often there is an employee that's managing those, but the board members, of course, are volunteers, and much of the work that does get done in those harbours is done by volunteers. And if the volunteers aren't there to do it, as they've told us in committee certainly, they just aren't able to get the job done with the funding that's available to them. So he's quite right that volunteers play a very significant role, both certainly in the non-core harbours and also in these core harbours that are owned by the Government of Canada and managed by these harbour authorities. And really, we should take every opportunity, I know I do, to commend them for the good work that they do on our behalf. I think, though, the one thing that we learned as we talked to these harbour authorities is there really is a good relationship between the harbour authorities and the Small Craft Harbours program. So let there be no misunderstanding there. They do work together well. The Small Craft Harbours program is part of the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. Their officials, manage these programs, with these harbour authorities, and there really is good cooperation. And they are committed to training, and a significant amount of money is invested every year in training. Could we do more? I'm sure we could, and we're listening to them to find out, what specific kinds of training would benefit them the most as we move forward. But we do appreciate the work that these volunteers do.
Further questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. And I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for being here as well. And I'd just like to ask him what plans the government has for small boat harbours, or indeed any harbours, in 3 Northern Territories.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I don't know that I can be very specific here. We know that some significant work has been done in Nunavut, for example, to try and figure out, because that's the territory without any current small craft harbours, and a study was done, a joint study between the Department of Fisheries and Oceans and the Government of Nunavut and some other stakeholder groups to try and figure out, what the needs are there and what it would take to try and at least begin to meet those needs. And that report identified 7 locations that would be probably the priority locations if we were to move forward and build the small craft harbours there. I know that report was well received by this government, and is taking a look at how best to proceed to make that a reality in that harbour or in that territory. In the other territories, I'm not sure that I know of any specific projects that we're working on there, but if this member from Yukon has some advice for this government, we would certainly be happy to take it.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to join in this debate today. Certainly, in this House, we're faced with we're always stretch ourselves and try to learn more about our country, and my colleague from the Etobicoke North and my colleague from York South Weston, not a lot of fishing fleets in their particular ridings, but I know the questions that are being asked and the discussion as it's taken place, I'm sure that they're learning more about coastal communities across this country. Having had the opportunity since coming here 7 years ago, I've had the opportunity probably over 5 years in particular that I've had the opportunity to sit on the Standing Committee for Fisheries and Oceans. And without question, Mr. Speaker, of all the other committee duties that I've had since coming to this House, I'm comfortable in stating that the Fisheries and Oceans Committee would be the least partisan of any of the committees I've had the privilege to serve on. Over the course of time, and my colleague from Sackville-Musquodoboit takes great pride in the fact he's sort of the senior member of the committee. And he states the fact that over his time there have been 23 different reports that have been tabled, and 21 of those have been unanimous. And I think that speaks to the fact that the members of that committee come with the intent that they want to do work that will best benefit the fishers and the fishing industry in this country. Mr. Speaker, this report being brought forward today and this debate being entered into today is certainly indicative of the work that's been done by this committee. And so I look forward. And I want to commend my colleague as well, and I've had an opportunity to serve with him for a number of years, from Gaspésie, Ile de Magdeleine, and he's, with the many issues throughout the fishery, he has made sure that the issue of small craft harbors has been kept to the fore. And I want to recognize him and thank him for bringing this forward to the House today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in industry, many things have changed, and we bank with the use of machines and computers, and everything seems to be technologically driven. And certainly the fishing industry is one that hasn't shied away from its use of technology. And you walk into the wheelhouse of any boat that's tied up at a wharf, certainly in my constituency, and you can't help but be impressed with the technology that the fishers have access to now. And you look at plotters and computers, and it's truly it's some great stuff. But, Mr. Speaker, one thing about the industry is that these fishers, when they're out there plying their trade, when they're harvesting the stocks, and all of a sudden Mother Nature decides to change the conditions, and a souette blows up, and a wind starts coming in from the offshore. Well, that harbor, that fisherman has to find safe harbor somewhere, and they have to turn head for shore, and hopefully there's a safe harbor that they can tie up to, find some type of refuge from that the bad weather. When they get to the harbor, after fishing for the day, certainly it's important that there's a degree of safety, but they're able to offload their catch in a harbor that's functional, efficient, and safe. And that's the least we can offer these men that go to sea to harvest the sea. And even with all the technology, Mr. Speaker, it's wonderful. But when you're offloading a couple thousand-pound of crab, it's tough to do it from a virtual wharf. These wharves have to be safe, they have to be efficient, and the only way to do that is to invest money in the infrastructure of these harbors. Many of the communities, Mr. Speaker, industry and my own riding, we live in coastal communities, and really it's the harbor that's the industrial park of those specific communities. They're like the light industry moorage of those communities, Mr. Speaker. So it's imperative that we continue to support them. It's imperative that we give these fishers an opportunity to come and harbor in a safe place. Mr. Speaker, and nothing is static in the fishery, certainly. When we look at wharves, you look at the money that goes in year after year. Living in a northern country, living in a country that's exposed to such harsh weather conditions, the natural forces of nature, pack ice, storm damage, all these natural impacts, they all have devastating effects on wharf structures. You just can't fix it, walk away, and expect it to be there year after year after year. And, some harbors, they're impacted by backfilling. Some need constant dredging year after year. These are things that have to be done to make sure that these places continue to be safe, that fishers have access in and out, and not having to wait outside for a rise in the tide in order to get in. For efficient function of these harbors, it's imperative that investments are made, sometimes on an annual basis. Another thing that's had a great impact on where we are with our harbors is the increase in the size of the boats that the fishers are using. And I'm saying that as a good thing, Mr. Speaker. You walk into any of the harbors in my riding now, and the fleets are in pretty good shape. We've had a little bit of affluence within the fishery over the last number of years. And I know the downturn in the cod fishery, and we focus on that, but in that, other opportunities have presented themselves, and we're all very aware of the increase in the crab and the crab fishery. And for a number of years, it was fairly lucrative. Not so much now, but we've had some very strong, very productive years with the crab fishery. And with that and lobster, many fishermen have reinvested in their own enterprise. Because really what you are as a fisherman, you're a small business person. And the fishers have reinvested in their enterprise by buying bigger and by buying better boats. And the bigger and the better means safer. Quite often, these resources, they're harvesting the fish and catching the fish and the crab. They're catching them a little further offshore, so they have to steam further before they set their gear. The further you go from shore, the more you are exposed to the hazards of the ocean. The more you are exposed to quick changes in weather. And so, Mr. Speaker, what we've seen is an increase in the size of the boats that many of our fishers use. With the increase in the size, Mr. Speaker, obviously there's less moorage at a lot of the harbors now. We just went through an investment, a fairly significant investment in one of my harbors in Mabu Harbor. And it was a great little harbor, very functional for many years. But just with the increase in the size of the boats, it made it impossible for the fishers out of Mabu to all access the harbor. And especially any of the crabbers that went out into Area 12, their boats were very substantive in size. And so a major investment, that and the rundown conditions of the harbor, certainly we were able to justify the expenditure in the investment in that Mabu harbor, and that's been very much to the benefit of the fishers in Mabu. Mr. Speaker, and there were some comments made by a colleague over here from the NDP on the training and the liability and the volunteer effort that we've seen from people within the harbor authorities and the responsibility that they've assumed over the last number of years. We expect a great deal of these volunteers. We've put, and I think on the fishers, we've put more and more responsibility back in their hands. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think they're willing to accept that responsibility. And certainly with when we look at the demands that are placed on the fishers now with regard to science and taking of science data, when we look at them trying to take more charge of that industry, one area that they have really stepped up to the plate is operating their own harbors and being involved in harbor authorities. But with that, Mr. Speaker, I don't think the federal government can walk away and just turn it over to the fishers and over to those harbor authorities. I think it's imperative that we stand there and stay with them as a strong partner. And part of that responsibility is to be there when repairs have to be made, when capital investments have to be made in that infrastructure. We have to be there for them, Mr. Speaker. There's another aspect of the harbors, and I know, speaking with some of my colleagues, through the mid-90s when we went through the centralization and the rationalization, the divestiture of some non-core, of some derelict harbors, non-essential harbors, it was a program, and I think it had, I'm supportive of the program, and it was well-intended. The rationale behind it was, you go to a coastal community and you'll have a small harbor with 7 boats and another small harbor with 6 boats and another small harbor. And so to collect those and centralize them and put them in one bigger harbor, create a bigger harbor, and then we'd be able to focus our resources on that bigger harbor. There was a great deal of common sense in that, and for the most part, the centralization program and the rationalization program worked fairly well, and there were some great success stories. Again, Little Judique Harbor, it's a small harbor on the west side of Cape Breton Island. And about 14, 15 boats fish out of Little Judic Harbor. Went through the assessment on the west side. Things were centralized to Pig Cove, but this harbor said, listen, we want to continue to fish out of this harbor. And so there was a divestiture, there was an investment made with this harbor authority, and this core group of volunteers have continued to provide services and provide safe harbor for those fishers from that community. And it's truly, they're to be commended for the effort that they've put into that, and that's one of the success stories. But I think, you know, we can look in other areas, and there hasn't been the same degree of success. And I think even speaking with Fisheries and Oceans officials that were involved in the rationalization, they can tell you that some of these harbors that are no longer core harbors, they would still like to see them in the mix, and they're still important harbors. We won on the east side of Cape Breton Island, La Chevêque Harbor, and it's the only safe port. It was divested, and they've done a pretty good job of running it as best they could. There's about 7 or 8 core fishermen that work out of there, but then during tuna season and during crab season, additional fishers come to the harbor. But it's the length of the coast where it provides safe harbor for, nothing from from Lordways, Little Harbor and Lordways down to Forshoe, and it's a significant area of coastline that La Chevêque has to provide safe harbor for, but as a divested harbor, they're having trouble keeping that harbor running. What I would like to see, Mr. Speaker, and I know this is a shot in the dark because it's tough enough with core harbors, but if there were an envelope of money, if there was an allocation that these divested harbors could, on occasion, make application for some type of capital project, I think that would go a long way. As the program went through in the late 90s in the rationalization, that's when the boats started getting bigger in my community. That's when, through the industry, there was a fairly significant bump in the size of the boats, on the East Coast. And so as some of the harbors were being developed then, and the boats got bigger, there's no room for some of these people, some of the fishers in the divested harbors, to move to the core harbors now. I was just on the end of the wharf in Charlos Cove in Guysborough County this past weekend, and there are 2 or 3 fishers out of there that, they might go somewhere else. They might be able to go to Larry's River, which is a few miles away, but there's no room there anymore. And, it may have worked a number of years ago, but with the bigger boats now, there's just no room there. So it would make sense for a divested harbor like Charlos Cove to have access to some type of envelope of money so that the investment can be made there. They could continue to fish off that wharf. And Mr. Speaker, there are some issues that money can't fix, but there are other issues that money can make a substantive change and an improvement in. And I think this is certainly one area that we see as if there are additional funds that were allocated to this program, we think that they could be well spent and well invested. And certainly the program, the program that small craft harbors have now in scoring different harbors, the merits, I still like to see it a little bit weighted. It's somewhat disproportionately weighted to the bigger harbors, but nonetheless, I think most fishers see it as a fairly fair system. But with additional money, this would be a better program. And I know some of the testimony that was received during the course of the study, and let me quote Mr. Robert Bergeron, Small Craft Harbor Director General, and he stated, it now appears that 28% of small craft harbor core infrastructure is in poor or an unsafe state. That's fairly significant, Mr. Speaker. That's up 7% from the 2001 estimate. And of course, it goes back to what I was saying. nothing's static here. Mother Nature plays foul with a lot of these harbors. These harbors are exposed. And so naturally the asset will continue to diminish, and I think that's where we have to go. I would hope that the government will see this. Mr. Gervais Bouchard, Small Craft Harbor Regional Director for the Quebec region, he testified, there is no doubt, in light of our current financial resources, we are having a very hard time keeping operations safe in all locations. He said, so we face many problems, including user dissatisfaction because of safety and accessibility issues in inactive harbors. This is a result of the low rate of recapitalization. So, not having read the entire report, but having read aspects of the report, I think what we'll see recurring is that this problem is about additional funding. This problem is about putting more money to help fix this problem. Working with the formula probably isn't too far off, and I haven't seen anything through the document that elaborates greatly on what's wrong with the formula. Everything seems to come back to the amount of dollars that are available. So, Mr. Speaker, as we approach the big date and the budget coming forward to the House and the finance minister bringing the budget forward in the next number of weeks, I would hope that there's some type of recognition here for small craft harbors, additional dollars. I know it's tough over on the government side. The cupboard's relatively bare now with the rebate on the cut on the 2 points on GST. There's not a whole lot left in the tank over there, and the wiggle room is, there's not a whole lot of play in that in the budget this time around, Mr. Speaker. And I guess if we can speak to one thing, you don't want to say I told you so, but many Canadians told us so, that it would handcuff this government from making those key investments, making those investments in infrastructure or programs, whatever it might be. So I think this probably typifies the case, Mr. Speaker, and when I don't know if it's catastrophic or if it's a national emergency, but certainly we know that with some of the new investments, and the parliamentary secretary spoke about the new investments in Iqaluit, and some of the state of some of the harbors, not just on my coast, on the East Coast, but on the West Coast as well. Additional dollars are needed. I would hope that the finance minister, through the presentation of the next budget, will find the merit in this, and I would hope the parliamentary secretary, along with his minister, will make a strong case to put this forward at the cabinet table, and we'll see an additional investment in this very important issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Wetaskiwin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I listened with great interest to my colleague who, like myself, as a member of the Fisheries Committee, I certainly miss this member's presence on the committee now, and I certainly wish him all the best on whatever committees he's currently working on. Mr. Speaker, I listened to my colleague, and he talked about an envelope of money that could be available for a small craft harbor that's been divested already. Mr. Speaker, it seems a little bit counterintuitive to me, because the whole purpose of going through the divestiture was part of the rationalization process was to take those harbors that were not considered core harbors out of the purview of the federal government. So now to create an envelope of money to spend on harbors that we've already spent. By the way, the policy of the Small Craft Harbors program is to bring these harbors up to a safe and acceptable standard before the divestiture process even occurs, to now actually bring more money to the table for harbors that we've basically already brought up to a standard that should have been acceptable to whoever took it over. It doesn't seem to make any sense to me, especially when we have shortfalls And admittedly so, we have shortfalls in the small craft harbor program. I mean, it's been clear. I asked the question in committee when these deficits actually started to accrue as far as infrastructure deficits, and it started back in the early 90s. I think the question was answered that it happened around 1993 or so, and I don't think that's a coincidence if Canadians look back at some of the cuts that needed to happen. So I guess my question for my colleague is, does he really think that it's the right thing to do to start spending money, federal treasury money, on harbors that are divested, given the fact that the rationalization process was meant to actually give those harbors over to somebody that was outside the purview of the federal government? And I might also just remind my honourable colleague that the Government of Canada does have the Building Canada Fund, which is a $33 billion fund that has various pots of money in it that municipalities, for example, if the harbour that he's talking about, it was actually divested to a municipality, if it was of significant importance to that municipality would have the option of applying for a grant to do any major capital investments on. So I was just wondering to my honourable colleague, he isn't suggesting that the Government of Canada actually reverse its position, which was actually a position taken by the previous Liberal government of divesting harbours and bringing those harbours back into the fold through an envelope of money and actually further burdening the problem of the shortfall of money that we have for the harbours that are currently under the Government of Canada's jurisdiction.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Council.
The question from my colleague from Wetaskiwin is a fair question. I believe that the rationalization through the mid-90s was well intended. I believe they did it for the right reasons, and the whole purpose was that it would pay dividends and pay benefits in the longer term. I would think now, just because of the change, and I had indicated several through my comments and through my presentation, just the increase in the size of the boats. The boats, the individual boats are taking up greater room in some of these core harbors. And if there was a reassessment done, if there was an inventory done now on the harbors that we currently have, I think that we would see that the harbors that we invested in through the mid-90s are being stressed and being pushed now, just because of the size of the boats, the increase in the size of the boats over the number of years. Mr. Speaker, he's absolutely right as well, and I certainly wouldn't duck this, that cuts were made in the 90s. And, what we held, past governments, the past Liberal governments, they had to come to terms with the fiscal situation, the fiscal reality of the country at the time. And cuts were made in small craft harbors. Cuts were made in health. Cuts were made in transportation. Every sector, nobody escaped the wrath of the cuts. And all Canadians felt the impact, and certainly the fishery felt the impact. And those cuts were significant. But, Mr. Speaker, they were necessary. Those cuts enable us now to put us in a financial situation that's not bad, and we've had some very strong and prosperous years. But now that we're in a surplus over the last number of years, not so much with the GST cuts to down to the 5%. There's not so much there now, and that's why we're handcuffed in making the key investments in places like small craft harbors, key infrastructure like that. And I think we've really positioned ourselves. I don't know if the federal government is going to have the opportunity to help some of these industries along. But, Mr. Speaker, his point is well taken. I just think now if we did a reassessment of the inventory of harbors that we have, I think you would see that some of the harbors that had been divested still have merit as a safe harbor, or even to take some of the strain off the core harbors.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for... no, the honourable member on this side.
Northumberland, Quinte West.
Northumberland, Quinte West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to my friends the member from Dasquin and the previous speaker talk about the divestiture of harbors, and then the question, is there sufficient money? And the accusation that there's not enough room because you've used 2%. Actually, the 2% is not totally incorrect, Mr. Speaker. The 2% does, of course, limit the amount of tax the government's taking from the people of Canada. But at the same time, it does permit the people of Canada then to spend some more money, and to spend money on things like perhaps bigger boats. But I just want to inform my honourable friend, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister of Fisheries and Ocean did attend a harbour in my community to divest that harbour to the community of Port Hope, something that the community of Port Hope wanted, and I'll tell you why they wanted it, Mr. Speaker, is because they want to develop their harbour front. They want to make it more beautiful, they want to attract tourists, and so the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans will be supplying some funds so that they can dredge the harbour. The harbour's already in a relatively good state of repair. And this will facilitate, of course, economic development in that community. And I think that was the whole reason for the divestiture of harbours. You know, previous governments of Canada prior to the 1990s got in this, at the time perhaps, well-intentioned, acquiring harbours throughout the country. This particular harbour is on Lake Ontario, and we know that it's a prime tourist area. So I think my friend is somewhat mistaken in the 2%. There were a lot of other tax advantages given to Canadians, a lot of tax reductions, particularly to families, and of course in this time of economic change in North America, and indeed most of the industrialized world, there's a change going on. And we're seeing that as we move to a knowledge-based economy, that some of the high labor jobs, those jobs that required a lot of labor, are, in particular in the manufacturing area, are actually moving out. They're moving to the Pacific Rim, where people work for 50 cents an hour. And in Canada, you can't. Of course, you can't make a living. So that's why the government of Canada reduced those taxes. But it hasn't prohibited the ability to divest those harbours to make our communities more beautiful. And actually, this divestiture just took place. So I think drawing that equation to the 5%, the current 5%, the reduction from 7 to 6 to 5%, although not entirely incorrect, as somewhat is a minor aspect to this. So I asked the honourable member, does he not think that the divestitures of harbours the divestiture of harbours is a good idea for communities and municipalities to increase the economic and in particular the economics towards the tourism industry.
Honourable member for Cape Breton Council.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. I think it's great, and I think whenever we can give a community, whenever we can give a group more control over their own future and their destiny, I think that's a positive thing. But I still think that there's a responsibility for the central government, for the federal government, to play a role. And my question is focused on how much latitude, how much room does this government now have to make investments in, and we're talking about harbors today. We could be talking about industry, certainly the forest industry, manufacturing. We could pick any topic. I still believe that government can play a role and help in those sectors. And I question whether or not the government is going to have any kind of latitude or impact, and we'll see that in the next budget when it comes forward. I would hope that the government comes forward. I'd be as happy as my colleague from Gaspésie, Île-de-Madeleine, if they came forward and said, we're going to allocate $200 million for small craft harbors. That'd be great. But, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that there's anything left in the cupboard, and I'm not expecting a whole lot when that budget is tabled. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise and speak to this motion today. The report, A Safe and Well-Funded Small Craft Harbour is a Necessary Priority, is a report that I'm pleased that the member from the bloc brought forward in this House today. There are a number of things that I wanted to specifically address that are raised in the report because they're important factors in my own riding of Nanaimo Cowichan. And earlier, the parliamentary secretary talked about the fact that small craft harbors in British Columbia are largely well managed, and he was absolutely correct. But I also want to talk about some of the challenges to that. And in this report, it talked about the economic impact that the small craft harbors have on our coastal communities. And certainly in my riding of Nanaimo-Cowichan, we welcome the positive economic impact of the small craft harbors. And we have a range of activities that happen at these harbors, including commercial fisheries, sports and recreational fishers. We have certainly boating. We have we're a destination in Canada and in the Pacific Northwest for recreational boaters. We have some of the finest coastline and islands that boaters can come and visit, whether it's Protection Island and some of the other small islands where the boaters can anchor and enjoy the beauty, or whether it's actually coming into our harbors in Chemainus or Ladysmith, Maple Bay, Genoa Bay. We have a number of very fine harbors. As well, we have other activities like diving. The diving that's in my area is known around the world. Over the last couple of years, they have sunk some vessels that were appropriately and environmentally cleaned up, and we have divers that come from all over the world to take a look at the seabed and some of the other man-made artifacts that have been put in place for divers to explore. So these small craft harbors are an essential part of our economy. In places like the town of the village of Cowichan Bay, where there's a very vibrant small craft harbor there, the town site itself has built up around it, and we now have people that come from Nanaimo, Victoria, to come to spend a weekend in Cowichan Bay. So we understand the economic impact and the need to make sure these small craft harbors remain economically viable. And I want to talk a little bit about some of the numbers that were raised in the report. They talk specifically about the fact that many of these harbors sorry, Mr. Speaker. The fact that in 2003, DFO commissioned a study to assess the economic impacts of the small craft harbor network of fishing harbors in British Columbia. According to the study, the economic activity related to expenditures associated with the region's 101 fishing harbors for 2001-2002 totaled $800 million, $500 million from commercial fishing, $200 million from marine recreation, and $100 million from other activities such as aquaculture, marine transport, etc. The direct economic impacts of these expenditures were estimated at $485 million in annual gross domestic product, $245 million in annual labor income, that's wages plus benefits, and 6,135 person years of annual employment. The total impacts, including direct, indirect, supplier, and induced consumer spending impacts, were even more important. And this is from the report, Mr. Speaker. As well, Mr. Boland, the Regional Director of Strategic Initiatives, Pacific Region, Department of Fisheries and Oceans, appeared before the committee. And I want to talk a little bit about some of his testimony, read some of his testimony in, because, again, I know from coast to coast to coast that small craft harbors are important, but I want to talk specifically about British Columbia. And he said that BC has 27,000 kilometers of coastline. We have a total of 157 scheduled sites, of which 78 of those are harbors, core harbors. We have 54 harbor authorities who manage those 78 core sites. He talks about the volunteer workforce of between 550 and 600 people, which includes our harbor directors and those volunteers from the community who assist in harbor operations. And Mr. Speaker, when I was on North Cowichan Council, I was fortunate enough to sit on the Harbor Commission. So I had an up-close view of how important the volunteers were for the operation of our small craft harbor. Our Harbor Commission was made up largely of volunteers with some support staff from the North Cowichan Council, and that group of volunteers were tireless in terms of overseeing the efficient management and the functioning of the small craft harbor that North Cowichan had responsibility for. So I understand how important these volunteers are to the ongoing operation. Mr. Boland went on in his testimony to say that the fishing industry in British Columbia has approximately 3,000 commercial fishing vessels, and in 2005 the landed value of BC commercial fishing was in the neighborhood of $365 million. Now, Mr. Speaker, that was in 2005, and of course in my own riding of Nanaimo Cowichan, what we saw this year was some really disappointing returns on the runs in the Cowichan River. So although the commercial fishing has been a really important part of our economy, we also recognize that and have called on DFO to put a lot more attention and effort into habitat, into conservation, into protection, and into enforcement. And when we talk about these kinds of numbers and the importance of these numbers to our communities, we really need that kind of focus and attention. When we see the kinds of runs that we saw this year in the Cowichan River, which is an indicator river in British Columbia, it raises flags all over the province. And so we are hopeful that DFO will pay attention to the very serious issues that have been raised around some of these indicator rivers in British Columbia. They go on. Mr. Boland goes on to talk about the fact that there are some concerns, and it's part of the concerns that I want to raise in the context of the debate that's happening in this House, because I've stated what the economic importance is to British Columbia. I've stated how important it is to the viability of some of our communities. I agree that divestiture, if it's done properly, is really important in terms of local community control. And again, I think the municipality of North Cowichan is a good example of how a municipality can take on and run with a divestiture, but there are some problems. And some of the problems that Mr. Boland raised was that there is a major concern with enhancing the viability, their viability skills so that they can raise enough revenues to keep themselves going, to keep themselves independent. He's talking about the harbour authorities in this context. A second issue is that we find a growing pressure on our waterfront. A lot of people want to move to British Columbia. The communities that support the harbours want to look at waterfront land as a better tax base. So they're looking at different kinds of opportunities on the waterfront. And one of the big pushes from our perspective is to get our harbour authorities more involved in community integrated planning to generate better strategic planning over time so they don't get overrun by interests selling land and building condos right next door to a bustling harbour. We also have First Nations issues unique to British Columbia. We're involved with the BC Treaty process in Indian Affairs to have them consider the 15 harbours that front First Nations communities. These communities are not just commercial fishing harbours, they are often the ingress and egress of the communities. There are no roads, so that the only way in and out is by the harbour. We think the harbour is an economic opportunity for First Nations, so we should be part of the treaty process. A little later on, Mr. Boland goes on to talk about climate changes having an impact on our harbours, so we need funding to take a look at how to better design or facilitate the changes of our commercial fishing fleet as they move from fishing for salmon to other species such as tuna, mackerel, sardines, and those types of fisheries that require larger boats. Mr. Speaker, just in terms of the climate change, in this context, Mr. Boland was talking specifically about the way species are shifting and how we're seeing some species arise in our waters that we haven't seen in the past, how the fishing season is moving because of warming water temperatures and another number of other factors. But there's another impact on small craft harbours, and that is to do with changing water levels and storm damage. And over the last couple of years, we've seen some of the most severe windstorms in BC's history. And that kind of storm damage, which many argue is attributable to climate change, needs to be factored into the kind of money that is required in order to maintain small craft harbours on an ongoing basis. There are a couple of other points in the issues that he addressed around the importance of small craft harbours. He talked about some of the First Nations small craft harbours where they are literally the lifeline to the outside world. In many communities, there are no roads, and in some of these communities, there are no airports. So the only way that people can get in and out of their communities is via a boat. And so these small craft harbours in First Nations communities are a lifeline to the outside of the community, but they are also an economic opportunity. And so it's important that that is factored into any equation here. As well, in some of our communities, for example, the small craft harbour also serves as the point where medical evacuations can happen. For example, on Thetis and Cooper Island, that are serviced by ferries, when the ferries don't run, there needs to be a point where a medical evacuation can happen in the off hours. And for a while, there was a challenge in finding a place where a boat could have a slip, a medical evacuation boat could have a slip to deal with medical emergencies that happened on Cooper Island in particular. And so small craft harbors in many of our communities are a vital link for people who have a medical emergency. So it's important that we continue to talk about how much these small craft harbors mean in many of our smaller communities. And one of the things that we had talked about is divestiture. And when we're talking about divestiture, I want to reference the minority report that the member from Sackville Eastern Shore raised when the committee tabled its report. And I want to read part of his position because I think this is an important element when we're talking about divestiture. The member from Sackville Eastern Shore said, is the NDP position that any divestiture of wharves or small craft harbors must have financial and human resources in place long before the divestiture takes place. Furthermore, the NDP maintains that the federal government must continue to be a partner in supporting small craft harbors and wharves, even after the divestiture of a small craft harbors to local harbor authorities. The federal government should continue to remain a partner after the divestiture to assist with necessary maintenance like dredging or critical repairs to infrastructure. Fishermen and SCH boards simply cannot afford to pay or raise money for critical infrastructure improvements. Fishermen and coastal communities should not be required to shoulder the burden for critical infrastructure improvements to small craft harbors. In so many remote regions of our country, small fishing harbors are indispensable and remain critical infrastructure for economic development opportunities for our coastal communities. Now, Mr. Speaker, I absolutely support the member from Sackville Eastern Shore's call for this ongoing partnership when divestiture happens. Divestiture, as I said earlier, is an important tool to have local control over a valuable resource in our communities. But many of our small communities simply cannot afford the ongoing repair and maintenance that happens once divestiture, the terms of the divestiture are over. And I want to turn briefly again to the North Cowichan Municipal Chemainus Small Craft Harbor. And a couple of years back, there was an expansion that was required because, again, of course, when you're talking about revenue generation, any one of us who's written a business plan knows that you have to crunch the numbers. And what was happening in Chemainus was they needed to expand the docks in order to have the kind of revenue generation that they needed to maintain the viability of the facility. And so the municipality of North Cowichan went out and sought other partners to assist in this dock expansion. And what happened was that they were over $300,000 short. And they were fortunate in that Western Economic Diversification, they made an application to Western Economic Diversification and did end up with the $300,000+ that they required to take on that whole package. But it was such a complicated process. And when you look at a smaller municipal council, and in many of our smaller communities where these small craft harbors are, you've got small municipal councils who don't have now, North Cowichan does have extensive engineering capacity, but many of them don't have extensive engineering capacity. Many of the First Nations communities don't have that kind of engineering capacity or the environmental capacity. Now, this expansion in Chemainus was extremely complicated, of course, because there was dredging, and it had to happen at certain times of the year in terms of fisheries, and it was an enormous undertaking for a small municipal council. And so this is an example of where that partnership with DFO and the Ministry of Transport is absolutely essential. That financial partnership, that expertise partnership, in order to make sure that those small craft harbors are operating in the most environmentally friendly, responsible, sustainable way. And that's an important role that the federal government can continue to play. Well, Mr. Speaker, I know other members in this House have touched on a couple of these other issues, but I want to raise the issue once again of volunteers. I spoke about the fact that the Harbour Commission at North Cowichan Council was all volunteers, and these men and women put in countless hours. And this issue did come up before the Standing Committee, and they talked about the need to address volunteer
fatigue and the need for additional support with the harbour authorities. And there's a couple of points that I want to raise here, Mr. Speaker. That harbour authorities are typically non-profit, locally controlled organizations which operate and manage harbours. According to DFO, they are an efficient way of offering services, strengthening public investment, and providing opportunities for communities to participate fully in the planning, operation, and maintenance of harbour facilities. And I would agree with all that. They are a way to make sure that the ongoing local operation is connected into the community plans and to the vision that the community has for itself. And in many of our communities that aren't so remote, like Chemainus, like Ladysmith, like Cowichan Bay, these small craft harbors are right in the middle of our town centres. So it's important that the local communities do have some control over those facilities and that they are integrated into the community planning. But the report raised a couple of concerns around what's happening with volunteers. It says for a few years now, these volunteers have experienced frustration due to insufficient budgets to maintain the harbours, increased complexity in harbour management, the difficulty of recruiting new volunteers, and apprehension regarding the responsibility and liability related to management of deteriorating facilities. They go on to say that volunteers are experiencing frustration. They are physically and morally affected by the present situation. They have given a lot to their community, and when they see their fishing harbour deteriorate from year to year for lack of funding, they become discouraged. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know again that the hours that many of these volunteers invest in what is often a love for them. They have a passion for their small craft harbours, either because they're fishermen or they're recreational boaters or they're recreational or sports fishers, they're divers. Whatever their kind of background is, they bring that passion to making sure that their small craft harbour stays viable for their ongoing use and for their children and grandchildren's use. And in my community, we're very fortunate because we aren't facing the same situation as other communities are around deterioration. But I know that the volunteer hours that they put in do wear people out. And so I think we need to look at how we support those volunteers in whether it's infrastructure to help them coordinate their meetings, whether it's making sure that they have opportunities to go, like in British Columbia, the Association of Small Craft Harbours has regular meetings and that volunteers get to go to and participate and learn good ideas and gain support. So I think it's really important that we look for ways to support the volunteer activity that happens in this country around small craft harbours. Mr. Speaker, the last issue I want to turn my attention to is the development of new small craft harbour infrastructure in Nunavut. And again, the Standing Committee's report talks about a significant increase in economic spin-offs in terms of employment and capacity building are expected to emerge from the development of the territory's fish harvesting, processing, and marketing sectors. Without functional harbours, however, this will likely not happen. And they go on to talk about the fact that over a number of years that have been reports that have been generated talking about the importance of harbour infrastructure for small craft for Nunavut. And they are actually looking at the fishing harbour infrastructure in 7 small communities, including Pangrenton. And I had the good fortune to be in Pangrenton last summer looking at a number of factors in Pangrenton, but one of the things that we did do is look at the small craft harbours up there. And of course, in the north, the conditions are substantially different than they are in my part of the country on Vancouver Island. Of course, we don't have to deal with, although we have serious tidal issues, we have good tidal swings in my area. We don't have the kinds of tidal swings that they have in the north, and we certainly don't have to deal with the ice conditions. And so the investment in small craft harbours in the north seems like it needs that attention when we're talking about economic development and opportunities for people in the north to not only maintain their sovereignty but also to expand their livelihood. It would seem like a good investment. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to thank the member from the bloc for bringing this motion forward today. I think it's an important debate that we have in this House when we recognize the importance of these small craft harbours in our community, not only as an economic or recreational link, but often it is the safety link, the link to ferries and to other communities that simply do not have road infrastructure. So I would encourage all members in this House to support this motion, and hopefully the government will follow through and make the kinds of investments that are needed in the small craft harbours in order to keep their viability in our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank the member from Nanaimo Cowichan for her comments. I found them thoughtful, and she raised some important issues, particularly the issue of the economic impact of small craft harbours, and she referred to the study that was done in BC, and that is very important to bear in mind as we consider this topic, that we're not just talking about keeping a particular piece of infrastructure well maintained, but it has a lot of spin-off benefits as well. I do want to draw our attention back to, I think she quoted it as well, the supplementary opinion by the member from Sackville Eastern Shore on behalf of the NDP. I'm just a bit confused by it and hope you can help me understand it more. It says that it's the NDP's position that any divestiture of wharves or small craft harbours must have financial and human resources in place long before the divestiture takes place. And I wonder if you can just give us a bit more what that might mean. But what I think I'm most confused about is it says the federal government should continue to remain a partner after the divestiture to assist with necessary maintenance like dredging or critical repairs to infrastructure. Even before that, it says the federal government must continue to be a partner in supporting small craft harbours and wharves even after the divestiture of a small craft harbour to local harbour authorities. And I guess that's where the confusion comes, because harbour authorities are those bodies that run the harbours that are not divested. They're the ones that they operate on behalf, they manage on behalf of the federal government those core harbours. And when you go through the process of divestiture, you are then the government is basically selling that harbour to somebody, taking it over in most cases, to a community or a non-profit or so on. And so there's a bit of confusion there, but I think this question has been raised before. I mean, if what's divestiture all about? If somebody takes it over, and then the federal government, by this paragraph at least, dredging and maintenance and so on, those are exactly the things that the Small Craft Harbour Program does with the non-divested harbours. So what is divestiture doing if you're making all the same financial commitments that you had before divestiture?
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his question, and although I can't speak on behalf of the member from Sackville Eastern Shore, what I can speak to is my own experience. In my region, of course, as he rightly points out, harbour authorities are non-divested, but we have a harbour commission, which is a divested authority, and so perhaps there was some language around this that is a little different where the member from Sackville Eastern Shore comes from. But certainly when we're talking about divested in our area harbour commissions, I think that one of the challenges that we've faced, and this is where I think the financial resources becomes a factor, is that the ongoing operation and maintenance, the normal operations and maintenance, often the local authorities, the local commissions, can do the fundraising and generate the revenue for. What becomes more problematic is where you have these huge capital projects that it's very difficult for smaller municipalities and nonprofits to actually raise those kinds of funds. So, for example, we had to look at an enormous upgrade to one of the breakwaters in one of our harbours. And the problem with it, of course, was that it was simply beyond the financial capability of the local municipal authority to raise that kind of funding. So, in my view, the kind of partnering that would happen would be that there would be some recognition, and I know there is some infrastructure money, but that often falls in line with a whole bunch of other municipal projects. So there needs to be a specifically allocated pot of capital that small craft harbours that are divested could access for some of those larger capital projects. And in my view, that would make them much more viable. And there could be all the accountability measures that we all recognize are really important around expenditure of government funds in place. But that kind of partnering would actually make these harbours much more viable.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
I'd like to thank my colleague, first of all, for defending the small craft harbors of her region. This is for those Canadians who live in the center parts of the country, middle bits, without access to oceans. There's not a proper understanding of how vital these harbors can be, how vital they can be not just for the recreation and the commercial requirements of the community, but also just for basic safety concerns. And I'd like to get her comments on an incident that happened some months ago on the north coast of British Columbia with the tragic sinking of the Queen of the North, in which a ferry ran aground, sunk quite quickly. The crew were diligent in getting almost everybody, unfortunately not everyone made it off the ship, into life rafts, but we're on a relatively isolated part of the coast. And it was only through the incredible and courageous work and dedication of the folks of the Hartley Bay community that they were able to scramble enough fishing boats, scramble enough people in the dead of night, on a cold night, to get out and save the lives of many travelers who had not the clothing or any of the equipment really necessary to survive a night out on the ocean when it's that cold. Now, the reason I'm asking this particular question and to partly celebrate and honor the people of Hartley Bay and what they were able to do, but also to recognize that the lack of support, and that's noted in this report, and we've heard the Parliamentary Secretary talk about it, just the basic financial and training support in terms of the structure, the infrastructure, but also the emergency services, the training for people to handle situations like this. For places like the Central and North Coast, what does this actually mean? What are the consequences of government not coming up and stepping up to the plate fully in a proper way?
Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Skinobulkley Valley for his very good question. And I think that Hartley Bay is a really good example of how those small craft harbors are so essential and are the lifeblood in many of our communities. And Hartley Bay was a good example, of course, where community members put their own lives at risk to perform a rescue operation for a very what could have been a much larger tragedy. And again, in many of our communities, and I know this is equally true on the East Coast and in the North, that we're often subject to some fairly severe weather conditions. And those small craft harbors often play vital roles in rescue, whether it's on the west coast of Vancouver Island, whether it's in places like Hartley Bay. But those small craft harbors are a vital rescue point. And I did mention earlier about the fact that sometimes the small craft harbors are simply the place where emergency boats can do medical evacuation, as in the case of Cooper Island. But in this case, the Hartley Bay people really need recognition of the fact that they performed a vital service, and the kind of support for those volunteers is critical.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Egmont.
Still on questions and comments?
Still on questions and comments, yes.
Okay. I just want to maybe ask the Speaker to elaborate on the environmental concerns that you touched upon again. I know on the East Coast there's more storm surges than there ever was, and they're much more intense, much more damaging than they ever have been before. And fishermen will tell you that they haven't experienced some of the storm surges previously than they have in this past 5 or 6 years. I know in the year 2000, it was during a federal election campaign, there was one of our worst storm surges occurred in Prince Edward Island on the East Coast, where basically it almost destroyed three of our harbors. And yet we as the federal government have not taken any steps that I could see, either the previous government or this one, on planning for these contingencies, on how to deal with these very damaging events of nature and the effect that they have on our small craft harbors.
There's about 45 seconds left for the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for that very good question. On my end of the country, of course, one of the things that we're looking at, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that we're having to reassess the strength and the viability of some of our breakwaters because of the storm surges that we're seeing, the high winds, the kind of wind and wave damage that's happening, and that's an enormous cost for many of our communities and many of these divested small craft harbors. So that is something that we really do need to look at a mitigation strategy around climate change and the impact it is having on the small craft harbors.
Debate. The honourable member for Egmont.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to inform you that I'm sharing my time with the human dynamo from the member of Parliament from Yukon, and we'll be splitting your time here this morning. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I've served on the Standing Committee of Fisheries and Oceans for a number of years, and I was chair of that committee for a number of years, and I must say it was some of the most interesting times that I've spent in the House of Commons. It was those years that I served on that particular committee. Sometimes it was pretty hot and heavy and heated in that committee because it was during the time of change, during the time when Canadian Coast Guard went from Transport Canada to DFO. And it was the time of the setting up of a lot of the port authorities. So it was a time of change, and people inherently resist change. And it was, as I say, one of the most interesting periods we have had on the Standing Committee of Fisheries and Oceans that we have had for some years. And also very proud of the role that we played at that time in setting up the harbour authorities, port authorities that everybody is talking about here today. I know previous to that, harbour authorities, harbour repair was based more on which side of government the particular MP sat, and determine whether or not his harbour was going to be repaired. I know that in my particular riding of Egmont, which if anybody looks at the map can see the importance of the fishing industry to my riding, and so in the most important, if not the most important industry in the province or in my riding. And the 11 harbours there, which is now with the addition of the Atlantic Island First Nation harbour, the 12 harbours there have received almost no repairs or reconstruction for over 10 years. And the story I like to quote when I speak to fishermen is when the harbour, the chairman of the harbour, the fishermen's group in Howard's Cove, sent a letter to the minister of the day, a copy to me, along with pictures of he and his fellow fishermen standing in the basin of his harbour on a sand dune and saying, can we please get a dredge into this harbour so we can go fishing this spring? So I went to the minister of the day. He's now the Lieutenant Governor of the great province of Newfoundland and Labrador, and showed him the pictures. We had our meeting. He did come up with the dollars to do the dredging. I was given credit for that. And knowing his sense of humor that he still retains to this day, he said, now I owe him a big favor. At that time, he was trying to increase the carapace size of the lobster to get it to leave bigger lobsters in the ocean so they may propagate and grow larger. And so he said, I now had to support him increasing the carapace size of the lobster to 2 feet between the eyes. Now, if anybody who knew John Crosby would know exactly what he was referring to there. So, this is the type of thing, and this is why we, and Brian Tobin was the minister of the day at the time, in 1993, when we had to address the great shortcoming in small craft harbors and the lack of dollars that were allocated and the way they were allocated through the Atlantic provinces and probably through the whole country, whether they're recreational harbors or active working harbors. So we set up the concept, or implemented the concept of fishermen taking control in managing the infrastructure that they used every day. That is, the harbors that they used, and to prioritize what had to be done on the long term. And it was up to us as politicians to furnish the dollars that could address those problems. And it's something there was just astronomical amount of dollars that was required just to bring a lot of the harbors up to scratch. I know in Jude's Point in Tignes Shore, which is the largest small craft harbor in Atlantic Canada, basically the harbor was returning to the earth. It was a very dangerous proposition for the fishermen in Jude's Point to go out through the run at Tignes Run and taking their life in their hands twice a day, going in and coming out with the timbers that were leaning into the run. So there was in Minimigash and Northport, two other very large small craft harbors in the riding, basically hadn't seen any kind of repairs, almost no minimum maintenance for quite some time. So this was happening quite often, and it was the position of Atlantic Caucus in those years that we should set up a different way of doing things. We should give the fishermen more role to play, bigger role to play, a role that would tie them into their workplace more often. Before it was totally government, and basically there was very hostile situation between fishermen and government officials on the condition of the harbor and what to do about it. So even though the federal government still owns those properties, they are managed and run and by local fishermen on their time. I know in some harbors there's difficulty getting enough fishermen to volunteer for those positions, but I think it's like night and day, the difference in the attitude of the fishermen before these harbor authorities were instituted and today. Even though there's always going to be problems and there's always a shortage of dollars, but one thing that is in my riding again, in the past 2 years of this government, it appears that we're going back to the color, whether bureaucrats used to say they were colorblind. Now I think their color is a little more tinged on the blue side. If you look at what was been done in my riding over the past 2 years compared to what was done before on a regular implementation basis, that the only work that was been done in the last 2 years in my riding was work that was already approved before the change in government. Now there's, according to the information I have, there's $5 or $6 million worth of repair required from Tignish, West Point, Skinner's Pond, the Minimigash Harbor, and so on. And it's really difficult for the fishermen in these harbors and these harbor authorities to get any kind of an answer whether or not those repairs will be even begun to be carried out, to see if they're approved. To get together, and there's supposed to be a grading system whereby the large harbors, the A harbors, B harbors, and so on, will be allocated, the budget will be allocated among them. But these harbors I've been talking about are large, small craft harbors that need repair, need continuous repair, need continuous dredging. I know that on the Summerland Strait side and the harbors of Cape Egmont and Egmont Bay, it's almost, you have to have dredging every 3 years, as a matter of course. The sand runs from west to east, and these harbors eventually fill up with sand, and they have to be dredged as part of the minimum maintenance of that harbor. And every year they have to almost beg in order to get a dredge allocated to their area in order for them to go fishing. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know it's always a fight. It's always a battle for members of Parliament to get the government of the day, whether it's Liberal or Conservative, to allocate the proper funding for the program. I know when the minister, the Right Honourable Member from La Salle-Mard, was Minister of Finance, he would make his rounds to all the caucuses, and we were able to convince him to put $100 million into that program. And to give him his due, he implemented that. That fund is now being, or the 5-year period is now passed. The fishermen not only need that program reinstituted, it needs to be upgraded. Because with my question to the previous speaker, the amount of damage done by storm surges, by the environmental conditions of today, really can wreak a lot of damage to the small craft harbors, no matter how much good wharves are constructed there. They need to be protected with rock, with granite. I know after the storm surge of 2000, the damage that was done to Sea Cow Pond and Tignish Harbour and Minimigash, that won't reoccur because of the moves that was made, the repairs made at that time to protect those harbours. That needs to be continued. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Egmont for his comments. Just want to clarify. He referred to the $100 million that his government, the government he was part of, was engaged in. And we recognize that. It was over 5 years, so $20 million a year. I think he may have left the impression that that funding ended, but in actual fact that this government made it permanent, and rather than a program that would sunset, it is now part of the permanent funding of the department, part of the A-base funding. In addition to that, there was some transformational funding that the department that had, and $11 million of that went into small craft harbors as well. So certainly this, this government has done a fair bit when it comes to, beginning the process of addressing the shortfall. And the facts are clear that that the shortfall really started to get worse in the mid-90s when the budget went down to just about $50 million. At one time, it had been up to closer to $150 million, and so some of the infrastructure deficit that we're having to deal with now are because of those policies in the mid-1990s. And I just want to assure the member that the department does carefully apply a priority approach to the funding of all harbor repairs at commercial fishing harbors, and I think he left the impression that somehow his harbors have been left out. Not sure what he was intending to imply, but if they were, it's because they weren't considered priorities at this time, and I'm sure that if they become priorities, then they will be adequately funded.
Egmont.
Well, I'm glad, Mr. Speaker, that the Parliamentary Secretary cleaned up that matter. It's good to see that those dollars, which I was left the impression with, were not incorporated. It still leaves the fact that the program continues to be underfunded. I think any study that the committee has come up with in small craft harbors continuously and unanimously, whether it's on that committee, all parties agree that the program is underfunded, and underfunded dramatically. Now, I know paying off the debt is a good thing. We balanced those budgets because of the cuts in the 90s. We've put some of the surpluses into paying off our long-term debt in this country. But surely we can use some of that to build up the infrastructure of small craft harbors, because the longer we leave the repair of those harbors, the more expensive it will become. When you might as well fix a leak now than fix the whole harbor a little later on. So I think it's incumbent by all members of Parliament to convince this government that the budget for that program has got to be increased, and increased substantially.
Questions and comments. There's enough time for a very brief question or comment from the Honourable Member for Yukon.
I just like the member to comment on the fact that you don't just build a harbor and then it's there forever, that weathering has an effect, and in particular my riding, which is as far as you can possibly be from his riding in the country, climate change is having a dramatic effect. Is it having an effect in his riding?
The Honourable Member for Egmont.
Oh, thank you for that question. I know this climate change is having a dramatic effect. It's increasing the bills. I know in the Minimigash Harbor, the last storm surge cut right through a sand dune and came in on the wharf and lifted up a huge part of the wharf and set it aside. That is the power that we're dealing with here. And to withstand that power, you have to have barriers and walls to withstand the sea. And if we don't do a good job of that, it's going to continue to cause and a great deal of damage, and that damage has got to be repaired, and that repair costs a great deal of money. Why not take preventative measures now, put up those walls now, put up those barriers now, so we won't have to see all these damages in the future. Thank you.
Great. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I start, I just want to comment on a comment a member of the government made in suggesting while this underfunding, the member that just spoke explained the serious underfunding there is for small boat harbors, and suggested while we have a $33 billion Building Canada fund, a new fund, and it gives me an opportunity that many members have already mentioned about the deception that some government members are trying to foist on mayors of Canada, city councils of Canada, the people of Canada, that there's $33 billion new dollars that could be used for small boat harbors or anything like that. First of all, a good proportion of that money was already earmarked under Liberal programs like gas tax, etc. This is just ongoing funding of those programs, much of which there's plans in place for already, gas tax, etc., etc. The part of the money for the Pacific Gateway, etc. All Liberal programs that were in place out of that 30. That leaves only about $7.4 billion. So the first deception is not $33 billion, it's $7.4 billion. And then you say, the member says, well, there's that money could be used for small boat harbors. Well, the $0.4 billion of that $7.4 billion in new money is for Asia Gateway. And I don't think a man's going to go, or a woman, and jump in their little motorboat and go to Asia. So that's probably not going to be used for that. Then there's gateways and borders. Well, I don't really think small boat harbors are going to be funded in most cases because they're a border. Then there's three projects for $1.3 billion, and the gateways was $2.1 billion. That's no word on all what that might be, and no suggestion that it might be small boat harbors. And then direct to funds to the province is $2.3 billion. So that's gone. That's not available. So that leaves $1.3 billion, and that's not over 1 year. That's over 7 years. So if something needs to be done soon, it's not $33 billion, and there's $1.3 billion. And if you consider all the sewage problems, the water problems, the road problems, the recreational problems, I don't think a lot of that will go for small boat harbors. In fact, I'd like to see exactly how many projects this year under the Building Canada Fund have actually gone for small boat harbors. So I don't think that was a very practical suggestion. Now, I'd like to speak, until I run out of time, on this bill from three unique perspectives that I have, three responsibilities I have in Parliament. First is as critic for the North. Second is as co-chair for the very large outdoor caucus of Parliament. And third is chair of Rural Caucus. And so I hope to give some different perspectives on this bill and the support for, on this motion, and support for the report for some of the items contained in it and the needs, as virtually every member of Parliament, and credit to them from all parties, has suggested the importance and the need for more funding for these small boat harbors. You know, as chair of Rural Caucus, I think we all know there's a huge unemployment problem, much more than in urban areas, and it's not necessarily easy when certain traditional, maybe one industry towns, the industry disappears. There's not a lot of options just to create a sustainable community right away. There's not a lot of things you can do. But one of the things, of course, and I'll go into great detail if I don't run out of time, as to the economic benefit to rural communities that small boat harbors have and what type of revenue generation they can have. It's one of those unique, rare instances. So why, when we've found a solution, instead of doing more and more studies as to what we can do and having a hard time finding answers, why wouldn't we just fund that? Also, of course, if you don't do something in the rural areas, then we have this huge migration to the cities, which is not totally healthy for the countryside. To have an empty countryside in Canada, which I could elaborate on at great length, but I probably won't have time on. The small when I was talking about money to the small craft harbors in 2007, 2008, it's $97 million, which is 4.5% lower than last year. So there is room to move, and I think people are all in agreement with that, and so we're all looking anxiously towards the budget. As the critic for the North, I want to focus in on the North for a few minutes, and the benefits this particular bill would have for North, and some of the other related initiatives in the North that our party is standing for. First of all, as some members have mentioned in the report, it suggests building of 7 new small craft harbors in Nunavut, and I am very thankful for the strong leadership of the Liberal Party in announcing last year that we would forthwith build and fund those harbors in Pangerton, Clyde River, Quick as Churchak, Pond Inlet, Chesterfield Inlet, Repulse Bay, and Quarguk. And so these harbors in Nunavut, of course, would be very important, and once again, in an area of extreme high unemployment. And to try and think of opportunities to create employment, as people have been trying for decades, there are limited possibilities, and this, of course, is a very natural one. It's one the people of Nunavut want. The government was involved in the report, and it's certainly an area that we could help and it would be obvious area to support. One of the things these can be used for, of course, is the local fishery, which, of course, can get bigger as the ice is rapidly disappearing due to global warming. But there's already an active fishery of turbot and shrimp and a few other species. And but you can imagine the difficulty for boats, Nunavut fishermen, to dock if there's no harbor in that harsh environment. You know, I was fighting for more quotas for the fisher people of Nunavut because all the quotas in their area don't even go to them. But it's pretty hard to argue if they have no place to put their boats, to store their boats safely between fishing trips. Another high priority for us, and the Liberal leader again has taken great leadership, is to encourage an enhancement, acceleration of the mapping of the North, because if we don't map the seabed in the North, we could lose part of Canada, what could have been part of Canada. Once again, harbors can play a role in making sure that the people doing that mapping have access to the appropriate harbors. The other area is, of course, related, that I'm also proud of the Liberal leader, is that we would ban dumping of garbage and food waste into the Arctic Ocean, which was announced last year that was going to happen. And I also have a private member's bill to that effect. I want to go through now some other reasons, much quicker than I'd want to, because I don't have much time left, but why they're important. First of all, they are community centers. Small boat harbors, as someone mentioned earlier, a social center. You remember way back from before Christopher Columbus, when other activities occur there, like the stages that had the flakes all laid out. On windy days, of course, it's a social place, a gathering place. On the east and west coast, it's a great tourism boon. It keeps Canadians in Canada to enhance our revenue of local businesses, and it's a clean way of getting foreign exchange if Americans or others harbor their boats, their recreational boats in Canada, their sailboats. It's a great way to create business and revenue for Canada. We also have to remember the difference. It's not like for people in inland cities that go to cottages. It's not like that. You can't just leave your boat out in the lake because of the tides. They go up and down. You can't just leave it on the beach or it would be gone in the morning. So you have to have the appropriate structures to handle that. It's also very important on the coast and in the north for safety, as was mentioned earlier as well. I mean, I remember a case where some Yukoners got an award for rescuing someone very, very quickly in a boat, and the people were very close to dying because of hypothermia. And so, if you don't have a harbor with boats, how are people going to get out there to save people? The other areas very helpful for our Aboriginal fisheries, commercial fisheries, over 74,000 fishermen could be affected. Having an active small boating area on the coast helps prevent the drugs coming in, seeing them. Security, illegal immigration is occurring more and more on our coast. Aquaculture, the 101 harbors in BC contribute over $800 million in related economic development. Scuba diving, and as chair of the Outdoor Caucus, a huge bonus to Canada of recreational fishing. The people that fish outnumber those who play golf in Canada and hockey in Canada, people over 15. And so in conclusion, Mr. Minister, there's all sorts of benefits, more than what someone might think on the surface, to having these harbors effective, and I think it's a very important role the federal government can continue to play.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Yukon for his comments, and I appreciate his interest in this issue, and his certainly appreciate his interest and involvement in the Outdoor Caucus. I guess my question is this: like we know that, I mean, I think he's right that everyone, and the member from Egmont said this as well, that we realize that there is a funding shortfall for small craft harbors, and I think we all acknowledge that. And I know members on the other side and are all now, pushing us to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on small craft harbors, and we understand the need for that. But the Liberal Party was, they governed with a majority. After some years, they started having surpluses. In 97, 98, I think, was the first one. In that year, small craft harbors was funded at $56.9 million. But remember, it's about $100 million today. The following year, $56.3 million. The year after that, $62.8 million. It started to go up a little bit in the following, but a number of years of surplus with all of the, the taxation powers that they had, and it never got above just above $90 million or so. And so I'm curious as to why the previous government didn't accept this challenge if it was so obvious that there was an infrastructure deficit, and do something when they had the opportunity to do so.
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that question. I appreciate most of what the Parliamentary Secretary has to add today, but unfortunately he's now participating in that very annoying habit of this government that's really getting Canadians upset, is when people ask them what they're going to do about something, they go into the past and talk about, well, everyone under the sun didn't do this and that and that. And is that really a solution to the people? For instance, last night when we were discussing till midnight the pork and cattle producers of Canada, people who have lost their jobs, they don't know how they're going to feed their families. Their family farm has been there for generations, and they go on and say, well, these people didn't do this, these people didn't do that. So really, that is not a forward-thinking solution answer. So what we're trying to do, he refers to the Liberal Party. As I said earlier, we've committed to the 7 new harbors in Nunavut. It was done last year, and it's a very strong area for us for this particular, the people that are here now. I prefer to look at the future. And in looking at the future, I also hope the government will go back to re-supporting the volunteers again with the money they cut. Because as the Department of Fisheries officials, not us, have said, that the volunteer burnout is very important, and therefore the volunteer initiative, which did not cost Canada very much, was a very important initiative, and I hope we can, everyone in the House will agree to refund that again.
Just have time for one more brief question or comment. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
It connects into the last question from the Parliamentary Secretary, which is about choices and priorities, that when the Liberals were in power, they chose to make a lot of pretenses about the effects of climate change and wishing to spend things. I know my honourable colleague from the North is feeling the effects of it in his constituency, yet little was done. We now have a government that's taken a long time to even believe in the science, and yet still little is done. So when I look through this report, trying to understand how much government is taking into account the effects of rising sea levels, increased storm activity, changing the very nature of the environment around our coastal harbors and our small craft harbors that I see mention of it, but very little direct attention played. I know the honourable member was involved in some of the discussions. Was there any serious input into adapting our coastal harbors to a reality rather than building in things that will cause us great harm and concern later? Or are there plans in the future from his committee or other committees to actually get at this question of adaptation? Because this is a serious and important thing that Canadians are looking to see addressed immediately. Thank you.
There's 30 seconds left for the honourable member for Yukon.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm glad he brought up adaptation because I've been pushing this for at least 3 years now. Very important, and especially in the north, we've got to invest in that. But it's very disappointing that the person that's supposed to be the environment critic doesn't know what many excellent government employees and government did in the last term with the Enter Guide that thousands of people knew about of Canadians applied and got money for that, about the renewable resource investments of millions of dollars, the wind energy investments of millions of dollars, biodiesel, clean carbon, carbon sequestration, all the things that were done by the previous government, and some of them leading the world in cutting greenhouse gases.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of HoC.
Yes.
Le prochain espace.
The next space for a speech is the Conservatives. So if the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's would like to take the floor.
Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise to speak on this concurrence motion for small craft harbors today. Certainly, I think every member in this House recognizes that our present Minister of Fisheries and Oceans has been a great advocate and a great proponent and a great supporter of fisheries infrastructure and the industry across Canada. Certainly, Mr. Speaker, he was faced with some difficult and onerous tasks when he took over as Minister of Fisheries and Oceans from the previous Liberal government. They had cut their A-base funding in 2005 by $20 million. Then, after we formed government, they decided they'd come to committee and try to bring a motion forward that somehow this funding be reinstated. The minister did exactly that. Mr. Speaker, he reinstated the $20 million and added $11 million to that base funding. Certainly, we know, without question, Mr. Speaker, that we have a huge infrastructure deficit with small craft harbors. Our minister has attempted, through good management and prudent fiscal policy, to address that infrastructure deficit. It's ongoing. It will continue to be ongoing. And in the present fiscal climate, I think it would be irresponsible to suddenly find $400 or $500 or $600 million to somehow attempt to fix all the problems that the previous government left us with. However, there is a plan, and I think the plan is what we really need to talk about here. Where, we have wharf infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, on the Atlantic Ocean, on the Pacific Ocean, inland fishery, on the Great Lakes, and in the high Arctic. And this wharf infrastructure, it didn't establish itself overnight, and it's not going to, some of the problems with it aren't going to be fixed overnight. But what I've seen, certainly from our present minister, is the willingness to look at that infrastructure, to try to develop some policies and a procedure and a process that will allow us to continue to invest on an annual basis a reasonable amount of the public purse and public money into fisheries infrastructure. Because as the present minister said, and I've said myself many times, the highway is to farmers what the wharf is to fishermen. Now, we still need, in the fishery, Mr. Speaker, that highway infrastructure to take us from the wharf. But you can't put that boat in the water. You can't haul it back out without some wharf infrastructure. And Mr. Speaker, it's all part of being able to have a viable and realistic and achievable fishery, and especially, Mr. Speaker, the smaller boat fishery under that 64, 65-foot class of boat that the dynamics have changed in. You know, you can look at a number of wharves throughout the riding that I represent of South Shore St. Margaret's. If you went to the East Over Wharf or West Over Wharf or down into to Port Mattoon or Lunenburg County and Riverport, if you go down further, Clark's Harbor, Woods Harbor, and that's only a few, Mr. Speaker. There would be dozens and dozens more. But if you look at the infrastructure on those wharves, they were built for 35-foot boats. They were built for a boat that the majority of them had 18 or 19 feet, maybe even only 14 feet of beam. Today's boats are 44-foot 11 to 50-foot, the same boat class, and they're 23, 24, 25, 26 feet of beam. There's no comparison. One boat today takes the same amount of space that two boats would have taken 25 to 30 years ago, Mr. Speaker. And that has put an added strain, and I'm sure my colleagues opposite recognize this, that has put an added strain on the fishery and on that wharf infrastructure. So we now have boats that are tied up abreast, you know, where we would put perhaps 2 or 4 or even 6 boat abreast in the past. You can get 3 today. And I've got a number of wharves, Woods Harbor being a prime example, where you might have 55 to 65 boats tied up, all fishing out of 1 or 2 smaller wharves. And to get that boat that's tied up against the wharf out when that fisherman wants to leave, and he's got 5 boats tied up alongside of it, that's quite a little job. Mr. Speaker, you know, I think it's important to mention priorities and some of the issues that the other speakers here have mentioned. I believe the earlier speakers have recognized that small craft harbor infrastructure is a priority. I certainly recognize that, and our government recognizes that, and in particular, this minister recognizes that. And, you know, there was, in 2006, Mr. Speaker, I know for a fact there was unanimous support for another such concurrent motion, similar or the same as this motion today. But the value of the financial ask was different. It has increased by about $50 million in this interim report. However, the principle is the same. And, you know, to recognize the value of the harbors and their accessibility for those who use and even the volunteers who run them, very often they're volunteers who run them, is significant. And there's a principle involved here. And this government, Mr. Speaker, supports that principle. We recognize the importance of traditional industries such as the fisheries, as you will find in the most recent speech from the throne. And, you know, I'm not meaning to belabor this issue or this subject, but, you know, we do need to talk about priorities and government's priorities and government's costs. And, you know, this morning the Minister of Fisheries was in committee, and, you know, and he reinstated the fact, because the question, of course, from committee came to the minister, and he reinstated the fact that small craft harbors, wharf infrastructure in coastal Canada continues to be not just a priority for this government, but a priority for this minister. He recognizes the challenge that he faces, and it's not one that we take lightly. You know, if you look at the small craft harbor program and the priority approach, so you have 10 harbors and you have to prioritize them. There's no way to get around this. You have to say which harbor needs assistance on a priority basis, and you also have to balance that with the amount of dollars that some of these harbors bring in. You know, I've got many harbors throughout the South Shore, St. Margaret's riding, that would bring in, there are some wharves that would probably bring in excess of $100 million. There are others that would work hard, frankly, to bring in $5 million. It's different fishery, different locations. But if we look at that small craft harbors program in 2006 and 07, and 2007 and 08, it has received an additional $11 million through the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Transformational Plan. That funding falls to $8 million in 08 and 09 and ongoing. So let's be clear about dollars here, Mr. Speaker, because while the program was scheduled to lose $20 million in sunset funding at the beginning of 07 and 08, Cabinet in December of 06 approved adding this $20 million permanently to the program's budget. A-base funding that I mentioned at the beginning of my speech. This A-base funding, this is important, Mr. Speaker, because the $20 million that the Liberals cut from this program was never guaranteed A-base funding. It was simply funding that was never going to be available again. It was a kind of a one-time only. So, Mr. Speaker, when I rose to my feet, writing names, I know that the member from Grey Owen Sound had wanted an intervention here, and I understand that I should have a bit of time left, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to take just a couple more minutes because we've got just a few more things to say. And I would share my time, Mr. Speaker, with the member from Grey Owen Sound. Mr. Speaker, you know, I always hear when I'm speaking, I always hear static or radio or something running behind me. I assume it's a member who can't wait to have an intervention or doesn't understand the rules of the House. I can only assume that because they tend to continue to talk and to interrupt, and it makes my job more difficult to try to have reasoned debate. And I know, Mr. Speaker, it makes your job more difficult. But they're fairly easy to ignore. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I just want to reiterate the challenge that the minister is facing, the fact that we do have an infrastructure deficit, and we.
Order. I hate to interrupt the honourable member, but if it is his intention to share his time with the member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound, I will have to cut him off at 10 minutes because it is supposed to be 2 slots of 10 minutes each. So. So I'll have to cut you off right there. But we'll move on to the questions and comments portion of your slot. The honourable member for Cardigan, right?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I was just listening to the member from South Shore, St. Margaret's, and it reminds me when I get into politics first, I remember going to the wharf in Savage Harbour, and it would have been about couple of $100,000 would have repaired the wharf. When we get into power, it cost about over $1 million to get the armor rock in order to put the breakwater in place. This is what happens when you don't put the proper funding into small craft harbours. Now, Graham's Pond, I well remember, it was about ready to go into the run. It cost millions of dollars after we got in power in order to put that wharf back in place. I remember, too, as a number of speakers have said here today, that there's been a lot of changes. I remember when the harbour authorities were put in place, I was concerned about that, but again, it gave the fishermen a say in what takes place with their own harbours, and indeed, it has worked well. But the problem we have is the lack of funding. All governments have been lacking in funding to small craft harbours. But this government inherited a massive surplus. This Minister of Fisheries, Mr. Speaker, has indicated before he became Minister, and I believe after he became Minister, that it would take about $400 million to put all the wharves back in shape. Now, I believe the member who has just spoken from South Shore, St. Margaret's, indicated that possibly this funding shouldn't all be put in now. I would wonder why not, because if you put the harbors, put the wharves back in shape, the proper funding in place, it means that you can repair the wharves, help the volunteers that are trying to keep those wharves operating, and make sure.
I'm going to have to stop the honourable member for Cardigan there. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be polite to the member from Cardigan because we sit on committee together, and he does have the best interests of fishermen in Prince Edward Island and at heart, and does understand, I believe, the challenges that his government faced and that our government faces in trying to fix this deficit that we have in wharf infrastructure. Certainly, I think that the key point. And we owe this to the present Minister of Fisheries. Certainly, is the $20 million that was put back permanently into A-base funding, which is $20 million more per year on an ongoing annual basis to help fix this wharf infrastructure deficit that's occurring across the country. And you know, I appreciate the member's intervention. And again, the costs have gone up, and we recognize that. Armour stone is a prime example. The cost of your pilings, the cost of everything, from the early 1990s to 2008, Mr. Speaker, there's been a substantial increase in inflation, the inflation of the value of materials, and that's an ongoing challenge for fishermen and for the department.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a question I've put to the other members that were on this committee, and I'd be curious for this member's view. What plans does the government have in place right now? What money has been allocated to look at the adaptation required for a changing marine environment due to climate change? There's been many studies by many different countries, many of our trading partners, to look at what implications there are for the physical infrastructures, for the physical way we do harbors, for the physical way we seek to upkeep them. And yet, when we look through the government's spending plans, we rarely see any contingency, any insurance policies. And the concern for many is that these harbors will be built in such a way that will not accommodate a climate change future. I'm wondering if he has any details to provide the House.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Speaker, I'm happy to speak to that issue. I think the ongoing challenge of climate change, certainly I think the member would agree, we don't tend to see, I believe, that the climate change effect so much on the wharf infrastructure and a challenge to keep that infrastructure in place. We're not seeing dramatic changes in current and tide. What we're seeing with climate change, Mr. Speaker, is a change in species and in algae and in marine plants, even in the birds that frequent our waters. We're certainly seeing that. Climate change and the way DFO operates when they're building new wharves and when they're assessing the work that they need to do on old ones is they assess the tide, they assess how whether or not the harbor's being cleared, whether it's being infilled with sand. There are a number of issues that they look at, and those are really not due to climate change as much as...
Order. I'll have to cut the honourable member off again. Sorry about that, but we'll move on to the honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to get up and speak to this motion. If there's my colleague here in front of me, Mr. Speaker, if there's anybody other than the Honourable Minister for Oceans and Fisheries from St. John's South who has a keen and distinct and certainly genuine interest in small crafts and harbours and wharfs and what have you, it's the member from South Shores, St. Margaret, and he certainly knows what he's talking about. Now back to the funding history on this, and go to my colleague to my right here, should be to my left, but to my right from the NDP that just mentioned about ongoing funding and what have you. And this problem, Mr. Speaker, started a number of years ago with the former government basically not putting enough up for funding. And you know what? It's one to sometimes think that you're going to save some pennies to save some dollars. In this case here, I'm going to give you some examples here in a minute, Mr. Speaker, that just shows what that kind of planning can do. And I'm going to compare it to driving your car. I mean, I change the oil, as most people do, every 5,000 kilometers in my car. And if I don't change it to 10 or 20, it'll still probably be okay. But I can guarantee you that the life of that car, at some point, I'm going to spend a whole lot of extra money putting a motor in that car much sooner than I would have if you added up the cost of all those oil changes. So going from that and taking it to this issue, I have three wharfs in my riding. Tobermory, right at the tip of the Bruce Peninsula, and also the home of the very first underwater national park in Canada. It's there. We have a harbour there that's in bad shape. It was ignored close to 10 years ago, and the figures are 8 and 10 times now increased cost to fix it. And so here we are. If it had been fixed back at the time, when it was first needed, Mr. Speaker, that we'd have a whole lot more money to spread around other harbours. Also have the Lions Head Harbour halfway down the peninsula in bad need, and in my hometown of Wharton, it's a shame what's happened there with the wharf. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to add funds to this. The minister's efforts here to do that, I think, are paramount. Now, back to my member here, our colleague from South Shores, St. Margaret. Another reason that I wanted to speak to this is, not all of our wharfs are on, our east side and west side. I'm on the Great Lakes there, and we have a pile. And a lot of people might say when they look at the member from Bruce Grey Owen Sound up speaking on this issue, they might say, well, he's got the second largest beef riding in the country. What's he know about wharfs? But I have a lot of them in my riding. Owen Sound, Meaford, Stokes Bay, Howdenvale. I could go on and on. And we can't. This funding is important not just for our ocean ports and harbors, but for ones like mine right across the country. And that's why this funding, Mr. Speaker, is so important. I'll give you a little history of Tobermory and the Great Lakes. There's an old story up there, and probably has some truth into it. But Al Capone of fame or infamy used to be after some of his great heists in order to take some of the heat off from the law. He would come up Lake Michigan on his way. He had a cabin up at Bay Fin near Killarney, but it was very close to Tobermory, and rumor has it that was a frequent stop, whether it be for supplies and what have you. And it gives you an idea too, Mr. Speaker, in today's economic climate, many people today tour pleasure boating is a huge part. Agriculture is number one in my riding, but tourism is a very, very close second. And the visitors that we enjoy to these harbors and wharfs through the course of a summer, it would just stagger you, and the size of the boats that come in there today. And we need to be, when we're inviting these people to come in and come to our country, come to our small harbors and wharfs, spend their money, we need an asset there that's not just safe and does the job, a working site, but it's, I think you have to take a little bit of pride in upkeep and that kind of thing. So Mr. Speaker, I speak very highly of this bill here. I think that it's going to go a long ways towards fixing up some of the harbors that have been neglected for so long. I know the minister's been working to do that, and at this point, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to call it at that, and I'm willing to answer questions if there are any.
Then comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the subject matter is certainly of interest to me. It is an important issue. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, in fact, have come before the Liaison Committee to request funding for a trip for the entire committee to visit small craft harbours on the East Coast. They are doing some work to look into these problems. I wonder if the member could advise the House whether the bill before the House now is in fact going to address the substantive issues and problems that the committee seeks to identify on their trip to the East Coast.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his questions, and I'm going to be honest with the member that I'm not aware of all the issues that he refers to, but if they're related to some of the neglect and what have you that's been going on as far as repairs, I would like to say that they were, but without having further knowledge on that, I can't speak to that.
Questions et commentaires à l'honorable député de Manicouagan.
The honourable member for Manicouagan.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary secretary said that he manages priorities, but if he still has to do this in 2008 because it's been 15 years that the wharves haven't been maintained. A person who has to save to pay their mortgage, but if their roof is leaking and they're not maintaining the house, if the maintenance is not their concern, it's just paying off the mortgage. That's really what the Conservative approach is. With their huge surpluses, they're not maintaining their own equipment. The airports, the harbours, the wharves, that all belongs to the federal government, but they're more interested in paying off the debt. So if Fisheries and Oceans has no money, if there's no money in the coffers to maintain small craft harbours, should we ask the minister responsible for international development assistance, because they're helping poor countries build roads and so on? Should we ask them to give us some funding for our small craft harbours?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not really sure that there was a real question in there, but I noticed the member. Talked about paying down the debt, and that is something that this government does believe in. You know, Mr. Speaker, the NDP has never seen a surplus that they'd love to spend. The Liberals have never had one they didn't spend, and the Bloc will never get a chance to spend one. So, but I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that this government and this minister will put money in the right place to address it. That's what this motion is all about, and I urge them to support it.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Reprise du débat.
There's about 3 or 4 minutes left before this debate comes to an end. So, the honourable member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased today to take part in this debate on small craft harbours, and I'd like to mention the sorry state of these facilities. I represent a riding, the Lower North Shore, which is thousands of kilometres long along the St. Lawrence, the Gulf of St. Lawrence. There are some 75 municipalities and reserves as well, Aboriginal reserves. We're talking about major investment here, $600 million to repair these small craft harbours on the North Shore. The only investment the federal government is currently making is a billboard that says, "Dangerous wharf, stay off." That's what we find in it's a sign in our riding. This is the situation. The infrastructure's in a sorry state. Fishermen and transporters, those who have to use these wharves, they can't use them. in any safe way. And I've spoken many times about this, both under the Liberals and the Conservatives. And we're basically like a developing country when it comes. We help developing countries build and maintain their own infrastructure, but we're not looking after our own. It's not a finance problem, a funding problem. It's bad faith on the government's part. They are not investing in their own equipment. There used to be a program, a divestiture program, but there's no money for that program anymore. The government just wanted to divest itself to local authorities or municipalities, but unfortunately, no one's interested in acquiring this crumbling infrastructure. It's a money hole. In Quebec, if you want to acquire one of these wharves, it has to be by order in council, and unfortunately, there's nobody really interested in doing all you have to do to repair these facilities. And I say this somewhat ironically. We help developing countries build their roads and other infrastructure, but unfortunately, the federal government doesn't look after its own infrastructure. And it's true not only of harbors, but also of airports. There was a deficit at the Baie-Comeau airport, and we managed to fix that problem by getting rid of the firefighters and so on, making all kinds of cuts to eliminate the deficit. But harbors are not protected by barriers, water breaks. There's a dredging problem, and the federal government is not maintaining the infrastructure, the wharves, and it's their responsibility. It's their property. On the North Shore, in the Manicouagan riding, and mainly in the lower North Shore, there's no roads. The only way to get to those villages is by water in the spring and in the summertime. The North Shore, Mr. Speaker, when the federal government built those wharves, it was no coincidence. It's because there was a need for them. People were using the waterways increasingly for transportation. And if the waterways were used more, there'd probably be less heavy transportation on the roads. And that would probably be better for the environment. And we'd be using our infrastructure. It's hard to use the waterways when you don't have the necessary wharves. So it's quite a simple solution. Just use the money to maintain the equipment. It's my duty to interrupt deliberations at this point and put the motion to a vote. Mr. Blais, seconded by Mr. Saint-Cyr, moves that the second report of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, tabled December 12th, Wednesday, December 12th, 2007, be concurred in.
No. On division? On division? Carried on division. The House will now resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings. We are under the rubric motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present this Income Trust Broken Promise petition on behalf of Ms. Janetta Lavery, who remembers the Prime Minister boasting about his apparent commitment to accountability when he said, quote, "The greatest fraud is a promise not kept." The petitioners remind the Prime Minister that he promised never to tax income trusts, but he recklessly broke that promise, Mr. Speaker, by imposing a 31.5% punitive tax which permanently wiped out over $25 billion of the hard-earned retirement savings of over 2 million Canadians, particularly seniors, Mr. Speaker. The petitioners therefore call upon the Conservative minority government to admit that the decision to tax income trusts was based on flawed methodology and incorrect assumptions. Secondly, to apologize to those, particularly the seniors who are...
Order. 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 the honourable member for Mississauga South knows he can't read the text of the petitions, but just to give a brief summary.
There you go.
So well, it sounded like he was reading the terms of the petition. Order. I'll allow the honourable member for Mississauga South a very brief time to sum up the petition, and then we'll move on.
This is the petition, what they're calling for, Mr. Speaker. The first was that it was flawed methodology. The second, that it was that there should be apologized to those who were hurt by it, and finally to repeal the 31.5% tax on income trusts.
Petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present this petition of great importance to millions of Canadians who are both directly and indirectly affected by the manufacturing crisis. In the past 5 years alone, over 250,000 hardworking Canadians have lost their jobs, and layoffs and plant closures have crippled the manufacturing sector. At the same time, these Canadians are struggling. The government is awarding massive public contracts to foreign companies at the expense of our homegrown industries. This practice cannot continue. Canada needs to develop its own manufacturing plants similar to the ones in the United States that protect and give assistance to the vital sector. We must remember that the manufacturing sector is vital to Canada's economy, infrastructure, and industrial stability. I urge my fellow members to stand with me and these petitioners as we develop a strategy to help Canada's manufacturing.
Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have a petition on behalf of the residents in Victoria who are asking that the government declare the SPP null and void because, in their opinion, it violates the peremptory norms of international law related to true security. And, Mr. Speaker, these norms are intended to promote and guarantee human rights, to enable socially equitable and environmentally sound employment, to ensure preservation and protection of the environment, and so on. And they reason that because Canada has signed agreements that commit the country to these objectives, that signing the SPP would run counter to these, and Canada should therefore not now sign agreements and adopt regulations that run counter to these principles.
Honourable member for Skeena-Oakley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a number of petitioners from right across British Columbia, in fact, from ridings from all three of the parties that represent in British Columbia, also expressing great concern over the government's progress on the SPP, the Security and Prosperity Partnership, decrying the more that they know, the more that they fear, and asking the government to, A, bring it to a public attention and public debate in this place, which would be a novel concept for this government, and also to cease and desist any further agreements until such a public discussion has happened. A very reasonable and democratic perspective. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister, to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today, Q172 and Q190. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, questions number Q65 and Q159 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that questions number Q65 and Q159 be made in order for return and that it be tabled immediately? Yes. Agreed and so ordered.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day. Orders du jour.
Government orders. Resuming debate at report stage on Group 1 motions regarding Bill C-29, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, accountability with respect to loans.
Secretary to the Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to respond to the point of order made by the member for Vancouver East concerning the government motion on Afghanistan. That motion was presented to this House a few days ago. I would like to argue that this motion is entirely in order, as the member has taken a narrow reading of the procedural authorities. I will also point out that there are many precedents to support my view. Now, Mr. Speaker, the basic rule concerning the form of motions can be found at page 449 of Marlon Montpetit, where it states, and I quote, "A motion must be drafted in such a way that, should it be adopted by the House," then inside quotes, "it may at once become the resolution or order which it purports to be," end quote. In my view, Mr. Speaker, the motion has been drafted in such a way that, if adopted, it would become a resolution expressing the opinion of the House on Canada's commitment in Afghanistan. I therefore submit, Mr. Speaker, that the motion is in order. Let me now turn to some of the member's specific points. The member referred to citation 565 of the 6th edition of Beauchesne's, which states, and again I quote, Mr. Speaker, "A motion should neither be argumentative nor in the style of a speech, nor contain unnecessary provisions or objectionable words," end of quote. I reject the member's statement that the motion, in her words, is, quote, "more like a speech that is disguised as a motion," end quote. Instead, Mr. Speaker, I argue the motion has been drafted to take the form of a resolution of the House. It simply is not in the style of a speech. I would also point out that it is not clear what Beauchesne's meant by stating that motions should not be argumentative, as Beauchesne's does not cite any references to support this. Since a motion is, by definition, a proposed opinion of the House, there will always be some level of disagreement over the contents of a motion. That is why the House debates motions and divisions are taken, and as there is usually more than one opinion on any given matter before the House. The member also cites page 449 of Marleau and Montpetit, which states, and I quote, "Examples may be found of motions with preambles, but this is considered out of keeping with the usual practice," end of quote. Now, Mr. Speaker, this statement in Marleau and Montpetit is taken from page 317 of the 4th edition of Bourneau. However, Bourneau explains that this is derived from a rule of the Senate. At pages 316 and 317, Bourneau states, and I quote, "By the 27th rule of the Senate, it is provided that no motion prefaced by a preamble is receivable in the Senate, and this rule is always strictly observed in that House," end of quote. To contrast that, Mr. Speaker, I would note that no such rule exists in this House. While Bourneau states that preambles may be, quote, "inconvenient," he also recognizes that there are precedents for preambles, as do Marleau and Montpetit. As Bourneau and Marleau and Montpetit point out, there are precedents for the inclusion of preambles in motions. I will not take up all of the time of the House listing all of the examples of motions with preambles. Instead, Mr. Speaker, I would refer the Speaker to the opposition motion from the member from Toronto Danforth, debated on April 26, 2007, which stated, and I quote, "Whereas all members of this House, whatever their disagreements about the mission in Afghanistan, support the courageous men and women of the Canadian Forces. 2, the government has admitted that the situation in Afghanistan cannot be won militarily. 3, the current counterinsurgency mission is not the right mission for Canada. 4, the government has neither defined what, quote, victory, end quote, would be, nor developed an exit strategy from this counterinsurgency mission. Therefore, this House condemns this government and calls for it to immediately notify NATO of our intention to begin withdrawing Canadian forces now in a safe and secure manner from the counterinsurgency mission in Afghanistan, and calls for Canada to focus its efforts to assist the people of Afghanistan on a diplomatic solution and redouble its commitment to reconstruction and development." Now, Mr. Speaker, this motion by the Leader of the New Democratic Party is exactly on point, but contradicts the point of order presented by the House Leader of the New Democratic Party. And I would also point out, Speaker, that motions do not need the word "whereas" to include a preamble. It is common for many motions to include statements prior to the main point of the motion, using such words such as "given that." Now, Mr. Speaker, the final point that the member makes is that, and I quote, "it contains 2 conditions which are clearly outside of the control of the House, upon which support for the extension of the motion is predicated," end quote. This argument might be relevant if the motion took the form of a House order that had a binding effect, such as changes to the standing orders. However, Speaker, the motion takes the form of a resolution expressing the opinion of the House. In my view, there is nothing irregular about the House expressing its support for government action, where that support is contingent on certain conditions being met. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I believe this is entirely a matter for debate and not a point of order. Members may disagree with the text of the motion. That is why they can propose amendments to the motion. They can also vote against the motion if they so wish. But in the end, Mr. Speaker, the text of the motion is a matter for the House to decide. It should not be set aside on narrow procedural grounds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his comments, and the Chair will certainly keep them under advisement. Est-ce que l'honorable député d'Ashland...
Does the honourable member for Hochelaga wish to rise on the same point? No?
Resuming debate. the yeah, sort of. Wait, please, the honorable.
Resuming debate.
Reviewed, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today, and it's my pleasure to speak on Bill C-29. Mr. Speaker, under the wavering light of this corner of the House, I hope that my comments are clear and constant in suggesting that the bill, as it came through committee, was the proper bill. And what the government's trying to do now is, in fact, ignoring the good democratic conditions and precedents of good committee work. So this bill in review, Mr. Speaker, aims to establish a system of improved accountability. It certainly did that as it came out of committee. And its key elements, Mr. Speaker, include creating a uniform and transparent reporting regime for all loans to political entities, including mandatory disclosure of terms and the identity of all lenders and loan guarantors. That much makes a lot of sense, Mr. Speaker. It also would ensure that total loans, loan guarantees, and contributions by individuals could not exceed the annual contribution limit for individuals established in the Canada Elections Act. It would also allow only financial institutions and political entities the capacity to make loans beyond the annual contribution limit for individuals, and only at commercial or market rates of interest. Tightening the rules for the treatment of unpaid loans to ensure candidates cannot walk away from unpaid loans is also an aim of this bill, again, as it came back from committee. It would ultimately, in its original sense, hold riding associations responsible for unpaid loans taken out by candidates. And, Mr. Speaker, this is one of the cruxes of the problem, and it'll get to the democratic deficit and the lack of participation that we have by good candidates in the electoral process if the government's designs are to be carried through. The bill, Mr. Speaker, by way of history, was first presented to the House during the first session of Parliament, of this Parliament, as Bill C-54 and reintroduced in November of the past year with essentially the same content as C-54. The bill was very seriously examined during meetings of the Standing Committee and on Procedure and House Affairs. The members worked very hard and came to agree upon different elements. There was a great deal, I say in a spirit of nonpartisanship, there was a great deal of unanimity with respect to some of the time limit terms and some of the technical aspects. And it was thought, certainly by opposition members, that there was a good deal of consensus and agreement on a few other outstanding matters that were embodied in amendments to the bill. And of course, I think on this side we thought, well, the bill is a bill as amended and as it comes back from committee, something that we, in the great traditions of the Liberal Party, in the great traditions of democratic reform, and keeping the balance that allows people to participate in the democratic process, could support. Now, at those committee meetings, there were improvements made, not the least of which, as a significant improvement, was now to have unpaid amounts of a loan to be considered contributions after 3 years from the date it was made, the loan was made. The original proposal was 18 months, Mr. Speaker. Now the government House leader and the government on the other side, the leader for undemocratic reform, the minister responsible for undemocratic reform, is presenting motions that will completely disregard the other amendments that were passed at committee. Government Motion 1 deletes the Liberal amendment to allow for annual contributions to a leadership candidate. Under this amendment, for example, Person A would be allowed to donate $1,000 or $1,100, as the case may be, to leadership candidate B in each calendar year until leadership candidate B paid their campaign debt and formally and finally closed their leadership campaign. The government motion number 2 makes it necessary for loans to be repaid annually rather than at the point when the loan becomes due. Now, Mr. Speaker, this effectively prevents candidates from taking extended repayment loans. It acts as a foreclosure, Mr. Speaker, on the normal commercial manner in which loans are undertaken and paid back. It says that the way the market works with respect to loaning a person money to fund a campaign shall not be respected. And it makes no sense to set up an artificial limit on repayment when the market will deal with that issue. After all, the movement is from a loan from a friend to a loan from a commercial lender at a commercial rate. And I don't know if there was enough evidence from the banking community on this, but it would seem to me that the banks are not in the business of giving loans that are high risk. They're not in the business of giving loans to people who can't repay them. So why is it that Parliament shall say to the bankers of this country, no, 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 you don't know how to underwrite risk, and we shall make it shorter in duration for you, and we shall make it different than in the market conditions. It's clearly against the forces of the market, which I thought the party on the other side favored, and it's clearly undemocratic because it will put a chill on candidates presenting themselves for election. Considering the fact, Mr. Speaker, that elections are not something that somebody can plan for. I think we're living that right now, Mr. Speaker, but often in the normal course of events, you can plan when you want to buy a house, buy a car, start a family. And those are events, or put your kids through college, as the case may be. Those are events you can plan for, you can save for, and from time to time you can make loans from commercial lenders at commercial rates for. But it's very difficult for someone who's not in this House right now and wants to stand as a candidate to predict when he or she may have to go and get a loan for a campaign, or, as the case may be, a leadership race. Now, because the election may be called at any time, January, April, October, it is unreasonable for someone to be asked to pay off a loan before the time limit established by the loan contract itself. So we on this side stand for the principles of the market. The free market shall dictate when a loan is given and how it's prepaid. So why is the government interloping and saying to the free market lenders of this country that they know best? Here we see the Conservative government is pushing hard on its perception, and not its reality, of accountability. Now, that Accountability Act, C2, was the bill as presented, and the bill as passed became the Accountability Act, was really the window dressing for this government's new regime and for its patina, if you like, of sincerity. And I say patina because it's a very thin layer that can be pierced very easily, and beneath the patina you can see the substance. And without proper regulations backing up Bill C2, the Accountability Act, it is a very hollow instrument. It has not any of the reality backing up the rhetoric with which it was introduced. So it would be an absolute hindrance, Mr. Speaker, in terms of accountability, for us to say that these government amendments help the democratic process. It would be an absolute hindrance for anyone presenting themselves to have to focus on repaying the loan by the end of the fiscal year if that is not the date that was agreed upon by the lender. Now, moving to government motion number 3, it deletes the Bloc Québécois amendment that removed liability from registered political parties for loans taken by candidates. Now, you can imagine, Mr. Speaker, that we're 308 odd, and I shouldn't say odd, but we are 308 members of this House, not all filled at the time, but all of us have different constituencies, and all of us have been successful in getting here, some by a wide margin and some by a very large margin. Now, if you're contesting a riding that you don't hold, the specter of the political association being responsible for your debt if you were unsuccessful is again very undemocratic, because it would pit the association against the candidate. And in a riding where it's impossible to win, or it doesn't look very likely like winning, you can see very clearly that this bill and this government motion number 3 puts a chill on democratic involvement and is in fact very undemocratic. And you wonder why it's in here. You wonder why the Conservative government which doesn't hold all the seats in this Parliament, in fact, will never hold many of the seats in this Parliament, wants to put a chill on its own candidates in pitting their associations, their Conservative associations, against their candidates. You'll wonder why. And it doesn't do anything to help the participation of new candidates in ridings. So, in short, Mr. Speaker, we are not in support of these amendments that the government has reintroduced at report stage. We think that the committee worked very well in this and that their wishes and their motions should be respected, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
The honourable member for Mamangilile, Kamaraskarivia-Dulu. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to ask a question. I listened to my colleague with great interest, and I'm surprised to hear the government's position, which would reverse an amendment that had been passed at committee. That is, when you contribute to a leadership campaign, it's $1,000 in total for a leadership campaign, and the amendment would allow for a donation during a calendar year, because it seemed to us to be logical that this Liberal amendment, which had been adopted by the committee, would stand. So it's difficult to understand why the government is determined to go back to the initial proposal, and we're even more puzzled about motion 3. I have a great deal of difficulty in understanding how a political party could suggest the non-accountability of someone who wants to go into politics. How could you suggest that a candidate could spend or borrow whatever he wants or she wants, and then the party would be held responsible? The honourable member mentioned it in his speech, and I'd like him to expound on that a little bit, because I believe we should go back to what was passed in committee. That would make more sense.
In Riverview, Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member from Mamangilile, Kamaraskarivia-Dulu, and I'd like to thank the member for his warm welcome this summer to Grosil in Quebec. With respect to these amendments, we respect the work that was done in committee and by the committee. We believe that the committees spend a great deal of time dealing with issues that come before them, and the main issue that brought together the Bloc and the Liberal Party involved number 3, and to us it makes no sense to have the local riding association be responsible for the debt of a candidate. This was something that unified the Bloc and the Liberals. And why would all members not feel the same way, or all parties feel the same way? Because it doesn't make sense to have a riding association have this obligation. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Shalaga. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't need to tell you how delighted I am to take part in the debate on C-29. When you are in Parliament, there's nothing more important than the quality of our democratic life, and for the Quebecers, whom we are here at in the Bloc, because we only have candidates in Quebec, we have the memory of René Lévesque, and René Lévesque serves as an inspiration to all Bloc members, because he contributed a great deal to cleaning up election mores in Quebec. He put an end to the funds, the slush funds, and some honourable members will remember that the campaign in 1976 dealt with that, and the slogan dealt with a clean fund, a clean fund. And you might find it amusing for me to refer to that time in Quebec politics. No one at the National Assembly in Quebec City would like to return to a time when you could have corporations or individuals make contributions or donations that were not registered. And only recently in our federal legislation do we have this idea of setting limits. For some time, at the federal level, we did have an election act, but contributions were not controlled in the same way as they have been or had been under Mr. Chrétien. And we have to understand in a nonpartisan way that this was a very interesting democratic move. And we might wonder why, in a democracy, we have to be aware of the rules of the game and we have to limit contributions to $1,100 by an individual to a political party. Well, we have to do this because we wouldn't agree to have a democracy as they have to a certain extent in the United States, where members would represent certain lobby groups.
So, Mr. Speaker, I can think in terms of an American senator who said, well, when they are elected in the States, it requires millions and millions of dollars to get to that point. Therefore, they become the spokespersons for specific lobbies. The beauty of our system, our electoral system, which is obviously not perfect, which could be perfected, is this. I am the son of a worker. I have no personal fortune, but I got elected by spending $25,000 last time. My contributions came from people. So you can get elected here without any strings attached. No debts to be repaid to lobbies. Of course, we can hear representations, but we are in a system where we are exempted from any type of negative influence from lobbies. We are here in the House. When we debate something here, we look at a matter, we do it on the face value of the matter itself without any type of concern. We are answerable only to our electorate. This is an example, of course, of integrity, and that should be scrupulously respected. This is why the Bloc Québécois has asked the present Prime Minister several times to disclose the sources of his funding, all the sources of his funding for the leadership campaign that he ran in 2002 for the leadership of the Alliance. We felt that this was terribly important in a democratic society. The need for transparency, as was set out in the Gomery report, that need for transparency, the need for accountability should be demonstrated, exemplified by the Prime Minister himself with respect to his leadership race. The Bloc goes even further than that. Not only with Jean Chrétien's bill, then we had C2. Well, I might parenthetically say with respect to C2, we have been very disappointed. We would have expected the Access to Information Act to have been better defined, particularly when you think in terms of modernizing that legislation. As some of our colleagues know, some of our fellow citizens know, the government is in actual fact restricting the dissemination of information. So we would like to have a modernized act. The Liberals didn't do it, though. The Conservatives haven't yet done it. We hope in their attempt to do so that they do so quickly. Now, with respect to that modernization of the Access to Information Act, we have Bill C2, There are mechanisms for transparency that at the time the Bloc put forward with respect to denunciation in the public service, that is to say whistleblowers, with respect to budget monitoring, budget control, accountability to Parliament, steps in the right direction in our view. What's more, since that time, we've been asking for a certain practice to be brought to an end. It is one that can be controversial and equivocal with respect to transparencies. It is this: the leaders of parties, but not only the leaders of the parties, all those people who seek election, the possibility that they may well have access in some way to funds by other funds, extra funds, by accepting personal loans. Today we are seeking to limit the personal loans that can be sought. We want to limit to $1,100, a little bit like a personal contribution. We want to have a mandatory register for those loans, and we want to have reports, if I understand, after 18 months, if that personal loan, which was made by somebody seeking election and was elected, has not been paid back after 18 months, then there is a new mechanism that will be triggered and it becomes the responsibility of the party. You are looking at the funding here from corporations, unions, and so on. But in Quebec, we have only accepted contributions from individuals, therefore limiting the possibility of influence peddling to $1,100 per person. The funding, as proposed, is something that should be changed. This, with respect to transparency, is praiseworthy. This is praiseworthy in the sense that it would lead to elected members having excessive debt, but that reform was not really viable without public funding. You know, Mr. Speaker, democracy has a price. There are people who commit to public life, and here we can speak about this whole issue of conciliation between work and family interests. I'm sure there are many colleagues here who would be interested in this. We would like to see women come into the public arena, but we know that very often women have extra responsibilities at home. We have to be sure that the true equality of opportunity exists between men and women by ensuring that in the funding of parties there is a type of a limit that is set and a review by the state. That would be a good start. We are constantly looking to improve the system. We are constantly looking to improve legislation. I believe that this bill does move in that direction. When you take a look at the comradeship that seems to characterize our work over the past few days, could you not ask the House for consent for me to extend by 10 minutes my speaking time? Would the honourable member? The honourable member is asking for unanimous consent to continue.
For Ashlega to continue his speech for another 10 minutes? No, there's no consent. Questions? I
don't know, but I heard a no. Inaudible.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Nipissing, Timiskaming.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened with attention to my honourable colleague's speech. He set out his thought, but there's one thing that concerns me particularly, that is the accessibility of candidates. I wonder if that bill, he mentioned women, minorities, and people who would be part of a political party that didn't have a lot of money. I might say that this is not really an argument that opens doors to other people or to many other people. I think this is an argument that says there are parties with a lot of money and they want to close the door to the other parties. Could I have his comments with respect to what I've just said? The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. The Honourable Member is quite right in saying that we have to be concerned that there are some people who might be disadvantaged with respect to their ability to participate in public life. That should be corrected. They should be afforded the opportunity. One of the best ways of doing that is with public funding for political parties. We know that the Honourable Member knows that it's $1.75 per head. So all recognized parties, or recognized parties, would receive that amount on the basis of the members that they return to the House. But you also have people who want to run for different parties. It might help those people who find themselves discouraged from running because of this issue of money, running for other parties. Secondly, there are roles that are assumed by women that far more so than by men, and we have to be sure that we can offer equal opportunity to anyone who seeks elected office. They should not be discouraged from so doing if they are women with extra responsibilities. But you have to have a convention that might be off-putting, and women may sense that adversity that exists in a political life that might discourage them. Perhaps if we had a more harmonious relationship here in politics, it would be better for them. That's what we aim to do in the Bloc. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I congratulate my colleague from Hochelaga on his speech. I know that we are debating here at report stage. We should hear amendments. There were amendments that were submitted in committee, some which were very exceptional. The government's trying to bring us to a position that predates what exists now. Is that the case, would the Honourable Member say, or is the government trying to make each party responsible with respect to the choice of their candidates? That gives me some cause for consternation. I find it hard to understand. Isn't this moving away from... Isn't this really taking the responsibility from the individual candidate and putting it at the expense of the party? I don't know if the Honourable Member for Hochelaga would think that that amendment should be defeated, and perhaps the Bloc's proposal in committee should be retained. I thank the member for his question. The Honourable Member is concerned about an issue, and that is a reason for cause for concern, particularly with respect to contractual law. When you take a loan, for example, it comes under contractual law, and then to have that moved to the party at a certain point, that is something that is of concern. The Honourable Member is quite right that we should come back to the amendment that was moved by the committee, by the Bloc in committee, an amendment that was supported by other political parties in this House. Resuming debate.
No, resuming debate. Sorry, resuming debate. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lillette, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
Resuming debate? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on this bill at report stage. I'd like to have a decision, first of all, with respect to the people who are listening. Well, maybe I could explain to them what report stage means. First of all, there's a debate at second reading, and then a bill is moved into committee for consideration to be improved very often and to be amended. It then comes back to the House with the amendments that have been made in committee by the political parties at the committee. The government then looks at those amendments. The House studies those amendments. First, but often the study can be retrograde. First of all, there was an amendment that deals with the maximum contribution with respect to a leadership bid would be $10,000. We added to that during the calendar year because all the legislation is based on the fact that when contributions are made, they are always calculated in terms of the calendar year. The government seems to be coming back to the old formula of the legislation, and that would, as far as I'm concerned, negatively affect the committee's amendment. We would want to have an amendment that is more acceptable to us. Secondly, the government has the second amendment, which says, which deals that a contribution, once it has a contribution that is outstanding, that is a loan that has been outstanding for over 3 years, it would be moved over to the party as a responsibility. That can be acceptable in terms of what is done with respect to the designation. And 3 years after the leadership bid, at the end of the fiscal year during which the loan was made, in the case of a registered party and registered association, is deemed to be a contribution of the 3 years is extremely important as far as we are concerned. It corresponds more to reality. The third proposal that the government is dealing with here with respect to what already exists in the legislation is that the government is proposing to replace the blocks amendment that was accepted in a previous session. That is that the government that the party would become liable for the unpaid amount of the association or party had guaranteed the loan. So it's the issue of designation here, and during the election campaign, before or after the campaign, if the person takes out a loan as a candidate on a personal basis without advising the party, the government says that the party would be responsible for that loan. I think that this reflects a lack of responsibility and accountability here. The position that I would take would be one that would be beneficial for both the party and the candidate. If you have a responsible candidate, no problem, I'm going to borrow it, but it will be okay, I'll be able to pay it back. But otherwise, it could be very dangerous for the political parties where they might have difficulty since they would have to assume these debts. We believe that with this motion, with respect to this motion, we should have it replaced by the blocks amendment that was drafted in a more realistic spirit of cooperation to allow, at the end of the day, for a greater sense of responsibility on the part of the candidate. You know, if they're going to be a candidate and they feel that they won't have the choice of repaying or not. During each of the elections where I have run, we've had to assess the financial situation, take a look at what was available. I'm not talking about just about the... Oh, you're telling me, Mr. Speaker, that my time has run out. I thank you. I'm sure that my arguments have been heeded. The honourable member will have 5 minutes after question period to finish his speech. Now I have the honour to inform the House that a communication has been received, the text of which is the following from the Secretary of the Governor-General, and I read, Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to advise you that the Right Honourable Michel Jean, Governor-General of Canada, has given royal assent in writing to the bills that have been appended to this message at 9:41 this day. February the 14th, 2008, signed Sheila Marie Cook. The following bills are an act to implement the land claims of the Inuit lands and an act to amend acts in consequence thereof. That is C11. An act to amend the Immigration Act and the Protection of Refugees, certificates and special advocate, and another act in consequence thereof, Bill C3. An act creating Blood Donors Week, Bill S201.
Which is as follows, from the Secretary to the Governor General and Herald Chancellor. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that the Right Honourable Michel Jean, Governor General of Canada, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bills listed in the schedule to this letter on the 14th day of February 2008 at 9:41 a.m. Yours sincerely, Sheila Marie Cook. Bills assented to. An act to give effect to the Nunavik Inuit Land Claims Agreement and to make a consequential amendment to another act, Bill C-11. An act to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, Certificate and Special Advocate, and to make a consequential amendment to another act, Bill C-3. An act respecting a National Blood Donor Week, Bill S-220. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The Honourable Member for Edmonton St. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a Fellow of the Certified General Accountants Association, I rise to recognize the Association's centennial anniversary. In 1908, John Leslie, the Assistant Controller of the Canadian Pacific Railway, and two fellow accountants, E.B. Manning and F.A. Cousins, formed the Canadian Accountants Association. 5 years later, on June 6, 1913, the association was federally incorporated as a General Accountants Association. Today, now known as the Certified General Accountants Association, it is the fastest-growing accounting designation in Canada and has representation in over 80 countries around the world. During its 100 years, the association has developed knowledge and professionalism for the accounting industry. By its work, it has created value for the private sector and credibility for the accounting and auditing profession. Mr. Speaker, when there's money to count and taxes to pay, there will always be a need for a certified general accountant. And by virtue of this House, we all know there will always be taxes to pay.
The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to an extraordinary resident of Halifax West. Last Sunday, Halifax Regional Councillor Gary Martin passed away after a lengthy battle with cancer. He will be remembered as a loving father, a dedicated police officer, and an impassioned public servant. Gary has been described by friends and colleagues as a fierce advocate for the people he so proudly served. He'll be remembered as a true champion of Bedford, where he lived his entire life. On behalf of the people of Halifax West and all members of this House, I wish to express our heartfelt sympathy to his wife, Darlene, and his 3 daughters, and I'm sure all colleagues will join me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, Certified General Accountants, or CGAs, are celebrating their 100th anniversary this year. For 100 years, CGAs, and I myself have been a member for 32 years, have shared the same goal, protecting the public through high standards for training and practicing as general accountants. For over 100 years, CGAs have built a solid reputation for excellence nationwide. The recent passage in Quebec's National Assembly of Bill 46, granting CGAs full rights to practice, is very important because from now on, more companies and individuals will be able to use CGAs and their professional services all across Quebec. I'd like to encourage my fellow CGAs to join in the 100th anniversary festivities and help identify 100 outstanding CGAs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, the proposed sale of McDonnell Detweiler MDA to the Americans' armaments giant ATK undermines Canadian sovereignty and must be stopped. The sale of MDA is an unacceptable transfer of publicly funded technology to a private U.S. military contractor. Canadians invested over $400 million in RadarSat-2 with the promise of priority access to the satellite in cases of emergency, such as oil spills and suspect vessels entering Canada's north. Control of Radarsat-2 by ATK is against our national security interests. Ottawa's access to the images produced by the satellite could be lost. Worse still, Radarsat-2 could be used to develop space-based weapons and missile guidance systems for the U.S. military. This government must defend Canadian sovereignty and immediately halt the sale of Radarsat-2's licensing authority to Alliant Tech Systems. It is vital for Radarsat-2 to remain under Canadian control and to be used only for peaceful purposes.
For Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, over the past 2 years, I have had the incredible privilege and honour of serving the constituents of Kitchener-Conestoga here in the Parliament of Canada. While the list of those who have influenced my life and encouraged me along the journey is a long one, there is one person to whom I am most indebted and who deserves great thanks on this very special day. Betty, from our university days to the establishment of our home and a private dental practice, your support has always been there, 100%. Your love and care for our 3 children and your personal involvement in their lives has been priceless. I thank you. Our children thank you, and our 7 grandchildren thank you. Our most recent years have been filled with huge transitions and challenges, but again, you have given me your support at every turn, and together we have the honor of serving the great people of Kitchener-Conestoga. Betty, I will never be able to thank you adequately for your faithful commitment over the past 36 years, but today I want you to know how deeply you are loved. I am grateful that God has blessed my life with you as my best friend and my wife. You have made Canada a better country and have enriched my life in incredible ways. Happy Valentine's Day!
Order. The Honourable Member for Nipissing-Temiskaming.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to voice my concern over the Conservative government's apparent lack of commitment towards our elite Canadian athletes. With the Beijing Olympics fast approaching, as well as the Vancouver Winter Games in 2010, I believe that the government owes it to our athletes to show them much greater support. This Conservative government has yet to renew the Road to Excellence program, a Liberal initiative designed to prepare and support our athletes for competition on the international stage. Several Canadian athletes, including Mr. Steve Omichel, a world champion freestyle skier who lives in my riding, have made very clear to me the financial adversities that now face as a direct result of current lack of federal funding. Mr. Speaker, the negligence towards our Canadian athletes must end. I am calling on the Conservative government to include the Road to Excellence program in their upcoming budget and demonstrate the same commitment to our Canadian athletes as these athletes demonstrate to our country.
Honourable Member for Wild Rose.
Congratulations to the Ontario police agencies and officers for their outstanding work that resulted in the arrest on February 12th of more than 20 people and 73 criminal charges being laid in the largest coordinated child pornography investigation in the history of Ontario. That's the good news. The bad news is that this is just the tip of the iceberg. Although our law enforcement agencies are working hard to protect young Canadians, they need more tools. One of those tools is the Tackling Violent Crime Act. Mr. Speaker, I just don't understand why the Senate, who are most likely grandparents, is holding up this bill, which contains the legislation that would make it so much easier for our law enforcement agencies to fight child exploitation. Our children rely on us to protect them. This House has done their job. It's now time for the Senate to do their part. Pass Bill C-2 immediately for the sake of our kids. Once again, congratulations to the police. This government and this Prime Minister will do its part to get the job done.
The Honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Mr. Speaker, February 22nd is World Scout Day, and February 17th to 23rd is Quebec's Scouts and Guides Week. Scouting is both a program and a way of life that enriches the lives of thousands of children and young people aged 15 to 26. And the program seeks to develop the whole person, physically, intellectually, emotionally, socially, and spiritually. The leaders who contribute to the education of youth are committed adults who develop in young people, through activities in harmony with nature, leadership, independence, self-confidence, respect, the spirit of cooperation, and protection of the environment. My colleagues in the Bloc Québécois join me in saluting all the young Scouts and Guides, as well as their leaders, for their community involvement. Have a great week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal sponsorship scandal continues to haunt Canadians, and it is clear that the Liberals still haven't learned their lesson. Canadians' taxpayers are still missing over $40 million as a result of the sponsorship scandal, and the Liberal Party and their advertising friends are still not coming clean on their involvement with the scandal or where the money is. Even federal court judges do not believe senior Liberals when they claim that they didn't know anything. In today's Ottawa Citizen, Justice Max Teitelbaum made it very clear that he did not agree with former Liberal Chief of Staff Jean Peltier's claim that he did not provide any direction on to Chuck Guite, telling him, "I have no problem with what I have heard." Canadians agree with the judge, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, they want to know when will the Liberal Party stop misleading Canadians and tell us which Liberals benefit from the missing $40 million.
The honourable member for St. John.
Monsieur le Président. Mr. Speaker, next weekend, the residents of St. John, New Brunswick, an officially bilingual city in the only officially bilingual province, will be gathering to celebrate Harbour Station's annual Francophone Day. The purpose of this event is to discover and appreciate the thousands of St. John Francophones and to cheer on our very own Sea Dogs, who will be taking on the Acadie Bathurst Titans. I invite the entire city of St. John to join with me and secondary students from Champlain School in the festivities and celebrate the Francophone community, which is an integral part of our city's wealth. Thank you.
The
Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I wasn't surprised to hear that the member for Repentigny held a press conference outside the House of Commons. After all, he recently said no one in the House listens to him. And seniors have every reason not to listen to him because our Conservative government is acting in their interests. We've raised the maximum benefit under the Guaranteed Income Supplement. Thanks to our government, almost $900 million will be redistributed to seniors over the next 2 years. With these two examples alone, our government has done more for seniors in 2 years than the Bloc in 17 years in Ottawa. As André Boisclair put it, it's fun delivering a bunch of zingers when you don't have the accountability that comes with power. You can say whatever you like. Isn't it time to punish the Bloc for its powerlessness in Ottawa? Because with the Conservatives, the Quebec is gaining strength.
James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a beautiful biblical phrase that says, "Out of the mouths you have perfected praise." It reminds us all too often that children can see with a clarity what the spinmeisters and the politicians don't. I would like to thank the children from J.R. Nakaji School in Attawapiskat, St. Patrick's School in Cobalt, the children of Iroquois Falls Public School who are fighting for a simple truth, that all children, regardless of their race, have a right to proper education. They have launched a campaign to shame this government into living up to its commitment to build a school in Attawapiskat. What a disgrace for the Indian Affairs Minister to break up a deal that was 8 years in the works. And you know what? He doesn't even have the decency to speak with the community and tell them why he thinks their children do not deserve proper schooling. But the children know better. They're writing letters, they're posting blogs, they're putting on plays to shame him and his government into doing what is right and just.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it seems every day now the Prime Minister is introducing a new confidence motion. In his party's campaign promises made just 2 years ago, he promised that only the budget and the speech on the throne would be confidence votes. This, Mr. Speaker, like most other promises he made, was broken. This government continues to promise one thing and do the opposite. In fact, Mr. Speaker, a quick review I have found that the government has not kept at least 55 of their promises to Canadians. Other examples include their promise to establish a public appointments commission to curb political appointments, their promise to honour the Atlantic Accord, their promise to not tax income trusts, their promise to put 2,500 police officers on the streets, their promise of patient wait time guarantees, their promise to create 125,000 childcare spaces, and the list goes on and on and on. Mr. Speaker, I may be old-fashioned in my thinking, but keeping your word is part of a person's honour. And as I've just shown,
The only issue of happens in this town right now is that this government has no honour.
The Honourable Député de...
The Honourable Member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Mr. Speaker, yesterday on the Hill, a reception was held to honour the Canadian scientists for their contribution to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, winner of the 2007 Nobel Peace Prize, along with Al Gore, for their contribution to the understanding and sharing of information on global warming. The Conservative Party refused to pay tribute to these scientists. Instead, they'd rather snub them. The Prime Minister and the Environment Minister were conspicuously absent. All other parties honored these scientists who received nothing less than the Nobel Prize. The Conservative government is maintaining its policy of inaction when it comes to the environment. This is an ideological policy that has been shown here by their refusal to honor these scientists. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Vancouver Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadian Olympic athletes are in Ottawa today to plead with this government to implement the $30 million Road to Excellence Fund so they can train for the Beijing Summer Olympics. Road to Excellence is modelled on the $60 million Own the Podium Fund started by the Liberal government in 2004. This program resulted in an unprecedented number of Canadian medals at the Turin Olympics. Today, Canada ranks second in the world in winter sports. Funding for summer and Paralympic Games is pathetic. I've been inundated with letters from Olympians and prominent members of the Canadian sports community anxious about the Road to Excellence funding. For over 2 years, Mr. Speaker, summer athletes have been asking for this fund, hopefully. Now, with only a few months to Beijing, they are desperate. Once again, the Conservative government doesn't get it. To win a medal, you need to be able to train. To be able to train, you need money.
Honourable Member for Peterborough.
Yesterday, the Liberal leader admitted that his party had made a serious mistake by inviting corporations and lobbyists to illegally bid as high as they wanted a party fundraiser held here in Ottawa last night. Well, I have to agree with the member for Ottawa Venue who stated, and I quote, "If anybody's going to pay $50,000 to have lunch with my colleagues, they ought to have their head examined." This attempted illegal fundraising event clearly demonstrates the Liberal Party has not and will never change. Mr. Speaker, the culture of entitlement is alive and well in Liberal ranks. While the Federal Accountability Act clearly banned corporate donations, Liberals are once again showing their truest value is it's only wrong if you get caught. Mr. Speaker, this bid as high as you want event followed a Halloween spectacular in Mississauga with illegal corporate sponsorships. Who knows how many other illegal Liberal fundraisers there has been? It all demonstrates one thing for Canadians. You'd have to be sky high to think you can ever trust them to obey any law that restricts corporate donations.
Order. Oral questions. Questions orales. L'Honourable.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has said he's coming to the Liberal position about the future of our mission in Afghanistan. But for 2 days, he has refused to answer clear questions about what that means. And yesterday he said, and I quote, "We are both seeking an end to the mission around 2011. Can he drop the word around? Can the Prime Minister confirm that the February 2011 is a firm end date for the mission in Kandahar?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's already been clear what we've already said in the speech from the throne and again in our own motion, our desire to see the mission end in 2011. The Liberal Party has made similar proposals. I've said we'll take a careful look at those to do our best to try and find common ground. After all, Mr. Speaker, Liberal and Conservative governments have sent our men and women in uniform into a dangerous situation in Afghanistan. When they're there, they obviously have to work together, and I think they expect us to try and work together here.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, but we need clear answers to clear questions. Let's try that again. The Liberal position is that after February 2009, the mission will change. It won't be more of the same. The mission must move from an offensive mission to a security mission, a reconstruction mission, and a training mission. Will the Prime Minister agree that the offensive mission in Kandahar will end in February 2009? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition clearly stated that he wants to continue the mission in Afghanistan after 2009 to 2011, and he also said that it's the responsibility of the military leaders to give the orders on the ground. It isn't the role of politicians to dictate their operations, and I agree with that, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. But does he agree that it is the role of politicians to establish clearly what the mission is? That's what we're talking about. And let's talk about another principle that the Prime Minister has recognized, something that we've been defending for at least a year, if not longer, and that is the principle of rotation. The Prime Minister spoke about rotation, and I'd like to know whether he mentions this in the telephone calls that he's finally making to NATO to ask for additional troops to replace us in our offensive mission so that we can concentrate on security, reconstruction, and training. Does the Prime Minister send that clear message to NATO if he isn't sending a clear message here in the House? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I remind the Leader of the Opposition that in the speech from the throne, the government indicated its wish to put an end to the mission in 2011 and also to have a transition from the current role to a training mission for Canada's armed forces. These are recommendations that we find in the Manley report, and we hope we can work together so as to have a true consensus, a true position that will be adopted here in the House to serve our men and women in uniform in Afghanistan. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Speaker, the Prime Minister is not giving a clear answer to a clear question. He has to understand the rationale for a clear deadline is to set clear targets for our Afghan allies. Unless those clear targets are set, we could be there forever. Does he understand that point? The point here is to make sure that the Afghan allies meet their obligations, otherwise we're there forever. Does he understand that?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party has put the situation very well. We need to establish clear targets, as he knows and is documented in the Manley report. We already are training the Afghan Army, making some progress. We need to set clear timelines for that so that we do successfully over the next couple of years transition this security operation to the principal responsibility of the Afghans themselves.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, without a set or fixed deadline, it won't be possible. Yesterday, when I asked when the military mission would end, the Prime Minister said around 2011. Now, around 2011 isn't a clear, decisive answer, and this is the moment of decision. The Liberal Party is against renewing the mission beyond 2011 for strategic reasons. What is the government's position? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this government has indicated its wish to put an end to the mission in 2011. We said that in the speech from the throne and also in our motion that was tabled here in the House of Commons. And Mr. Speaker, I realize that the Liberal Party has said something that is somewhat different, but more or less the same. And of course, we are seeking common ground because Liberals and Conservatives sent our troops to Afghanistan to work together, and we must work together here. The Honourable Member.
L'Honourable Député de Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Transport answered that there was no political interference in the appointment of the Port of Montreal director, but the person responsible for appointments at the Minister's office, along with Mr. Soudas, the Prime Minister's press attaché, met with the Port Authority in order to express their preference for Mr. Robert Abdallah. When an important member of his staff, along with important members of the staff of his political lieutenant in Quebec, expresses a preference for a particular candidate, would the Prime Minister not say that this is political interference? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I understand that all governments have expressed their preferences in various decisions, and it is a decision of the Port Authority and their Board of Directors. They made that decision, and the government accepts it and supports the decision. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, interference is to interfere with boards of directors, and it isn't a matter of whether or not you succeed. It isn't because that you don't manage the break and enter that you haven't tried, and it isn't a crime. When you meet with members of a board to say this is our preference, perhaps they aren't as successful as the Liberals were, but is it not still as much interference as was the case with the Liberals? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the decision was made by the Port Authority in Montreal and not by the Government of Canada. The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Mr. Speaker, an analysis of recent purchasing shows the Treasury Board, Privy Council, and Finance and Public Works award a disproportionate amount of contracts that, curiously, are just under the $25,000 limit, after which a tender is required. How can the President of the Treasury Board explain that, even worse, Treasury Board awarded on at least 5 occasions to a sole source or a sole supplier 2 contracts of the same value for the same work on the same day? Is this a strategy? The Honourable President of Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, the contracts mentioned in the media were routine contracts administered by departmental officials with no input or direction from the minister or political staff. All of the Treasury Board's secretariat contracting is done within Treasury Board guidelines. No rules have been broken at any time, and no one is even claiming that any rules were broken. The work was awarded to provide qualified providers who performed on time and on budget.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. The Conservative spokesman for Ethics said that his party is reserving all possibilities to use the same strategy that was denounced by Elections Canada and that allowed the Conservative Party in 2006 to spend $1.2 million, and this was against the law. The refusal to commit not to cheat once again during the next election campaign should be proof that this culture continues within the Conservative Party and the Conservative government. The Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, all of our practices for election funding are correct and follow the law, but this is different with the Parti Québécois. I remember Justice Monsin, who found that the Parti Québécois had acted illegally with full knowledge, and there was funding through Groupe Action because of a well-organized, disguised campaign for future favors.
Mr. Speaker, sadly, over 5,000 Canadian families will lose a loved one this year due to breast cancer, while 22,000 more women are going to become diagnosed. Now, we as a country have got to do everything we can and use all the tools at our disposal to make cancer history. But this government is weakening women's capacity to fight back by callous cuts to the Canadian Breast Cancer Network, cuts that were started by the previous government. Can the Prime Minister explain how starving the Breast Cancer Network of desperately needed funding is going to assist women and their families to fight breast cancer?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm told we are not terminating any such funding. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, this government has introduced a national cancer strategy led by the Minister of Health in collaboration with partners around the country. This is a very serious problem that touches virtually every Canadian family, and this government wants to work with our provinces and with providers to make sure we do everything to minimize the occurrence of this tragic disease in the future.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Unfortunately, the government can't be trusted on this, and let me tell you why. During the past campaign, the Conservative Party told the Canadian Breast Cancer Network that if it formed government, it would, and I'm quoting now, ensure that the network is able to continue helping Canadian families meet the challenges of breast cancer with grace and dignity. But instead, the government is cutting their funding. Their offices are faced with having to close. These are the kinds of networks that can help women to fight back. So can the Prime Minister explain to the hundreds of thousands of women battling breast cancer why he comes up with corporate tax cuts? But
the Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you realize that nothing could be further from the truth. Indeed, the Canadian Breast Cancer Network did approach us because they had concerns about the funding arrangement that had been agreed to with the previous Liberal government in 2004, Mr. Speaker. But we on this side of the House have committed to continue to fund that breast cancer network. And as the Prime Minister indicated, we have created a world-leading approach to fighting cancer with the provinces and territories, with oncologists, with cancer survivors. That is our commitment to fight cancer across this country.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, this finance minister is a walking ATM, dispensing cash to his political friends. His untendered contract for $122,000 is just the tip of the iceberg. The finance minister has also handed out over 100 contracts to other cronies at just under $25,000, also to dodge the tendering rules. Why is the finance minister using taxpayers' dollars to pay off IOUs from his failed leadership bid in Ontario?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
The member opposite, Mr. Speaker, refers to me as a walking ATM. I'm at best a fire hydrant, I would think. I'd like to be. Someday I look forward to growing into an ATM. Mr. Speaker, we've been open and transparent about these contracts. They're listed on the finance website as part of proactive disclosure for anyone to see. The people who were hired on contract were skilled professionals who did good quality work for the money. These people worked on highly confidential documents, budget documents, and they were people I could trust.
Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, the finance minister isn't the only member of this corrupt government abusing the tendering process. Today we learned from Treasury Board documents that 15% of Conservative contracts came in at, you guessed it, just under $25,000. And the Prime Minister's own department, the PCO, is guilty of this abuse. This government's claim of transparency is a farce. Why are they so determined to avoid the tendering process?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, the contracts mentioned are routine contracts administered by departmental officials with no input or direction from the minister or political staff. All of the TBS contracting is done within Treasury Board guidelines. There was no deliberate attempt to mislead or to abuse the rules in any way, which I cannot say that the Liberal Party can claim. The Liberal Party, as you know, recently said the sky's the limit when they sought illegal contributions from corporations, fully knowing that it was a...
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance notes that Conservatives have a surplus, whereas Liberals create a deficit, which means that the Minister should spend more time studying Canada's economic history and less time repeating the Prime Minister's office's arguments. Before the current government, when will we have a balanced Conservative budget? The Minister of Finance.
Conservative budget, of course, is balanced, Mr. Speaker, and that's one of the economic fundamentals that is so strong. In addition, after 2 years of this government, we have the lowest unemployment in 33 years in Canada. After 2 years of this government, we have $37 billion paid down in debt for Canadians. We've paid down more than $1,500 for every man, woman, and child in Canada, and that's translated into income tax reductions for all Canadians every time we pay down the public debt.
The honourable member. Order. The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Last time Conservatives ran a surplus wasn't under Mulroney, Clark, or Diefenbaker, or even Bennett or Meehan. It was under Sir Robert Borden, way back in 1912. That's 93 long years of uninterrupted Tory deficits and mismanagement. Given this minister's sad fiscal history in Ontario, and the fact he's already drained the federal treasury in good times, will the Conservatives soon return to their 93-year tradition of never-ending, ugly Tory deficits?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite seems to be forgetting recent events. Actually, the most recent Conservative balanced budget was 2007. And one need only go back to 2006 for the Conservative balanced budget before that one. I know his question about the next budget is premature speculation, Mr. Speaker, but he can anticipate that will be a balanced Conservative budget as
well.
Order. The honourable member for Chambly-Bordua. Order, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, the Human Resources Committee adopted a Bloc Québécois motion asking the government to improve its aid program for the manufacturing and forestry sectors. With surpluses of $10.6 billion for this year alone, the government has the means to invest $1.5 billion to help the workers affected by the crisis, as was proposed by the Bloc Québécois. Considering the urgency of the aid required by these sectors, will the Prime Minister finally undertake to improve his aid program? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, when people are laid off, it's always a tragedy for those families and in those communities. That's why this government has stepped up to provide support. Not only do they get support in the form of employment insurance, $4.4 billion in Quebec last year, more than any other province, Mr. Speaker. On top of that, the Community Development Trust, and of course, now $3 billion in new investments in labour market training. So, Mr. Speaker, this government has stepped up, and I remind the member that the Bloc voted against most of the measures that we brought in to help people.
The honourable member for Chambly-Bordua. Now, with respect to older workers, what the Conservatives are saying is the same as what the Liberals were saying. Promises are not being kept when it comes to helping older unemployed workers. Petromont, for example, closed, and yesterday it was Shermag, and workers who are 55 years of age and over with little education cannot find other jobs. Will the government finally have some type of support program for older workers, what we used to call PAWA? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we're not going to solve the problems of 2008 with programs from the 1980s. Mr. Speaker, the fact is, last year, older workers were more successful in finding jobs than any other workers. So I absolutely reject what the member is saying. We have great confidence in older workers, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're investing very heavily in ensuring that they have the skills to make the transition into other sectors and other jobs, Mr. Speaker. They're doing that, and the member should have more faith in the workers of Quebec.
The Honourable Member for Papineau. Mr. Speaker, when asked about repatriating young Canadian Omar Khadr in Guantanamo, we were told that the Government of Canada had the confirmation that he was being well treated there. During his detention, Khadr was exposed to cruel and inhuman punishment. If he's being treated so well, how can the Minister of Foreign Affairs explain that Omar Khadr in Guantanamo lost sight in one eye and is partially blind in the other? The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, Omar Khadr has been in U.S. custody since 2002 when the Liberals were in power, and he is charged with killing an American medic. Of course, we have explained many times that these are, of course, very serious charges that he is facing. I can assure the Honourable Member that we have sought and obtained assurances from the United States that Mr. Khadr is being treated humanely.
The Honourable Member for Papineau. I'd like to tell the Secretary of State that the Conservatives have been in office since 2006. Omar Khadr is the last Western prisoner in Guantanamo, and he's being held with adults and not a camp for minors as is provided for in international law. Since he's a child soldier and a Canadian citizen, what is Canada waiting for to repatriate him? The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, again, I will assure the Honourable Member that we have obtained assurances from the United States government that Mr. Khadr is being treated humanely. I'll even refer to the critic for Consular Affairs, the member for Pickering-Scarborough East, when he said in 2005, the charges against Omar Khadr are very serious. Our take on this, of course, is to ensure that he's being treated humanely, end quote.
The
Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, workers at Belgo in Shawinigan are waiting till a Monday to see whether or not the Community Trust Fund will be in the cards for them, if they are lucky. Like so many other workers in the manufacturing sector, the death of their plant is of great concern to them. Can the Minister of Finance give us some direction for these workers, these ex-workers of Serraco, or can another minister perhaps tell them what that can happen? Is it going to be changed into a Crown corporation? The Minister of Finance.
Development Trust is there for communities like the community he mentions, precisely for communities that rely primarily on one industry, so that the people can be helped in that community. This is not a fund for corporations. This is a fund, Mr. Speaker, for individuals and for communities to help individuals adjust. I'm sure the member opposite feels that that is precisely the right thing to do. Fortunately, the employment numbers in Quebec are very strong. There's a 33-year low in unemployment in Quebec, down to 6.8% after 2 years of Conservative government.
The
Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, in my region, like in Shawinigan, and in Quebec City, it's Bullwater pulp and paper mills that are closing. Shermack is closing as well. The plants are following and closing one after the other. They say everything's going fine after 2 years of Conservative government. How can the Conservative government close its eyes to the very serious economic problems that are there? Are they just going to stand idly by when a whole sector of the economy is collapsing? The Minister of Finance.
Well, if the member opposite bothers to look at these statistics for the province of Quebec, he'll see the strength in the Quebec economy. We are concerned, of course, about the volatility in certain sectors, but the employment numbers are very good. In January alone, some 7,200 new jobs, mostly full-time, were created in the province, and most of those new jobs were in the private sector, not government-created jobs in Quebec.
The honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
The meltdown in the manufacturing sector is not limited to Quebec's regions and single industry towns. In the east of Montreal and in Varennes, the closing of Petremont means 325 laid-off workers will line up at the Employment Insurance Office. Will the Finance Minister give each of these 325 hard-working workers a nice appointment? Or is that patronage reserved only for the friends of Dimitri Soudas?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
You know, Mr. Speaker, Canada is not immune from the economic volatility, the turbulence we're seeing in certain parts of the world. We all know that the forestry sector in Canada needs the U.S. housing sector to buy its exports. We all know that the auto sector needs consumers in the United States to acquire automobiles. So we're not insulated from the world or the world economy here. But what can we do? We can provide stimulus, which we did ahead of the United States, 1.4% of GDP. That's in place now for 2008, benefiting all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
And Mr. Speaker, if the minister would just check the newspapers, it's not working. Economic growth has slowed to a crawl. Consumer confidence is wobbling like a two-legged stool. The dollar soared to levels unheard of in decades, and our trade surplus is melting like the polar ice cap. This has real impact on hard-working Canadians, like the 325 laid-off workers from Petremont. Why don't they matter?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
No. Mr. Speaker, last weekend on behalf of Canada, I was with the G7 finance ministers in Tokyo, and they were very impressed with the economic fundamentals of our country, our employment rate, the fact that we have stimulus in our economy. I have to come back to Canada and listen to Liberals like the member opposite and to hear a depressing view of our country, a negative view about Canada, which is what we hear from Liberals.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they turned their back on the victims of violent crime the other day. We are standing up for them. This week, police forces in Ontario arrested 23 suspected users, distributors, and producers of child pornography and laid more than 70 charges in the largest child pornography roundup in the province of Ontario. OPP Commissioner Julian Fantino said, and I quote, "So many of our children are much safer." Can the Minister of Justice tell this House the Tackling Violent Crime Act, if the Tackling Violent Crime Act will protect our children from adult predators and violent criminals and those that don't stand up for victims?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Speaker, I'm somewhat hesitant to talk about violent crime because I half expect the Liberals to get up and walk out of the chamber. No, they're very sensitive on this issue, Mr. Speaker. I want to be clear. That being said, Mr. Speaker, our Tackling Violent Crime Act will finally crack down on dangerous, violent offenders, and for the first time will give adequate protection to 14 and 15-year-old children from adult sexual predators. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope when the Liberal Party walked out of the chamber last Tuesday night, I hope they kept going on down to the Senate and urged their colleagues to do something for children in this country and pass the Tackling Violent Crime Act.
Order. The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, ordinary Canadians know that toxics in our environment have a direct impact on our health. But to this Conservative government, the only toxic they consider is the truth. A leaked report from the U.S. shows that toxics in the Great Lakes are spinning out of control. Liberal and Conservative governments have identified 17 toxic sites in the Great Lakes and cleaned up exactly 2 since the year 2000. Wow. At this pace, it'll be 60 years before Canadians can expect clean water. How much longer must Canadians remain in the dark while this Conservative government dithers and delays on the cleanup?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Bad news for the NDP member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley. He voted against $93 million to help clean up our Great Lakes. He voted against $30 million to clean up Hamilton Harbour, something that the Liberal government never did. He voted against $11 million to clean up contaminated sediment that poses a risk within the Great Lakes. Mr. Speaker, he voted against the Great Lakes Sustainability Fund. He voted against protecting over 10,000 square miles of Lake Superior, something that had never been done in this country. We're delivering, Mr. Speaker, despite the rabid opposition of the NDP and this member.
The Honourable Order. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, this representative in this party voted against $14 billion for big oil and gas companies that are polluting our environment. This government isn't satisfied with just one toxic time bomb. Now they're creating Canada's very own Love Canal in northern Alberta. The toxic tar sands project, which they support, will spew out 60% more toxins under their watch. The Fort Chipewyan people are here in Ottawa with cancer rates in their community that are off the charts. Now, will this government tell the people in Fort Chipewyan that they're going to clean up their environment or continue to support the biggest polluters in our history?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I've got to give it to this NDP member. He's got a lot of nerve, Mr. Speaker. This was the NDP member who stood in his place and voted for the Liberal budget not 3 years ago, Mr. Speaker, a budget that gave specific targeted tax cuts to who? Big oil, Mr. Speaker. That member has a lot of explaining to do.
The
Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Mr. Speaker, how this Conservative government is dealing with the Canadian Weed Board is outrageous and should scare all Canadians. First, they rigged the Weed Board plebiscite and then manipulated the results. Then they tried to make changes to the board in a way the federal court ruled is illegal. Then the Minister of Agriculture said to the Weed Board, and I quote, "Get the hell out of the way," end quote. Mr. Speaker, when will these Conservative thugs stop trampling on farmers' rights?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member opposite should be careful. That high horse he's riding on isn't leading a parade. It's headed to the glue factory. So is the Wheat Board. If they don't get out of their intransigence and start to listen to producers, they will not survive the changes that producers are driving, Mr. Speaker. We're firmly in the side of farmers out there in Western Canada. They're looking for changes. We will deliver that, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Mr. Speaker, the minister is so disconnected with reality. Mr. Speaker, this Conservative government has used every dirty trick in the book to kill the Weed Board. The Minister of Agriculture said yesterday, and I quote, "The board will survive until after the election. Then all bets are off," end quote. That's a clear, direct threat. No more camouflage, no more pretenses. A Conservative government means the Weed Board is dead. Why is this corrupt government flouting the will of 70% of Western farmers?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture. Order. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Order.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the reality is 62% of Western Canadian barley producers voted for change. They want something different. What's being offered by the Wheat Board, anchored in the past, busy navel-gazing, completely isolated and insulated by their own demise, will not get out of the way, will not allow producers access to that burgeoning, booming U.S. market. They've shut down the futures for next fall, Mr. Speaker. They will not market the product, and that they will not allow producers to market the product. They're going to cut their own throat on this issue, Mr. Speaker. They've got to learn, and the correct quote is, lead, follow, or get out of the way.
The Honourable The Honourable Member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour. Order.
Mr. Speaker, students across Canada don't know whether to laugh or cry when they hear this government claim to support education. An $80 tax credit, that's not support. They haven't renewed the Millennium Scholarship. They collect student loans from families of the dead, and they ignore the needs of the most vulnerable Canadians. They promise everything, deliver nothing. When will this minister finally commit to reinvesting in needs-based grants like the Millennium Scholarship? When will this government stand up for our students?
The Honourable Order. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
I think he's standing up right now.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's ironic the member would ask that because he didn't stand up for students when it came to voting for our budget, Mr. Speaker, something that would put $800 million back into post-secondary education to help universities and colleges. Mr. Speaker, after the government he was part of cut funding for schools by $25 billion.
Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, this minister's smiling face should be in the dictionary beside the word hypocrisy. He himself called for deeper cuts back in the 1990s. That's right. Now he talks about increased funding, and students know it's a hoax. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, will he renew the Millennium Scholarship Foundation? Will he gut this great Liberal initiative? Or worse, will he try to rebrand it in a shade of blue, reduce the funding, and hack it to pieces like he did with the Summer Jobs Program?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Social Development. Order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, generally speaking, if it's a Liberal initiative, it has no guts. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the member that this government did commit to reviewing the Canada Student Loan Program and student financing in general. The results of that will be known in the budget, Mr. Speaker, which is coming up on February 26th, and we all look forward to hearing the results.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, yesterday an emergency debate was held by the Bloc Québécois on the crisis that the beef and hog producers are living through. We've heard the Conservative colleagues deny the fact that there was a crisis in that industry. The Minister of Agriculture of Quebec recently met with his federal counterpart to ask for aid. Would the Minister of Agriculture not admit that this sector is in crisis and finally do something to help them? The Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've been fully involved with the livestock sector across this great country for the last number of months. We've been working with them. They advised us to work with programs that are not countervailable, work within existing frameworks to get the money out faster. We've done that, Mr. Speaker. I have had those discussions with Laurent Lessard of Quebec. I explained to him there's some $320 million available to the pork sector in Quebec through the ASRA program. I know there's some problems with delivery through that, Mr. Speaker, but that's something the member might want to take up with his colleagues in Quebec.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. The Minister says that he's been working on this for months, but for months now, producers are nearing a famine. There has to be something done for this extremely precarious situation. That money has got to flow from the federal government. Will the minister not hear the urgent need for help and adopt the unanimous report of the Agriculture's recommendations on that? This is urgent. The Minister of Agriculture.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have taken action. I've outlined some of those to follow. We have made available unprecedented amounts of money to the livestock sector. That money is flowing out to them. We're looking at other avenues that we can work on. We have made the 2008 targeted advances available early, Mr. Speaker. That's unprecedented. We are working for the best interests of the livestock sector. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Grant.
Mr. Speaker, tobacco farmers are in desperate straits. Some are losing their farms. Some have fallen so deep into despair that they have taken their own lives. Last week in committee, I asked the Minister of Agriculture what his government was going to do to assist tobacco producers. The Minister claimed that he would take action sooner rather than later. So I asked the Minister today, what action and what does he mean by sooner rather than later? Mr. Lives must be destroyed before the government takes action.
Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Well, Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. There must be an election coming. They're finally starting to talk about agriculture. We have met with the affected groups, Mr. Speaker. There are some number of them. Every one of them seems to have the magic answer. As the member well knows, this is not a new file. This has been ongoing for some 25 years. A couple of governments have taken a run at this, including his own for the last 13 years prior to our stint here in government. So he knows that we are moving on that file, that we will get the job done. Stay tuned.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, taking action in the fight against climate change is certainly something Canadians want to see from their government. But we know, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians also want to share in that fight and in those actions. Sadly, the previous government did not understand that. Can the Environment Minister say if our government is doing anything to help communities fight climate change and air pollution?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
The member for Simcoe North that this government, is finally beginning to act. Something, Mr. Speaker, that after 10 long years since Kyoto was signed, never happened. More money for public transit, Mr. Speaker. A tax credit for commuters to encourage them to use public transit. Something that never happened. Mr. Speaker, now we're going to do something remarkable. We're actually bringing in mandatory emissions standards for automobiles, not weak, voluntary measures, real mandatory measures, something that will help deliver real results on fighting climate change. This government's acting and getting the job done, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have to bring an end to patronage. And once in power, there will be no more patronage. Well, that's what the Prime Minister said when he was in the opposition, but the reality is this. The Toronto Star tells us today that the Minister of Finance made gifts to another of his little friends. This time it was Mr. Love who was appointed to the Mint's Board of Directors. Why does this government not respect the commitments of the ministers? Why do they not respect the taxpayers' monies?
The appointment was an appointment to the Royal Canadian Mint. The person in question is one of Canada's leading tax lawyers. He led the committee we did on persons with disabilities to design the tax benefit for children with disabilities, which is a great step forward for Canada. He was paid a very large sum for volunteering his expertise for that, Ralph. Guess how much? $1.
The Honourable Minister of Finance has been warned before that referring to honourable members by name is out of order, and in this case, he was pointing right at his victim. What? Order. It just shows what kind of disorder can arise when we have this nonsense. Members are urged to read the rule book. It does say they must refer to honourable members by their proper title or by the name of their constituency. But you can't point at a member and call him or her a name and carry on. And we've had this trouble before, and I hope it'll stop. L'honorable député d'Outremont.
The Honourable Member for Outremont has the floor.
At the Mint. Monsieur le Président, value for money. The traditional definition of value for money is a measurement of quality that compares the resources used to produce services with the benefit obtained from those services. The minister spent $122,000 of taxpayers' money for a 20-page speech by one of his little buddies. A speech, I might add, that was filled with grammatical errors and a gaffe as big as, well, the Rocky Mountains. Can the minister please provide the House with his definition of value for money? I assume that he means I value a long-standing relationship, therefore I'll give him money.
The Honourable Minister of Finance. Order.
For Outremont talks about value for money, Mr. Speaker. As I just explained, the leading tax expert who chaired our panel that created the Registered Disability Savings Plan was paid a grand total of $1. That was because he cared about this country. It's because he's a patriot. It's because he was prepared to volunteer and give up income and give up his time, all for $1, which is more than the member for Outremont's worth.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North. Order.
Mr. Speaker, every day Canadians are being victimized by illegal internet gambling operations. While it is a crime to operate internet gambling websites in Canada, this has not stopped many offshore companies from soliciting bets from Canadians. Legitimate gaming industries in Canada, like Woodbine and Etobicoke North, are being negatively impacted by these illegal websites. It is costing them millions of dollars in lost revenues and putting Canadians out of work. When is this government going to act? What steps is the government going to do to address this problem, or don't they care?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Quite the contrary, Mr. Speaker. we want to do everything we can to assist legitimate gaming enterprises. That being said, the honourable member quite correctly points out that internet gambling is illegal with the 3 exceptions. That being said, Mr. Speaker, I've asked departmental officials to look into ways in which we might assist with the enforcement of the criminal code. I'd be glad to get back to the honourable member. I'll report back to him as soon as I see him again in the gym. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Peace River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. February and March are big travel months for Canadians going on vacation. In March, many schools have a spring break, and some families take this time to go south and soak up the sun in resorts in the Caribbean, Mexico, and the United States. Given the millions of Canadians who travel abroad every year, can the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs say what MPs can do to help inform their constituents as to how to travel more safely?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from Peace River for his question. It is important to remind Canadians that when they are in a foreign land, they are subject to the foreign laws of that country. I encourage Canadians to visit www.voyage.gc.ca for up-to-date country travel reports. In fact, Speaker, there is one for every country. Country reports outline rules, local custom, and laws that Canadians should know before they travel. To help members communicate this very important message to the constituents, I have sent each member of this House a copy of a package with information they can share with Canadians.
Order. I'd like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Don Morgan, Minister of Justice and Attorney General for Saskatchewan. Order. À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît.
Order, please.
L'honorable.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South.
Point of order. I will want to. I'm sorry, it's Thursday. I forgot. The honourable opposition House Leader has a question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the government House Leader would indicate his plans for the rest of this week and the first week at least after the House resumes following the upcoming break week. I think the House would be interested to know how the business of the House will flow both before and after the budget on the 26th of February. And I wonder if the honourable gentleman could indicate 2 other things. When he plans to commence the debate in this House with respect to Afghanistan. And then secondly, when he will be designating the first of the opposition days in this supply period.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, I did not have the opportunity last week to inform the House that this week was Accountability in the House and Senate Week. However, I'm pleased to report that we've made progress this week in making Parliament more accountable to Canadians. Last night, the House voted to allow our bill to give Canadians a direct say in who represents them in the Senate to go to committee before second reading. This will allow the broadest possible input from the opposition parties and represents a serious effort on our part to move forward on creating a democratic, accountable Senate. Today, we hope to
finished the report stage debate on the bill to provide for a transparent process for election funding for all political parties. If the debate does not end today, we will continue tomorrow.
Getting tough on crime. Earlier this week, the government introduced a motion asking the Senate to pass the Tackling Violent Crime Act by March 1st. I'm pleased to say that the House passed this motion by an overwhelming margin. Hopefully the Senate will realize that the Canadian people have spoken through their representatives and they've made it clear they want this law passed and they want it passed now.
Tomorrow we will continue with our efforts to ensure the safety and security of Canadians by debating Bill C-26, an act to strengthen the measures against people who sell drugs. And tomorrow will be the week devoted to listening to Canadians. This will be the time when MPs go back to their constituents, listen to what they have to say, and be better able to represent them when they come back.
Returns, Mr. Speaker, will be Sound Fiscal Management Week, focusing on the government's third budget. Before
the budget, we will continue working on the agreement that we are trying to find regarding the Afghanistan mission.
Continue the military mission in Afghanistan, and this week the official opposition gave their input. The government welcomed this. We want to work with the opposition parties in a spirit of cooperation and compromise. We were pleased to find so much common ground between the Liberal position and that of our government, so much so that we can now truly say there is a consensus on a Canadian position. The two main parties now have much in common on the issues of burden sharing with our allies, a time frame for the mission to 2011, the importance of training the Afghan National Army, and the role of development and diplomacy in ensuring the success of the NATO mission in Afghanistan. The future of the mission will be debated on Monday and the Tuesday that the House resumes. La prochaine grande priorité.
The next major priority of the government will be the 2008 budget, which will be tabled on February 25th, 2008. We will emphasize spending control, debt reimbursement, and good fiscal management continuing of our economy.
It will be Wednesday, February 27th, the day after the budget. And the second day of debate and the first vote will be Thursday, February 28th. That will, of course, be a vote on a sub-amendment to the budget, presumably from the Bloc Québécois. I urge all members of this House to work with the government to pass the budget so we can continue to provide Canadians strong management of the economy and ensure that the country continues to operate without a deficit. Thank you.
Okay. The Honourable Opposition House Leader has another question.
Mr. Speaker, the Government House Leader was silent about the Friday of the week that we return, and that would be 3 days after the budget, and I wonder if he could indicate if he has plans for that day.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, a review of the calendar and the requirements of the standing orders would lead one to conclude that there will have to be many opposition days, supply days, allocated days in the time that follows the budget debate, and there is, of course, some possibility that that Friday may be one of those days.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South is rising on a point of order, and I'll hear him now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a point of order to seek a ruling on whether two amendments to Bill C-21 adopted by the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development are in order. I submit that these two amendments are actually out of order because they are beyond the scope of the Bill C-21 that was set at second reading. Bill C-21 was referred to committee after second reading, as we all know, and page 654 of Marleau and Montpetit states, and I quote, "An amendment to a bill that was referred to a committee after second reading is out of order if it is beyond the scope and principle of the bill," end of quote. I'd like to emphasize that the bill was adopted at second reading and had a very narrow scope. Namely, it contained just three specific items. First, it replaced Section 67 of the Canadian Human Rights Act. Second, it provided for a parliamentary review of the repeal of Section 67 within 5 years. And third, it included a transitional provision concerning the implementation of the repeal of Section 67. Page 661 of Marleau and Montpetit states, and I quote, "Since a committee may appeal the decision of its chair and reverse that decision, it may happen that a committee will report a bill with amendments that were initially ruled by the chairman to be out of order. The admissibility of those amendments and any other amendments made by a committee may therefore be challenged on procedural grounds when the House resumes its consideration of the bill at report stage. The admissibility of the amendments is then considered by the Speaker of the House, whether in response to a point of order or on his or her own initiative." End of quote. This passage flows from a Speaker's ruling from 1993 when the members of a committee rejected the decision of their chair, who had ruled 3 proposed amendments to that bill to be out of order. The amendments were then adopted by the committee and included in the report to the House. Following a point of order raised in the House in respect to this matter, the Speaker upheld the ruling of the chair and ordered that the 3 amendments be struck from the bill. Marleau and Montpetit on page 662 also cite a 1992 ruling by Speaker Fraser, and it reads, in part, I will quote, "When a bill is referred to a standing or legislative committee of the House, the committee is restricted in its examination in a number of ways. It cannot go beyond the scope of the bill as passed at second reading, and it cannot reach back to the parent act to make further amendments not contemplated in the original bill, no matter how tempting this may be." End of quote. The first amendment to which I wish to bring to your attention is an interpretive clause, which was added as a new section 1.2 to the bill. This amendment was ruled inadmissible by the chair because it is beyond the scope of Bill C-21. During the committee's consideration of this amendment, the member for Nunavut stated, and I quote, "I don't believe we are asking for too much beyond the scope. I want to take it into the House of Commons for further consideration and see how the ruling would be on that in the House of Commons." End of quote. Notwithstanding the acknowledged uncertainty of the member for Nunavut with respect to the admissibility of this amendment, the chair's decision was overruled by the committee, which then adopted this amendment. The second amendment to which I wish to draw to your attention is a non-derogation clause, which was also added as a new section 1.1 to this bill. While the chair did not raise admissibility concerns with the amendment, this new clause clearly adds a new purpose to the bill and is therefore beyond the scope of Bill C-21. As I have noted, the purpose of this bill is to repeal Section 67 of the Canadian Human Rights Act. Since the bill is silent on how the Canadian Human Rights Act should be interpreted and applied to First Nations, I submit that the amendment to add an interpretive clause and the amendment to add a non-derogation clause exceeds the scope of this bill. Both of these amendments are beyond the scope of the bill by attempting to prescribe how the Canadian Human Rights Act should be interpreted and applied to First Nations people on reserve. Since the purpose of the bill is to bring First Nations people the basic human rights that every other Canadian enjoys, I question why the opposition would want to water them down. What is more disturbing is that the opposition was willing to achieve this goal by overriding a fundamental principle of parliamentary legislative practice. They overruled the chairman, who rightly ruled an amendment out of order because it went beyond the scope of this bill. These amendments, Mr. Speaker, attempt to bring back much of the intent of Section 67, which, of course, the bill proposed to repeal. Mr. Speaker, I believe this view has been supported by the Speaker in his ruling of February 27, 2007 on Bill C-257, which states, and I quote, "Given the very narrow scope of Bill C-257, any amendment to the bill must stay within the very limited parameters set by the provisions of the Canadian Labour Code that are amended by the bill. They argue that these amendments are admissible for they only make clearer the bill's provisions. However, I fear that their views are precisely what Mr. Speaker Fraser meant in the 1992 ruling when he warned members against being led into the temptation of amendments not contemplated in the original bill." On Tuesday, January 29, 2008, in a decision on the admissibility of an amendment that was beyond the scope of the bill, C-3, the Speaker ruled, and I quote, "The amendment was ruled inadmissible by the committee chair on the grounds that it was beyond the scope of the bill. It was contended that, on the contrary, his amendment was within the scope of the bill because it simply expanded the appeal provision already contained in the bill. Admittedly, the honourable member's amendment deals with the same principle, namely the right to appeal, but where it goes beyond the scope of the bill is in relation to the conditions under which the appeal may be made. Consequently, even the principle remains the same. Its scope has clearly been expanded. End of quote. Any attempt to establish how the Canadian Human Rights Act is interpreted and applied to First Nations people should be seen as an expansion of the scope of this bill, since this clearly introduces new issues which were not part of Bill C-21 as originally introduced. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to conclude by stating that these two amendments, particularly the nature of the interpretive provision, would undermine the universality of human rights principles embodied in the Canadian Human Rights Act and the very purpose of Bill C-21, which was simply to repeal Section 67 of the Canadian Human Rights Act. Clearly, these two are beyond the very narrow scope of the original bill. So, Mr. Speaker, if you agree that these amendments are out of order, I would suggest that they be removed from the bill as you did in your previous ruling on February 27th of 2007. Thank you very much.
Sur un appel au règlement.
Point of order as well. The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am speaking on behalf of the Bloc Québécois on this request that has been made as a point of order. Mr. Speaker, we must be very careful here because we are seeing a general trend in committees when we have clause-by-clause study. For example, in the Industry Committee this happened. The Conservatives generally give the chair, who is usually conservative, the responsibility for deciding whether these amendments are out of order. We will be making other representations as well, but I want you to be aware, Mr. Speaker, that the amendments that were submitted at the Transport Committee were not out of order, not unconstitutional, because just because the Conservative chair decided that they were out of order and went beyond the scope of the bill. So I think that there is a trend here that seems to be growing in committee work, and I hope that this is not a tendency that you will be entrenching just because the chairs ruled that certain amendments are out of order.
Bon, je remercie.
I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Winnipeg South. The Honourable Member for Nunavut has a point of order as well.
Yes, I do, and on this very specific one. I think the Parliamentary Secretary said it himself. He said it was a very narrow scope. And I strongly feel that those of us that work very hard on committees, our job is to make sure that we get the best legislation in this country. And those of us that have experience living in these communities, living with the people whose lives are affected, feel that we have to put in amendments to make the legislation better. And we were doing our job as opposition members on the committee, and as he said, it is a very narrow scope, and we have to make sure that the rights of people are protected, and if he really believes that that's the case, then I would say that these amendments have to go through, and I treasure a good judgment in this. Thank you.
I would like to reassure the Honourable Member from Argenteuil-Mirabel-Papineau and the Honourable Member for Nunavut. I'd like to thank them for their comments on this point. This is a question that will be studied further by the Speaker carefully.
The fact that committee chairs make rulings in matters of this kind. I recognize also that their rulings can be appealed, and as happened in last year on an occasion, in effect, the Speaker acts as a court of appeal, as it were, from decisions of committees in respect of admissibility of amendments for certain purposes, if they can be argued to be beyond the scope of the bill or beyond the principles of the bill that was sent to committee at second reading. So I will look into the matter with due diligence and come back to the House with the ruling. And I want to thank honourable members for their submissions on this point. And I hope that whatever the outcome, members will not be disappointed on the basis of their views of what would be nice to have in the legislation rather than what is permitted given the technical rules surrounding the adoption of bills in this House at second reading, and therefore approval by the House of the principle of the bill before it goes to committee, which does restrict the committee in its scope of consideration. I don't say those words to prejudge the issue in any way, but just to indicate some of the parameters that will be looked at by the Chair. Alors, je remercie tous les honorables.
I'd like to thank all of the honourable members for their interventions, and I will discuss the matter later on.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Government Bill Comments. Resuming debate at report stage of Bill C-29, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, accountability with respect to loans.
Pendant la considération.
During consideration of this bill, the honourable member for Montmagny-Lake-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup, had the floor, and he has 5 minutes remaining. The honourable member for Lake-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, before question period, I was able to begin my speech discussing the amendments made at report stage by the government. It's very surprising that the government decided to overturn what was decided in committee, and this has not necessarily a direct link to the point of order that was raised, but it is somewhat associated to it. For example, in the amendment that was adopted by the committee, we wanted to clarify that for given elections, we wanted to say during a calendar year in order to respect the same logic that we showed with respect to the clauses on the leadership races. But it seemed to me that this was clear, but the government decided to go against the amendment that was adopted by the committee. And now we are pointing out that we would like to see this amendment reintroduced. It's very important that our Election Act be built on something that makes sense, that's coherent, and we don't find that this particular amendment makes particular sense. The other government motion is even more unacceptable. This is the one that would ensure that when a candidate for a party incurs personal expenses, makes loans, takes out loans, well, it's a political party that's responsible for the loans, even if the party's not even aware of the loans. That creates a situation which, in my opinion, is irresponsible. If I have won 5 elections, but at the beginning of the campaign, I always look at how much money we have to start out with. I decide how much we're going to need, and if we were to adopt the position that has been put forward by the government, well, I could decide to take out a loan for $10,000, and the bank will give me the loan, no problem, because it knows that the party will be responsible for it if I can't reimburse it. And that just doesn't make sense. I think we have to go back to the proposal that was adopted by the committee. That was the block motion, which was a logical amendment. Candidates in elections, when they incur expenses, they have to make personal decisions, but they have to be responsible for their personal choices and loans that they may take out. The party can't wind up with all kinds of bad surprises at the end, knowing that all these candidates have taken out loans for $10,000, $20,000. And this, according to the government motion, this $10,000, $15,000, or $20,000 taken a loan will be the responsibility of the political party. And sometimes individual choices end up having impacts on the organization as a whole. That's not necessarily right. So we will see what happens to these amendments. But what we want to do, we want to ensure that we have an election act which is transparent, that enables us to ensure that voters have respect for our system because everything's spelled out correctly. And the leadership campaigns, well, we saw all kinds happen. Sometimes we weren't able to identify where the money was coming from for these leadership campaigns, and that can have a real impact on. So these things have been clarified. I think we have to continue along the same vein, and we have to adopt a piece of legislative framework that will make things more transparent, so that citizens are aware that of the importance of the vote, and that the vote will be carried out properly. But motion 1 and 3 should be rejected. We feel that they're not accepted. We feel that motion number 2 is acceptable, and accordingly we are hoping that the House will rule along these lines. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his presentation. My question is very simple. You know, under the Conservatives, it's a bit difficult, particularly when you talk about amending the Elections Act. 63 of their own candidates haven't refunded their election expenditures from the last general election, and Elections Canada is saying that they didn't respect the law. So you have to wonder, is it, when we talk about amendments 1 and 2, or motions 1 and 2, we thought that limiting contribution to $1,000 per year, as is the case for an individual, well, that was interesting, even for a leadership race, because the problem is that when we take out loans, well, according to the law right now, if you don't reimburse your debt, that will create problems. But we can see that this debt will all of a sudden, if it's not reimbursed or paid back within 3 years, it will become a party debt. And people who don't respect the law, now they can incur debts that will become that can become debts that the party has to pay back. So, and I was wondering if my colleague could clarify this. The Honourable Member from Montmagny-Ile, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. The example given by my colleague is very appropriate. There 63 candidates have not paid back their election expenditures. They made some advertising choices that were not accepted by Elections Canada. And so that raises some questions, because the amendment the government put forward, well, it will keep this kind of vagueness in the law. So, and I must say, once bitten, twice shy. You know, given what's happened with the last elections, I'm wondering what will happen now. These candidates have not paid back their debts. They didn't respect the Elections Act, and if we were to adopt the amendments that were proposed by the government, well, it would create the same type of ambiguity, and it would just add to the mess, because according to the government motion, the bank can the party can do nothing to the provincial party becomes liable for the unpaid amount if the associate had guaranteed the loan. And so, given the past behavior we've seen in the Conservative government and the attitude that we saw with respect to the Conservative Party, you can understand that we're going to be very vigilant on this side. We want the federal government to issue a clear notice about this type of behavior. And this argument with respect to the amendments, well, the 2 amendments that were adopted in committee were wanted by the majority of the committee members, and we want them to be part and parcel of the legislation so that things will be clear, and it will enable citizens to have confidence in the election system and transparent. if we're not clear with respect to reimbursement in the law, well, the Conservatives will make full use of that. But for more than Elections Canada did its job, it decided that for over 60 Conservative candidates, they had broken the law, and then they need to reimburse these expenditures. That's why it's preferable to make things crystal clear, and that's why we wanted to have the motions passed that we had suggested in committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to continue debate on these report stage amendments to Bill C-29. The bill itself is a bill that the government says plugs up or fills in gaps in existing legislation governing loans to political candidates or parties. But I have to point out that the existing law, it does require full disclosure of these types of loans and has procedures in place governing repayment. However, the bill does purport to tweak and ratchet up the degree of regulation involved with these loans. From a distance, it looks like the Conservative government is trying to do everything it can to lob grenades and regulate and obstruct the way people run for public office federally. They're saying, I'm imputing rationale here, but it's as though they're saying we've got our financing mechanisms all in place. All the rest of you, you go find your own way. We're going to regulate the field. We're going to make it tough for everybody, including arguably Conservatives. And that's the universe the way we see it. And we're going to keep regulating, and every time we see something we don't like, we're going to pass another law. And we're going to keep passing laws until the thing gets so gummed up, hardly anybody's going to be able to move on the street. So that's my impression of what this bill is trying to do. Now, I accept that it is a tweak, a ratchet up to the existing set of rules, and I want to try and take a wider angle view of what's going on here too, as it relates to the right of Canadians to participate in the political process. In these efforts, and I think there's some gamesmanship involved here. I don't think it's all idealistic attempts to make the universe right. In their efforts at trying to kneecap the other parties or other people who don't organize their campaigns the way the Conservatives do, are they really, in a way, obstructing participation in the process? Are we only thinking about existing parties when we make these new rules? Have we forgotten about the new parties that haven't made it into the system yet? If we were talking about banking or in the mining sector, we'd be looking at such issues as obstacles and barriers to entry to ensure competition. We wouldn't clutter the roadway, the street, with all kinds of rules and barriers to obstruct new entrants into the mining or the banking field. We like to see competition. And in adopting these measures in this bill, we're really, really regulating it in ways. I'm going to give you two examples, Mr. Speaker, of how I think it may be a problem, how it is these new rules are creating barriers to people that may have been unintended. I think the intention was to create barriers for all the other political parties that are on the street now, and we may have forgotten about the ones who aren't there yet. The two examples I want to focus on, number one is that this law says that candidates and parties can only borrow from financial institutions. Now that's a pretty significant law. You can only borrow from a financial institution. So in order to borrow from a financial institution, you've got to have a credit rating. So I ask this, does a poor candidate have a better credit rating than a rich candidate? I'll just leave that question unanswered, but I think the answer is kind of obvious, that a poor candidate wouldn't have as good a credit rating. And so, therefore, I'm asking the question, is the imposition of the mandatory financing mechanism with the banks, the imposition of that, and therefore the imputed need for a credit rating, are we imposing a barrier here to poor candidates? And I think we are. A poor candidate might be able to borrow from the brother-in-law, but might not be able to float a decent loan from the bank for his or her political campaign as they go forward. Now, all of the existing incumbents in this House, we've been elected at least once. We know how to finance, most of us know how to finance a campaign or to raise money for a campaign. We all have to do it. It's a very legitimate part of being involved in politics. But I think there is buried in this section, in this example, an adverse effect discrimination. And I think somebody out there is going to notice it, and someday the courts may even notice it. And I'm thinking here of women who sometimes have less money, and poorer people who, by definition, have less money and resources to participate in politics and sometimes may need a loan to get them over the hump. The second example, if we can only borrow from the banks and financial institutions, Mr. Speaker, then the banks become an integral monopoly source of funding or borrowing for financial campaigns. And so, you know, I'm wondering how a bank makes a decision about its lending policies. If it will only lend to one person, one party, or one candidate. If it lends to one, does it have to lend to all? How are the banks going to handle this imposition on them of being the sole source for lending to political campaigns? And if I were the banks, I'd be kind of unhappy about it because it's forcing banks to make decisions that may be seen to be political. I mentioned earlier the problem of the credit rating for the poor candidate, the less pecunious candidate, but they've also got a decision to make as between political parties. And are they going to want to say, well, we'll lend $10,000 to this party and $25,000 to the other party? Or do they want to say, no, we're going to cap everybody at 10? Or maybe they'll say, Mr. Speaker, maybe they'll say, to heck with it, we're not going to lend anybody anything in a political campaign because it's just too mucky, just too political. Let Parliament figure out how it wants to finance campaigns. Don't send your people to us. If you don't want them to borrow from the brother-in-law or from the friend, the heck with it. We're not going to get involved. Don't make us the problem. So I'm suggesting that the banks might not be too happy with this. I don't know for sure. And there may be some pushback there. If a person needs a loan and they have to go to a bank and the bank says, no, I'm sorry, we don't lend to political candidates or parties. What have we done? We've created a barrier to participation and entry. So the amendments here put forward by the government to tend to purport to roll back amendments that were put into this bill by the members of the committee. They were good amendments, and I'd like to keep them there, so I would oppose the government move to roll them back. One has to do with the amortization of loans of leadership candidates. Another one has to do with repeat loans during a calendar year, which looks pretty reasonable to me, and the other has to do with the deletion of the automatic liability was mentioned by the previous speaker, automatic liability of a political party if one of its candidates defaults on repayment of a loan. That is just a dumb mechanism, and it shouldn't be there. But it does relate to my earlier comments about banks and financial institutions. Maybe they wouldn't mind having that automatic liability of the party being there, but I just don't think it's a good way to manage the financing. So as I say, I'm going to oppose these government motions to reinstate provisions of the bill. And I just want to end by saying that for reasons I've stated, there may be some vulnerability, some constitutional vulnerability related to the Charter in these sections. And we won't know really until the appropriate case comes along. But I just hope when that case does come along, it's somebody who maybe doesn't have a lot of money, wanted to borrow money, couldn't borrow money, and is able to show that this relatively dumb, holier-than-thou government regulation of this part of the political process is seen to be an obstacle to political participation. And I hope that my friends in the Conservative Party will see that perhaps they're taking too myopic a narrow view of Canada. They're trying to regulate everything from their view inside their political party, but Canada is really much more diverse and demands a little bit more freedom than they're willing to accord in terms of the financing of campaigns and participation in the process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for York South-Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I think the House would be particularly intrigued and interested in the member's response to that point that he made with respect to the role that banking institutions play within this particular regime that has been entrenched in the bill, particularly as it relates to the whole notion of as the member said, the pecunious capacity of an individual to go to a bank and say, we wish to borrow X amount of dollars towards a campaign. What would the member's opinion be with respect to why the government is so concerned with respect to the mechanism as opposed to a candidate being able to go to a number of people, as long as the reporting mechanisms were clear, transparent, reported to the chief elections officer, and that whole issue with respect to bankruptcy and unpaid loans was made absolutely transparently clear as to how the loan must be repaid and so on. Why is it so important that the banking institution, is there something inherent in the Banking Institutions Act that is a protector for the public purse, the public cause, if you will? I guess my question is there not another way that would encourage democracy, encourage people to come forward, and if they can avail themselves of the confidence of several Canadians to support them, is it not the process of reporting that's more important than the actual mechanism that you have to go to a bank?
The honourable member for Scarborough-Rouge River.
Well, I think the member is focused correctly on two of the problems with the bill and these amendments. The Conservative government seems to have made two incorrect assumptions. One of them is that the whole rest of the world should be financing their campaigns the way the Conservatives have done it. And they either do it their way or the highway, take the highway. The second is that banks are just like public utilities, that the banks are out there. So even though we Conservatives probably aren't going to have to borrow money, the heck with the rest of you, just go to the bank and get a loan. But there are problems in doing that. And the whole object of all of this election financing legislation was, one, to ensure that there were no huge special interests buying or currying favor in the electoral process, and number two, to ensure there was transparency throughout so that we could accomplish those objectives. If there was a special interest participating in some extra special way, it would be visible. And I think those objectives were accomplished by the earlier legislation. We may quibble with electoral, with caps and maximum amounts and minimum amounts and things like that. But I think the original legislation accomplished those results. The new legislation dealing with loans goes too far, makes two incorrect assumptions, and I'd have been very comfortable if the parties in this place, and I know there were discussion amongst the parties, had just opposed it. And in fact, the parties have not, and I'm going to vote with my party on this one. But I see the problem, and I think we've gone too far. And the good news, Mr. Speaker, just might be that we've gone so far that it just won't survive. In the case of some candidate, maybe it's a single mother, and maybe she's in Rimouski, and maybe she needs a bank loan, and she suddenly realizes she can't get it, and some of her friends say, okay, we're going to deal with this one in court because this legislation is an obstacle to you carrying on your campaign, getting through it. I'm not saying the bank has to pay for the whole campaign. The bank is just a bridge loan. The loan just helps the candidate get through the campaign period, and then you pay the loan back with your electoral contributions and your fundraising. So that's my view.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Laval.
The honourable member for Laval. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, though I'm usually pleased to rise to debate various bills in this House that discuss social programs, it's all the more difficult for me to debate this particular bill because, to my mind, everything dealing with money and mathematics is completely Chinese to me. It's a language I simply don't understand. The chair of the Status of Women Committee can tell you that's the case. Everything involving money is something I have to work hard to understand. However, what I do understand is because the government was too hasty in having C2 adopted, there are many deficiencies in that bill. But that doesn't surprise me, Mr. Speaker. What does surprise me is that today the government wants to repair some of these deficiencies. Because in the past 2 years, none of the objectives of C2 were respected entirely, or at least their original intention, because that bill really sought to ensure that we had an accountable, transparent government that would not stray as far as past governments did. And we see today that wasn't the case. So when a government has to hurry up to pass another bill to correct deficiencies, one would hope that C29 will indeed correct them, not just in text or in some book somewhere, in some law book, but also in terms of actions. Contrary to what my colleague said a few minutes ago, if a lady in Rimouski went to a bank to run as a federal candidate, I don't think she'd have any of the problems that he was denouncing, because in Quebec the Caisse Populaires have a social mission and they have to loan 60% of the amount a person is entitled to from the chief electoral officer for a federal election. So this is probably, once again, something we have so bad. So we have that's much better than what they have in the rest of Canada, or HoC as they say. We have legislation that prevents the kind of abuse we see. But in trying to prevent abuse, we also are trying to make political parties handicapped by removing the possibility of determining whether or not a candidate can borrow money. Because when you say that a political party under this legislation would be responsible for money borrowed by a candidate, well, that's complete aberration. It's ludicrous. I wonder whether the party that I proudly serve would have been able to meet the needs I had when I decided to run for office. My decisions on the amounts I needed were very personal, and it's not up to a political party to pay the tab for candidates who decide to run. A candidate is selected, that's true, and talks with the political party. A candidate determines his or her strategy in cooperation with his political party, but it is up to the candidate to decide what he or she will spend in a campaign. And if that party is to be responsible for the money spent by the candidate, well, then we'll end up with serious abuse. I think that is the same as if I decided to buy a new house and I said to the bank, well, that's fine. The Speaker of the House is pleased for me to buy a new house and supports my loan. You can trust him because the Speaker of the House is somebody serious. And the bank will say, fine, if you're saying the Speaker of the House of Commons supports you, well, we'll lend you the money. Well, I think that's ridiculous too. Well, once again, we see that the party in power, the Conservative Party, is trying to put in place more restrictive rules, whereas it doesn't even follow the rules that already exist. And that's quite the paradox. When you set out rules, you should start by following them yourself before requiring that other follow them or invent new ones and say, well, there we go, we'll prevent this or that party to move forward. So we'll invent some new rule. This is what this bill looks like, Mr. Speaker. C-54, which had been tabled in the last Parliament, was very similar to this bill, had been discussed in committee, had been debated on numerous occasions. There was even a block amendment that had been recognized and integrated into the bill. And that meant that the bill was far better designed and gave greater leeway to the political parties and to individuals and businesses, because we know we have to be accountable. With this, the government is putting forward other amendments that are out of order, really. They're trying to tighten the rules to such an extent that they prevent us from acting as any political party should have the right to do. In Quebec, we have rules about political party funding. We've had them for 30 years. René Lévesque was very keenly aware of the difficulties we could encounter and the temptation as well as a political party or as individuals, as members of Parliament. It's quite normal. There are members and ministers who think they have a lot of power because their party is in power. But that's not the way things are supposed to work. That is not the way it's supposed to be. We're supposed to take very seriously the public trust placed in us. Unfortunately, too many people weren't doing that, so we have a very strict framework to ensure that parties, members of Parliament, people, individuals can have rules to be followed, and they have been followed for over 30 years in Quebec with the National Assembly. Contrary to what some government members have implied, there's not much electoral fraud in Quebec. There's very little. And when it's discovered, it's immediately dealt with, not 2-3 years later or even 4 years later. It's dealt with immediately because we have the tools to do so. What the government here seems to forget is in the past 2 years, they had C2 to try to remedy some problems that parliamentarians may experience, but they did not respect the letter of that law. In the past weeks, we've seen influence peddling. In the past few weeks, we've seen people appointed to positions, and this was cronyism. It was patronage. We saw contracts granted to third parties without any of the action that's normally taken in granting contracts taken. We've seen contracts given right under $25,000 in order to be able to give more work to more people without having to go through the usual bidding process. Now, Mr. Speaker, when you pass a law, it seems to me you do so because, quite honestly, you're aware that you have a responsibility toward citizens. If we have them only to look good, if we design them only for appearance's sake, wouldn't be better to think about this seriously before we try to have legislation passed? Wouldn't it be better as a political entity, and here I'm talking about the government, wouldn't it be better for that government to take a close, deep look at its own conscience and make sure that they themselves respect C2 every day? They brag about having passed C2. Well, C2 has been ridiculed by the government in power for 2 years now. C2 is not respected by the government in power. For 2 years, all kinds of things are done in contravention of C2, and now they want to amend C29 to provoke more trouble for other parties, for opposition parties. Well, this is ridiculous. There's no doubt that part of this act is important, and that's something we will vote for, but a large part of the amendments that were put forth do not make any sense, Mr. Speaker, and we don't want them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank the honourable member for her very eloquent presentation, and I know she's a person who is very, very keenly involved in women's issues. And I have a couple of questions for her. The current law that is in place, allows all loans, including the amount of every loan, the name of every lender, every guarantee, must be publicly disclosed. The only person who still hasn't followed this law is the Prime Minister, who hasn't declared who his donors were in 2002. But when they're trying to ensure that everyone goes to the bank to collect loans, we will not be able to get women candidates, because women candidates will now be restricted. Previously, they could get money from their friends, their family, but now they want to go to the bank. Then the bank will need a guarantor, and the guarantee could be their house, their firstborn, etc. Banks are very. So, what do you think is the reason for this government wanting to be so regressive? Do they not want women to participate, or because they have their own coffers filled and they do fund their own candidates, are they trying to somehow bypass something? Or thirdly, we saw, their own member take a loan from his own company. Is that what it is? Thank you.
Honourable Member for Laval. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's funny because I was listening to my colleague, and it's quite clear that there are various reasons that come to mind about why the Conservatives want this. It is true that the Prime Minister did not disclose all the donations he received for the leadership convention. He didn't declare at all. There are very few women in the Conservative Party, relatively speaking, so it's not important to them, apparently, to give opportunities to women to run for office. The fewer there are, the less contested they are, and the less trouble they have within their party. And the women they do have, unfortunately, seem to be token members, and that's unfortunate. My colleague is right to say that every time a party tries to limit individuals from running for office, any political office, there's some hidden agenda behind that. There's something behind that. We saw it in the U.S., Mr. Speaker. The most conservative parties, those who denounce pornography, pedophilia, gays that are against abortion, well, most often it's in those parties that you find people who had to be charged with pedophilia or other actions that are against the law. So it doesn't surprise me at all that the current government is trying to instaur amendments to ensure that as few people as possible can participate in the democratic process. However, they benefit from the money they have in their coffers to campaign before the real campaign even starts, and they do that all over the place. We've seen Minister Fortier, the unelected minister, who campaigned on buses, who just spent thousands of dollars, have offices in a riding where he's not even elected. He's an appointed minister, something the Prime Minister swore never to do. And we end up with people like that. Well, it's easy. They have thousands of dollars. Where did they get that money? Why do you think they didn't get it? Because they're good looking. They didn't get it because all of a sudden the Conservative Party discovered it had some kind of social mission. They got it because the people who give them money know they're going to do something to benefit them, and that's what's dishonest, Mr. Speaker.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise in this House to address the report stage amendments to the Act to amend the Canada Elections Act regarding accountability with respect to loans. as my honored colleagues have already talked about, this is really a moot point, because basically the current law that states out, it is very explicit under the law. It is currently in place. Details of loans, including the amount of every loan, the name of every lender, and every guarantee must already be publicized and disclosed. And so basically we want to know what is the purpose of these changes or regression that the Conservatives want. And Mr. Speaker, may I say from the outset that it is the interest of all Canadians to make sure that the federal government is accountable, because that's what we are here for. We are here sent by the people to be accountable. And as an accountant by trade, the people of Don Valley East elected me as their federal representative and wanted somebody deeply concerned about transparency and accountability. And there are aspects in this proposed legislation that we are, looking at and saying, what is the need? The committee had looked at it, the committee had made recommendations, and there are things that are very important that we need the committee's democratic process to run with. And when we look at some of the initiatives that were launched by the previous Liberal governments in 1993 and 2006, there are initiatives that make government more accountable, make the whole process more transparent. And these were that we introduced the Office of the Ethics Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, the Ethics Commissioner is an important element that we need, because we have to refer matters to him. And we fostered the development to make the ethics officer independent from the Prime Minister's office, which is important because the ethics officer is accountable to Parliament. And it was the Liberal government that also established a separate Senate Ethics Commissioner. And it was the Liberal government that first established clear guidelines for public office holders. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, it was the Liberal government that restored the Controller General function at each department and subsequently instituted an internal audit department. And Mr. Speaker, being a person who comes from that environment, I think it is very important that we instituted those checks and balances. Now, what does this bill attempt to do? And this bill attempts to build on some of the changes that were proposed by the committee. They attempt to build on the reforms that were originally introduced by the Liberal government. For example, electoral reform. It was under the Liberal government that we introduced Bill C-24, which was a dramatic reform of political financing in Canadian history. And it passed the strictest limits on the amounts of money that private companies and trade unions could contribute to a party or a candidate. And through the same bill, Mr. Speaker, it was the Liberal government that first introduced public funding for political parties, an innovation that made political parties far less reliant on corporate or union financing. So, Mr. Speaker, those types of transparencies have been introduced. The barriers that people had, the barriers to transparency, were eliminated by bringing these type of reforms. Mr. Speaker, we in the Liberal Party support the efforts to increase transparency and accountability in the electoral process. And therefore, and that is why the Liberal leadership candidates of the Liberal Party went beyond the requirements set out by Elections Canada in reporting loans to their campaigns. In stark contrast, the Prime Minister still refuses to disclose the names of those who donated to his leadership campaign in 2002. So how can the Prime Minister and his party sit there and talk about accountability when the Prime Minister himself thumbs his nose at accountability? How does his non-disclosure represent transparency? And, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has a litany of broken promises. You know, it has been clear that the Prime Minister believed in an elected Senate. So what is the first thing he does? He arrives in Ottawa and appoints his campaign manager to the Senate and makes him the Minister of Public Works. That, Mr. Speaker, is not transparency. That is deceitfulness, and that is not the way transparency works. In fact, he makes a farce of transparency by thumbing his nose to Canadians and saying, you know, do what I say, but I will do the opposite of what I say. And, Mr. Speaker, Michael Fortier, who is the minister of the largest departments in federal government, is not accountable to this House. This is the House to which he should be accountable. But he is an unelected minister. An unelected minister. Talk about non-transparency, Mr. Speaker. There is no accountability, Mr. Speaker. Are there two sets of accountability by this Prime Minister and this government? One for his friends and himself, and the others for the rest of Canadians. And we looked at this issue about loans, Mr. Speaker. And if the Conservative coffers are filled and they supply money to their own candidates, they expect that women who will be the least able to go to banks and get loans, they will be the most marginalized. And is that what they are looking for, Mr. Speaker? Or are they looking to, ensure that minorities do not come into government? What is the purpose, Mr. Speaker? What is their hidden agenda? Mr. Speaker, when one looks at the election platform of the Conservative government, page 9, it quotes, "A Conservative government will ensure that all officers of Parliament are appointed through consultation with all parties in the House of Commons and not simply named by the Prime Minister." And what is the first thing the Prime Minister does? He turns around and arbitrarily appoints a loyal Reform Party member as head of a federal appointment agency or the federal appointment process with absolutely no consultation with Parliament. Mr. Speaker, that is not the way accountability and transparency work. I mean, the types of appointments, we have heard in this House numerous misdeeds that have been done by the Conservatives, and you sit there and say, Mr. Speaker, how can one even trust them? The Canadians don't believe a word the Conservatives are saying. It appears that the Prime Minister is standing up to his closest friends. He appoints unelected members as ministers, appoints his close friends, and then basically thumbs his nose and at every legislation that is dealing with accountability and transparency. And this is precisely the type of behavior, Mr. Speaker, that fuels public mistrust of government institutions. And if the Prime Minister is concerned about accountability and transparency, Mr. Speaker, when will he disclose who donated to his leadership campaign? Will this bill make him do that? Because there is already the bill that asks for it, and he thumbs his nose at us. So by changing it, what is he trying to do? Pretend that he has brought about some sort of transparency and accountability, and we've heard ministers being mired in conflict of interest, ministers being mired in interference, ministers being mired in all sorts of farce, Mr. Speaker. So that's the type of accountability we do not need. We do not need a lesson from transparency and accountability from this government. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party is prepared to support a bill that was amended by the committee. This is how democratic systems work. And we are living in a democracy, not an autocracy. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to understand the reasons for the Conservatives being so gung-ho in trying to bring about regressive changes. Is it to their advantage? Do they want no minorities, no women? What is it that they want? And, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, we will be placing this legislation under close scrutiny to salvage genuine reforms. We do not want this nonsensical reforms, this deceitful double talk that has been coming from the Conservative benches. We want better accountability, but it will be done through a democratic process at committee levels, not by bullying tactics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated the speech from my friend from Don Valley on this important legislation. I think we can, as usual, make our case for or against legislation without personal attacks or judging people's motives in a way that we just heard. She talked about how, do Conservatives not want any minorities or women to be members of Parliament? I mean, come on, the first ever female cabinet minister was a Conservative. The first female prime minister was a Conservative. The first Chinese-Canadian member of Parliament was a Conservative. After the next election in New Westminster, Coquitlam, the first Korean-Canadian member of Parliament will be a Conservative. So we have we can leave that out of the debate and still make our arguments, Mr. Speaker. But she did make two points that I just wanted to respond to and invite her to respond to my response. She said that the Conservative government that we agreed that we would have appointments made after consultation with Parliament, and she said that the head of the Public Appoints Commission that we put forward was a reformer, and that person was appointed and shouldn't have been because they're a reformer. Well, I believe she's talking about Gwyn Morgan, who donated twice as much money to the Liberal Party as to the Conservative Party, as the example that she gave. But of course, Gwyn Morgan was defeated at the Government Operations Committee and was not appointed to the position for which the Prime Minister had him suggested for. So we did, in fact, listen to Parliament, so that part of her speech does fall flat. But she did take a long time criticizing the Minister for the portfolio for which I'm responsible, the Minister of Public Works, and she said that it's unacceptable that we have a minister who is not elected in this House. The leader of the Liberal Party was appointed to Cabinet while he was unelected. Was that inappropriate? Was Jean Chrétien wrong to appoint the current leader of the Liberal Party to Cabinet without him first running in an election?
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, there are a number of questions, and I think and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his questions. But, Mr. Speaker, women were able to participate because there were no draconian measures. And I think he missed my question to the previous member, where I spoke about the fact that the current legislation demands that loans be disclosed, including the amount of every loan, the name of every lender, and every guarantor has to be publicly disclosed. The only person who hasn't disclosed it is the Prime Minister. In addition, the current legislation also states that loans cannot be used to avoid donation limits. So, Mr. Speaker, when there were laws in place, there were processes in place that women could access funding, and he missed the point quite clearly, that women have a problem in accessing funding. We have done at the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, that's what we have been looking at, women participation. They cannot access funding. And if they access funding, it is to their detriment because the bank wants guarantors. So what is wrong with the current system that allows these women to get their loans from individuals, from family, from friends? That's the process that was available to allow women to participate. And I'm glad I was in the process to participate. So, Mr. Speaker, when this member makes statement, I guess he should look at what has been done before. There were not regressive rules before, and therefore women could participate. And in terms of Michael Fortier, Mr. Speaker, he is an unelected member. That is the bottom line, working for a public. He was the leader of the current opposition party, was a member in the House. So, Mr. Speaker, if the member gets his facts wrong, I'm sorry, this is the problem with them. They keep on getting their facts wrong, and whatever they say they think is right, the facts speak for themselves, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Oshawa, briefly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And after listening to this member, I realize she said quite clearly she doesn't understand the purpose of the bill. Obviously, she doesn't understand the concept of accountability. She asks over and over, what is the purpose of the bill? Obviously, she's a Liberal. She doesn't understand, because the purpose of the bill is to stop circumventing the law. There's a law where there's $1,100 is supposed to be the limit. And certain people take advantage of that. And I have some figures in front of me. There was a gentleman that was running for the leadership of the Liberal Party, Mr. Kennedy. I believe he has loans over $200,000. Another one, Mr. Ray, $845,000. So this, I want to explain to her, the reason of the law is so that people don't get elected. The only people that can get elected are people that know wealthy people that can donate to their campaign. And I want to know what she has a problem with this $1,100 limit. Why doesn't she want all Canadians to be equal, not just Canadians who have wealthy friends that can be elected to high positions? What's her problem with equality for all people who want to get elected?
The honourable member for Don Valley East, very briefly. Time.
Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable member should read what he's talking about, because it was Bill C-2 that restricted $1,100. This is Bill C-54 that deals with loans. And perhaps he's going to be talking about his own member in his own caucus who took $30,000 from his own company. So I think the member should figure out what he's talking about before asking the questions. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to join in the debate today, along with my colleagues, on this bill. We will be supporting Bill C-29. The Bloc Québécois supports legislation that will put an end to getting around the Election Act, but this is not what the government is doing with these three amendments. In the last session, the bill was Bill C-56 for those watching. The government simply introduced a new version with amendments that were voted on in committee. These were the committee amendments. This legislation is necessary to fill in certain loopholes in the Canada Elections Act, which was passed as part of the C2 bill, the Omnibus Bill for Accountability. It aims at making sure that the election campaign funding rules are not violated. It limits loans and contributions. Contributions will no longer be allowed from corporate or union sources, and they have been reduced to practically zero. An individual can contribute up to $1,100 to a candidate, and corporations and unions are not allowed to contribute. Examples were presented on May 9th, 2007 in an article in the Ottawa Citizen. They were examples of election expenses, and the journalist tried to see how Bill C-2 at that time would apply. The Liberal Party of Canada, through loans, enabled candidates, including Mr. Bob Rae, the current leader of the opposition, to borrow money. One of the loans was $705,000, another was over $600,000. They were able to get these loans, and contributions amounted to $25,000, $30,000. And we see clearly that the government, or rather the individuals concerned in the leadership race, were able to get money other than through individual donations.
Mr. Speaker, these funding caps, something that we've had here in the bloc ever since, well, for years now. These caps were established, and we will do all that we can in this House to ensure that nobody sidesteps the law. Among other things, we will not support regulations that make it possible to sidestep these regulations. The bill is quite simple. The bill establishes a uniform reporting arrangements for all political parties, including the disclosure of loans. So we're entitled to know who has been served as guarantor, and what are the amounts of the loans. So the financial institutes give loans out at normal rates, or political unities can give loans to in excess of $1,000. The rules will be strengthened so that candidates will not be able to sidestep their obligations. Riding associations, or the party itself, will be liable for loans that have not been paid back by candidates. As for the mechanism for non-repayment of loans, well, we are looking at the new motion tabled by the government. After 18 months, the non-repaid loans will be viewed as contributions or political contributions. We have already explained our position on these three motions, so there are three motions that have been presented, amendments to this bill. Two motions don't pose any problem to us, but there's one that doesn't pose any problem whatsoever. This was agreed to unanimously in committee. So one of the first motions that was tabled that we have problems with is where the government wants to limit contributions made to a candidate to $1,000 for the leadership race. We would like all candidates for the leadership that every donation of $1,000 given by an individual should be made according to the current political contribution rules. That is, within a certain calendar year. And if the leadership race covers 2 fiscal years, well, that would be 2 contributions of $1,000 each. The government, well, we're against the government amendment. The amendment that we proposed in committee appeared to be much more logical. We talked about annual contributions, and that would enable us to have a contribution system that's coherent. We don't want to have 2 different types of funding mechanisms because the type of election is different, whether it be for the leadership race or for a general election. The second amendment, which we agree with according to our analysis, that's the motion that talks about deadlines, this 18-month deadline for debts. The government is proposing wording that is quite clear. We have no problem. In case of a candidate, the selection date. We talk about a loan made for a 3-year period. And for a party, a political party, 3 years after the fiscal trimester, which is normal, which is logical. Where we have the problem, it's the motion that rejects the block motion, and the situation is very simple. The government is making political parties responsible for loans that have been taken out by their candidates, so we don't agree with this. We don't find that this doesn't make sense. The government wants to make political parties responsible for loans taken out by candidates. The example is simple. A political party can't prevent a candidate from taking out a huge loan. So under such circumstances, the government motion doesn't seem to make sense. It's not reasonable. The government motion gives the individual the opportunity to take out a loan with no limits on it. And so if a candidate borrows a lot of money, when it's time to repay it, well, the candidate can simply say, well, it's up to my neighbor to pay it if I can't pay it. So that is not something that I can agree with. We just think that this motion doesn't make sense, and we would like the bill to be, the clause in the bill to be maintained as it was presented during committee. I have 1 minute remaining. What we also find problematical is the fact that the government, well, when we were in committee, had introduced the block amendment. That is, it agreed with the block amendment. And then it changed its idea once the bill got out of committee. That's another reason why we're going to be opposing. We're in favor of the bill per se, but we are against this particular amendment. I will conclude on that, Mr. Speaker. Right now, the Conservative Party has a lot of problems. It's had a lot of problems over the past few days. And this whole issue of transparency and ethics, well, Mr. Speaker, it has to be more than simply a slogan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Canso, Veterans Affairs, and the Honourable Member for Malpeque, Canada Post. Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Debate. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to speak to Bill C-29, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, accountability with respect to loans. And certainly the party on this side supports transparency and accountability with respect to elections financing and the Canada Elections Act. And that's why at committee I understand there were amendments made, and that's why the caucus on this side will support the bill with the amendments. But I gather the government will be challenging some of those amendments, which will be unfortunate. So we'll have to see where that takes us. But the other thing that I think I need to say, Mr. Speaker, is that this bill, although it's being presented by the Conservative Party as some new way of proceeding with this type of arrangements with respect to loans to candidates, etc., is very new and revolutionary. In fact, many aspects of this bill are similar to what is already in force and was in force under the leadership of our Liberal government. Having said that, I think that the bill in some areas makes things more clear, and so in that sense I think it's perhaps an improvement, but I don't think Canadians will be deceived by the fact that it's many of the provisions that are outlined in this bill are already in the law. For example, and maybe I should just step back a bit, I think what this bill, as I understand it, is trying to deal with is the fact that a candidate, for example, running in a federal election where the rules are very strict, and so they should be with respect to where people can, how they can accept donations, from whom they can accept donations. Those rules are fairly clear, and the intent, as I understand it, is that this is dealing with the people who might try to sidestep those rules by receiving loans from parties that they otherwise would not be able to receive loans from, or receive loans at interest rates that are less at fair market value, that itself constituting a benefit, et cetera, and or the loan being advanced during a campaign and then being forgiven, so that the person, the candidate who has access to the loan money, suddenly a year later, the person that who they received the loan from washes their hand of the loan and says, "Oh, it's okay, you don't really need to pay me." So that then becomes a contribution. And if the person making that loan, the amount exceeds the amounts under the Canada Elections Act currently, then surely it would also apply to some loan that is forgiven, and surely the benefit of a lower interest rate loan, less than fair market value, would also constitute a benefit. And, Mr. Speaker, I think that's a good thing that people aren't able to get around the rules or do things through the back door that they can't do through the front door. So to the extent that this bill clarifies those particular aspects, I think that's a positive development. But I should say that under the existing Act, the loans could not be forgiven without consequence, and nor could loans be granted or can be granted under the current provisions of the law if they exceed the limits, the donation limits. And you know, Mr. Speaker, this really goes back to our government, Bill C-24, which was the elections, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and the Income Tax Act political financing. And our government began that process, and that bill was passed into law, and that severely restricted the amounts that could be donated to candidates or parties by corporations, by unions, and it also restricted the amounts that could be paid by individuals. The government, the Conservative government, in Bill C-2, the Federal Accountability Act, has made further changes to that, and in fact reduced the personal contributions from $5,000 down to $1,100 per year per party. And what's happened, of course, is that's made it more difficult for political parties to raise money, and the provisions of C-24 and C-2 allow for Elections Canada to reimburse candidates based on how many votes they receive in an election. And so essentially what's happened is the burden of election campaigning and the cost of election campaigning has been transferred from corporations, unions, and to some extent individuals to the taxpayer at large, taxpayers at large. And one can debate that philosophy. I, for one, think it's unfortunate that corporations and unions are precluded from participating in the political process. I would agree that limits need to be placed on that, but I wonder why it's so horrible for corporate Canada and the unions to not be able to support financially political parties or candidates of their choice within certain limits. But nonetheless, Bill C-24 is passed and is the law of Canada, and Bill C-2 makes further changes to that particular regime. But, Mr. Speaker, I find it strangely ironic, a party that brings in this Bill C-29 and argues that it's a whole new regime with respect to loans and elections, and as I said earlier, it's not really that new. But at the same time, the leader of their own party, the Prime Minister, he has refused to disclose the names of all the people and organizations, individuals who donated to his leadership campaign in 2002. So, Mr. Speaker, that strikes me as being somewhat, or very hypocritical, in fact. When our party went through a leadership campaign a couple of years ago, and all the participants made full disclosure of the sources of their funding, and it's a matter of the public record. But for some reason, the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada refuses to disclose the names of those people that donated to his leadership campaign, and it immediately, by refusing to do that, it raises questions about who was behind his leadership bid. And it may raise questions inappropriately, because perhaps everything was totally totally appropriate, but by virtue of the refusal to disclose, it sort of leaves questions in people's mind. Who was actually supporting his leadership bid? Did they have a particular agenda that they were promoting or advancing? If we have full transparency and disclosure, Mr. Speaker, I think we take away that kind of ambiguity. And I, for one, am in favor of full transparency and accountability. Under the old rules, if a corporation wanted to donate to my election campaign, I would be fully disclosed by Elections Canada, be on my website. It would be everywhere. And then if the voters in Etobicoke North wanted to say, well, we don't think it's appropriate that you accepted $500 from BASF Canada, and we think that you have a hidden agenda, that they're buying your votes or you're buying your influence about something, then that's a fair debate. That's a fair comment, and I'd be happy to have that debate. So full transparency and accountability, I think, are absolute musts. Members of Parliament should be prepared to defend their actions in an election, in the House. And of course, we all know in this place, we refer to it sometimes as living in a fishbowl. People, if they take the time, if they're interested, they can find out exactly what we're doing, if we're traveling, if someone has sponsored travel that we've taken. It's there on the public record. The Ethics Office of the Ethics Commissioner has a whole variety of reports that are available publicly, and I think that is totally appropriate. And I do believe, Mr. Speaker, in Bill C-29, believe that it is appropriate that people should not be able to take advantage of loopholes in legislation and stay clear of contribution limits by taking loans from people. And so I think to that extent, as I say, it's in the current legislation, but if this bill clarifies that, I think that's a positive development. So I just say then to wrap up, Mr. Speaker, that I know that our critic on this file has worked hard to critique it, and at committee there were a number of positive amendments. I hope the government reflects on those amendments and does not try to reverse them, because I think they improve the bill. And certainly with that caveat, I'll be supporting this bill when it comes into the House at a later stage. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think, Mr. Speaker, we have to look at the times that we live in. We just went through one of the largest scandals with the sponsorship scandal. Even last week, there was a situation where the Liberal Party was holding a fundraiser where they said, well, this week, with the sky's the limit. They were trying to work in this loophole that the member was honestly talking about. And I think the public really wants to see the government and all members work together to close as many loopholes as we can. Now, he wants to know why the government's doing it like this. The government is acting to ensure that political entities and wealthy interests cannot circumvent the contribution limits. In other words, loans that are made without reasonable expectations of repayment are, however, essentially disguised contributions that could circumvent political financing rules. And his own party talks about the leadership campaign they had. One of the members, Bob Ray, $845,000 in loans, $200,000 from his own brother. So what I'm asking this candidate, or this member over here, the honourable member, the change would ensure that candidates cannot write off unpaid loans after spending the money. Can he stand up and say that he does support this?
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for his question, and of course, the fundraiser that the member refers to last evening is totally within the rules, and he would know full well that if you make a donation and you receive some value in return, there is a certain value ascribed to the good or service that you're receiving that has a fair market value, and the differential is the political donation, so that when you get into silent auction, there is certain value that you derive, and I'm sure that that is being looked at and that will be dealt with. But I'd like to come back to a point, Mr. Speaker, that I failed to mention, and it came up in the previous discussion, the Public Appointments Commission. This government promised to have a totally nonpartisan appointments process, and in Bill C-2 they talked about that. They started with a commission, a public appointments commission, and they brought in Mr. Gwyn Morgan to chair it. I don't, Mr. Gwyn Morgan, I know, is an eminent Canadian. He may have said things that were not totally appropriate, but nonetheless, the Government Operations and Estimates Committee said we don't want Mr. Morgan to chair this committee. Well, what did the government do? Instead of saying, okay, well, we gave it our best shot. We took Mr. Morgan to the committee. They didn't approve him, so we need to find someone else, because we are committed to a nonpartisan appointments process. But instead of doing that, they threw in the towel, Mr. Speaker, and they said, well, if we can't get Mr. Morgan, then this whole idea of a nonpartisan public appointments process goes out the window. It's sort of like saying, if I'm a little child and I'm playing on the street, on the playground, and the kid takes my toy, well then, that's it. It's all over. So I think that's something that the government should revisit and bring that forward, because if they're serious about that part of accountability, if they're saying, and it's very consistent with the principles enunciated in C-29. So I think that the member realizes that this bill deals with loans, and that's what this is all about. So I think that all the members on this side will comply with all legislation this House passes, so I don't see any problem there at all.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was wondering whether the honourable member would comment on kind of the overall direction that we find ourselves in here. We've eliminated the possibility of raising money from corporations. We've eliminated the possibility of raising money from unions. We've limited the ability to raise money from individuals to a little over $1,000 on an annual basis. And now people, particularly in leadership positions, are facing having to raise money through loans, et cetera, et cetera. So they're now further restricted on the ability to raise loans. You add into that the fact that campaigns are in substantial manner funded by the taxpayer, and you get all this essential silliness running around doing all kinds of fundraising. Well, you as a member, Mr. Speaker, have been here quite a number of years, end up spending all kinds of time fundraising instead of doing what the Canadian people hire us to do, which is be legislators. So is this just one more level of silliness that gets added on to the previous amounts of silliness that exist in this relationship between fundraising and legislation?
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, to my colleague from Scarborough-Guildwood, and I think he raises a very good point. The reason that people have to get into huge loans, for example, if you're running for the leadership, is you have to raise, in many instances, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, and you have a limited time frame, so you raise loans to finance your campaign. And I think some of these rules, frankly, I'm all in favor of transparency, but if there's transparency, it seems to me that should be the direction we should be going in, and accountability and sanctions if someone breaks the rules. But to have a whole range of regulations and to basically restrict people, I think what it does, Mr. Speaker, is that there are some candidates who would like to run for public office who feel constrained because of all these rules. So I tend to agree with the member that we may not be moving in the right direction.
Final question, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The previous speaker mentioned that everything was okay with the fundraising initiative that was scheduled for last evening. I was wondering then why the event was in fact cancelled. And further to that, during his speech, he said that there, or at least changed, I would have been welcome. He indicated that under the previous regime, loans cannot be forgiven without consequence. I was wondering if he could outline for this House what the consequences would be for someone like Mr. Ray, who has this loan of $845,000.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Well, the gentleman in question will have to comply with the current law, which deals with loans, and if whatever happens with Bill C-29, he'll have to comply with that. So I'm sure that he will do exactly that. The event from last night, my understanding is it went ahead, but I could be. No, I was there. Well, there, yes, well, there. It did go ahead. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it, but I know that it'll be perfectly legal, and the member knows full well that if he, let's say he has a dinner you know, a political dinner, and people for that dinner, let's say they pay $100, and if the value of the dinner is $35, then that's how it's valued, and the political donation is $65. It's as simple as that. So if you're doing a silent auction and you're bidding on a Rembrandt, you know, if the value of that is $1.5 million, then in that sense, you know, that's the value that that person's derived. So I'm sure the same model will be applied to whatever went on last night. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's with great pleasure that I rise today to discuss Bill C-29, an act that amends the Canada Elections Act regarding accountability with respect to loans. Now, first of all, I wish to remind you, as my colleagues did during this debate, that our political party is in favor of Bill C-29, which in part corrects some deficiencies of Bill C-2 that has been considered in the past. But I must say that although C-29 does correct a number of deficiencies, it does not correct them all. There are corrections that we felt were very important some time ago and what we would have liked to have seen in Bill C-29, and unfortunately they are absent. However, the bill does correct one significant deficiency. It seeks to provide a better framework for loans in order to avoid that the ceilings be circumvented voluntarily. As I said, C-29 seeks to correct some of the deficiencies of C-2, but not all of them. Among other things, what we would have liked to have seen in this bill are stronger provisions concerning protection for whistleblowers. Secondly, we would have liked to have seen a reform of the Access to Information Act, since, as we know, the Access to Information Commissioner has frequently mentioned the fact that there were measures that are totally unacceptable and that prevent citizens from obtaining documents that should be available for the public. But unfortunately, we have seen this government in action, not just this one. The previous government has lived as well. As early as 2005, it tabled reform of the Access to Information Act that had two consequences. The reform proposed by the Liberals meant that the administrative fees for citizens' requests would be doubled, whether from citizens, journalists, or groups who want to obtain information from different government departments. Secondly, we continue to see, we as MPs, when we make access to information requests, that there are many, many exceptions, and quite often these exceptions are used by the government in order to avoid providing documents that should be made public. They are not accessible, unfortunately, and I think that this demonstrates once again that this government totally lacks transparency regarding government decision-making, but also the documents they have at their disposal and that could shed light on different matters and serious issues. We will recall, Mr. Speaker, that the government, the Conservative Party, had made a commitment during the last election campaign to have a major reform of the Access to Information Act. Let me quote one passage of the Conservative election platform in the last campaign. The Conservative government promised to reform the Access to Information Act, and I quote, "A Conservative government will apply the recommendations of the Access to Information Commissioner on reforming the Access to Information Act." One must recall what this commissioner had said. What did he say? He said the reason why action must be taken rather than just hold more studies is that the government continues to be wary of the Access to Information Act and the oversight of the Commissioner and tries to circumvent it. So it was necessary, and it continues to be necessary, to have a reform of the Access to Information Act to go in greater depth than what the Liberals proposed in 2005. Unfortunately, the current government is not fulfilling its obligations and is not respecting its commitments before the people of Quebec and Canada in the last election campaign. We have to remember that C-29 could have been an opportunity for this government to undertake a broad reform of the Access to Information Act, thus enabling the public to obtain essential documents in order to better understand the decision-making process in government. Secondly, what we would also have liked to have seen in this bill is protection for whistleblowers, because as we know, Mr. Speaker, when a legal challenge occurs, when these whistleblowers do not act and cannot defend themselves on an equal footing like other citizens or organizations who have ample means to defend themselves, and unfortunately these whistleblowers are limited by legislation to $1,500 to reimburse their legal fees, which is ridiculous coverage, Mr. Speaker. What this shows is that despite the sponsorship scandal, this government did not hear what the people wanted. They did not hear Judge Gomery, who was asking for more transparency, a greater reform. Just a few weeks ago, I was listening to Judge Gomery say there's still a concentration and centralization of powers in the office of the Prime Minister, and that is not healthy for a democracy, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, what we would have liked to have seen is greater access, better coverage of legal fees, for these whistleblowers when comes time to get help from lawyers. Secondly, we would have liked better guarantees to protect Canadians who report wrongdoing within government, not just public servants. Right now, of course, public servants benefit from some protection, but it seems to me that any citizen who sees some offense committed, who sees that the law is being violated, should also benefit from the same protection as a public servant under current law. And lastly, and this is unfortunate, there's an omission here in this legislation. There is no withdrawal of Crown corporations from this whistleblower legislation. And quite often it is these Crown corporations who give contracts, who act in an underhanded way under government orders by appointing friends of the regime to head up these corporations. So we have to make sure that this government cannot exclude these Crown corporations from the legislation on whistleblowers. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, as you can see, C2 is good, but C2 is not enough. C-29 is not enough either. But it has to be said, Mr. Speaker, that we do agree with the fact that it is necessary to implement all kinds of legislative guarantees to avoid having political parties, and more specifically candidates in a leadership campaign, use means to go beyond the ceilings that have been set out in law. It is completely unacceptable that one be able to circumvent these ceilings by using personal loans. Let's remember the last leadership campaign. Bob Rae benefited from $705,000 The creditors are John Ray and Bob Ray. Gave his own campaign $125,000. So one should not be allowed to do indirectly what one cannot do directly. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, we support Bill C-2, but we would have liked to have seen 2 additional elements in this bill, that is, better protection for whistleblowers as well as a reform of the Access to Information Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his presentation. I think he captured the fears of the Bloc Québécois on this issue. Allow me to ask him a question in this House. For many weeks now, and even many months, because the House and Procedure and House Affairs Committee was seized with a reprimand from the Chief Electoral Officer concerning 67 Conservatives, including ministers from Quebec, who were refused reimbursement of their election expenses. The Procedures and House Affairs Committee, under the Liberals, because of a filibuster, decided not to have the committee analyze this problem. So my question is a simple one. When we see the Conservatives try to reform the Election Act once again, whereas we know they don't respect it right now, 67 of them were not reimbursed, so they don't respect the current Election Act, and they try to bring this to court to appeal in order to try to have every possible way to circumvent the law as much as they can to achieve their ends. Isn't that worrisome for the people of Quebec and Canada to see the Conservative government table another election-related bill that could allow them to try these tricks and try to circumvent the law? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. That's one of the problems with the piece of legislation before us now. It's thought that because of this bill, sponsored by the government, all of a sudden our friends opposite and Conservative candidates will be white as the driven snow, whereas one cannot defend principles, but then when the reality strikes, you end up with members and candidates who refuse to comply with the law. There's another issue I didn't mention in my speech. What would have been fundamental on the part of this government is for the Prime Minister to disclose the contributions he obtained during the last Conservative leadership campaign in 2002, when he was in the Canadian Alliance Party. If transparency is the leitmotif of this government, well then we urge not only Conservative members and candidates to be transparent, but also the Prime Minister. He should set the example today.
Other
questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise here this afternoon to speak on this legislation, an act related to the accountability with respect to loans to political candidates and political parties. And let me say at the outset, I do support this legislation. I have some, like other speakers here this afternoon, there's a few concerns, but I think the general thrust of the legislation, I believe, is good. Anything that enhances transparency in the way politics is done in Canada, I think is good. I think the public has a right to know who is lending money to any political party or any candidate for office, how much they loan that particular person or that particular party, what are the terms of the loan, and of course it's the very same concept applies to guarantors, because a guarantor basically in most instances is the actual lender in fact. My experience with political parties, political organization, the banks don't have a big appetite to lend money to candidates or to political parties, and they usually require a guarantor. So the guarantor actually is in fact the de facto lender of the money. So I think that's a positive development too. So it's and then of course the whole issue of the treatment of unpaid loans. I think that should be codified. It should be understood so that everyone understands what the, including the public, how these issues are being dealt with, and that the rules are known, and that the public indeed has a right to know what exactly is going on. I should point out at the outset that we're really not breaking new ground, because a lot of the issues are already dealt with, and I should say that over the last, I guess it's been 6 years, there has been a major groundswell in the whole issue of political financing, and I think it's very, very positive, and I think most of the credit I would submit goes to the previous, not the third previous Prime Minister, Prime Minister Chrétien, who decreased substantially the amount that any person could give to any political candidate or party, and also increased the amount that came from the government. And when you contrast what goes on in Canada to what goes on in the States right now, it's dramatic. When you talk to a congressman in the States, they get elected every second year, and when those votes are counted and they win the election, everyone knows what they have to start at 8 o'clock the next morning. They have to start raising money for the next election. And they spend 24 months, or I should say 23 months, raising money for their next election, which is scheduled in 24 months' time. And the amount of money that's spent down there with no obvious limits, it boggles your mind. And I just don't, I'm glad that I don't participate in that kind of a environment. A lot of people, a lot of candidates, including myself, it's not one of the jobs that I find particularly attractive, trying to raise money. So I do think, to the credit of a lot of people over the last 5 or 6 years, I think we're in a much better environment because of a number of changes, and this is just a small one additional aspect of the issue to give full disclosure to any loans. And I should point out to the public watching, there is under the existing elections financing legislation, each candidate is entitled to a rebate, and it's approximately 50% of the legitimate expenses that particular candidate expends in an election. I don't have my figures exactly correct, but let's assume a candidate goes out and spends $60,000 in that particular election. That candidate is entitled to a rebate of 50%. Now, sometimes the federal party, depending on which party you belong to, may take some of that back, but there is a rebate going back to that particular candidate. Whether you win or lose, I believe you have to get over a certain threshold of the votes, which isn't that significant. So there is a legitimate borrowing exercise there, because if you're with one of the major parties, Liberal, Conservative, New Democratic Party, or the Bloc Québécois, you know, or you're reasonably certain you will get over the threshold, you will be entitled to the rebate, and that you have money coming in, and it usually doesn't come in for about 12 months after the election is over, but you have that money coming in, so there's nothing untoward borrowing against that rebate that you will get at some future time. So that puts the whole debate in context. And but again, there is a certain amount of hypocrisy going on with this legislation. What I'm concerned about is, and I shake my head when I look at what goes on, what happens when you break the law, when you don't follow the Election Expenses Act? What happens to those type of individuals? Well, from my experience and what I've seen going on over the last number of years, nothing, or very little. We have a member in this House that's been found in the last election. No, excuse me, it's the previous election, 2004. He overspent his limit by $31,000, the member from Mississauga-Streetsville. Now, I have a certain amount of sympathy because I've been involved both as a candidate and as a campaign manager, and I have seen sometimes you ride your horse close to the cliff, and sometimes at the end of it you just don't know exactly what is being spent. And if a certain campaign goes over $1,000 or $2,000, it's unfortunate. There should be sanctions, but I personally have some sympathy for those situations, and I've seen them happen. But this case here, $31,000, he went over. It came, apparently, according to the report from Elections Canada, the officer came from his car dealership, and what happened? Guess what? He got a $500 fine. Absolutely no sanctions whatsoever. It's a joke, and he's laughing at it. and there's nothing that has been done in this particular situation. That's what I find very, very disturbing, and he's sitting today as a Conservative member laughing at the Act, and he's probably laughing at this particular debate. And I find that somewhat hypocritical. And we have another piece of hypocrisy going on, Mr. Speaker, in this House regarding elections financing, and that is the in and out scandal that the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs have been trying to get to the bottom of that. And I'll describe it very briefly, Mr. Speaker. In the last election, the Conservative Party, to get the benefit of rebates that they were not entitled, would transfer money to a riding or a particular candidate, and immediately 5 minutes later, the same amount of money would be transferred back to the central agency or the major party. And of course, when the candidate filed his or her election return after the election, they said this money was a legitimate expense, and they wanted the 50% rebate, which of course any person with any common sense and a half a brain would realize that it shouldn't be at all, and that position happened to be agreed by the Chief Electoral Officer, and that is a dispute that's ongoing right now. We have a parliamentary committee trying their very best to get at this and have some hearings and hear from witnesses to find out and report to Canadians what exactly is going on, but they're being stymied by the Conservative Party, and what's going on now is there's filibusters. People will speak for 5, 6, 7 hours just so that this will not come to the public's attention, and I find that very hypocritical, very unfortunate, and it just keep it away from from Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, there is a certain amount of hypocrisy going on in this debate today, and if anyone's watching it, I'm sure they've come to that conclusion. But again, coming back to the actual act itself, as I said right when I stood up first, anything that does increase the transparency of how candidates are being financed, how they spend their money, which includes loans, guarantors, terms of the loans, I think is beneficial. The public in the long run will be the winner. And but again, I would hope that at some point in time in the future that we'd have a look at sanctions, because if someone overspent their election limit by 40, 50%, then I would like to see a little more teeth in the particular legislation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the time allotted to me.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I listened to the Honourable Member's conversation pieces that he brought forward to all of us, and points for us to ponder. And he talks about hypocrisy, and he brought over some historic cases where there was problems. That's exactly why the government's doing this. What we want to do is tighten things up. There's a lot of distrust in the Canadian public right now, and I bring them to the event that was held this week by the Liberal Party, where they're trying to get around rules and regulations by having corporations and wealthy individuals bid to the sky's the limit, and they were told that that was unacceptable. They were caught, so they changed it at the last minute and went through with their event. What we're trying to do simply with this law, it's very straightforward and simple. We want all Canadians to have an equal right to run for office, not just the wealthy. So if candidates need loans, all we're asking is they get them from legitimate sources. In other words, banks, loan institutions, not their wealthy friends. That's what we're asking support for, because we believe in equality for all Canadians who want to run for office. And what I want to do is ask this member straight up. In their last leadership convention, one of their candidates, Bob Ray, $845,000, $200,000 from his own brother. Does he think that is appropriate, or does he prefer to have candidates take it from accredited lending institutions? What's better for all Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
I don't know all the facts, but my understanding of the facts, Mr. Speaker, that there's nothing wrong with that at all. It was fully disclosed to the public. The public knows exactly what Mr. Ray borrowed. He knows exactly what the terms were, who he borrowed it from, and under the existing legislation, it has to be paid back within a certain period of time in accordance with the legislation that does exist. What I'd really like to know is back in 2002, the present Prime Minister, he went through a leadership campaign. He got millions and millions of dollars from companies, organizations, associations, from people across Canada. And Mr. Speaker, he will not disclose who he got the money, so the public is left asking the question, who financed this gentleman? What did they get in return? What do they demand in return? What access do they have? So that is the process that, if we could ever get to the bottom of that and root that out so that the public knows, and even right now, root it out, disclose it. So the member, to my answer to the member, he should go down tomorrow, sit down beside the present Prime Minister and tell him, disclose the people that financed his leadership campaign.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This seems to me like a slinging match for hypocrisies. The Prime Minister still hasn't revealed his loans, and then the other guys say, well, Mr. Ray hasn't paid off his loans, et cetera, et cetera. And the only people to blame for this entire idiotic exercise are the people that are in this chamber, and we're in this chamber in the previous Parliament as well. We've eliminated the ability to raise money from corporations. We've eliminated the ability to raise money from unions. We've severely circumscribed the ability to raise money from individuals. And so, as the member from Etobicoke rightly pointed out, you get into a leadership race, you need the money immediately in order to be able to run it in a short period of time. Naturally, you lend yourself, you get yourself a loan of some kind or another. And that creates a whole great panoply of other contradictions. Would the honourable member entertain the notion that it's time to end this nonsense and simply have the entire functions of leadership and candidacy funded by Elections Canada?
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Convinced I'd agree with the premise of that, Mr. Speaker. I don't think the public would really want to be funding all aspects of leadership campaigns, and there is, I believe that there should be perhaps further limits on spending within the aspect. So no, I would disagree with that question. I think that there is a rationale for spending limits and financing and loans in accordance with legislation that's transparent.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased. I've been following this debate. I'm very pleased to stand and make a few comments with respect to Bill C-29 and to try to make it understandable to the viewer who is watching the proceedings. And to do that, I'd just like to sort of sum up from my perspective how I view the whole issue with respect to accountability in election financing. Mr. Speaker, the public knows that there are huge restrictions as it stands right now with respect to how an individual can raise, a candidate can raise the funds necessary to run an election. The public should be aware there's a cap on how much can be spent in an election under the Election Expenses Act. There is a very clear reporting process, very transparent, that the Chief Financial Officer has to go through. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in my particular riding, my Chief Financial Officer, who is a layperson, who is a long-time dedicated person in the riding, who is not an accountant, has said that, in fact, the reporting procedures are becoming so exhaustive that you have to be almost an accountant. That's the degree of scrutiny that's given, and my reply to that is that we have to work around that issue because it's in the public interest to be totally transparent. And Mr. Speaker, we're also aware that unions and corporations had a cap on what they could contribute under the old regime or the former regime, and now in this regime that's being entrenched in the bill, that has been capped. Unions and corporations cannot make contributions, and that there is a very clear stipulation that the cap on personal donations is $1,100. Mr. Speaker, I review those things because I always thought that public life and public service was one of the highest honors that could be that an individual can be involved in and that could be granted to an individual, and so that any thing that dealt with the mechanics of taking out loans or whatever should be so clear and so transparent, but should be accessible and easy to do, and that it shouldn't be a disincentive for individuals to come forward and want to be part of one of the greatest traditions, which is the democratic tradition of seeking office, be it municipal, provincial, or federal, or at the school board level or other elected office. But Mr. Speaker, I come from a very working-class riding. When I reflect back over the nearly 30 years of elected public office and reflect on the nature of support that I have been given, it has come from the people of our riding. At no time can I remember huge donations and so on. But I welcome a transparent regime. And having said that, you might say, well, this is transparent, this is putting caps, this is tightening up, and so on. But it gives me some concern, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, because it doesn't treat, it gives the appearance that we're all equal, and we all have access to going to the bank and have access perhaps to those who are going to be guarantors that are of the means to do that. It gives the appearance that that there's equity, where in fact there isn't, and we know there isn't. When one wants to put a cap of $1,100, how many members have constituents that can avail themselves of the cap? It's usually $100, it's $50, it's $25, it's little fundraisers that raise $2,000, $3,000 perhaps at the most, and often it's $400 or $500. That's the reality. And that reality is reported in the existing legislation. Mr. Speaker, and an association that is going to be held liable, or the party, but the association in the first instance, if it takes out a loan, is being held liable. Now, I'd ask members here, on your associations, how many people have the capacity to want to be liable for, let's say, there is a loan that's taken out that isn't repaid for whatever reason. It could be through death. It could be a number of reasons. I mean, if we're elected, we're accountable because someone's going to come over and say, listen, you haven't paid that loan back, and you may lose your seat. That's a consequence. That sure would plug the gap that might exist if we were worried that people, that candidates would not pay back the loan. Now, mark you, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying it's very clear that you have to report it. So the issue is on consequence. Now, if you didn't get elected and you still had exceeded and hadn't paid the loan, your association is liable for it. Now, you know that banks, Mr. Speaker, are going to come back to in this particular regime that's being put forward here. The banks are a lending institution at whatever the interest rate is. In my experience, I've had the opportunity to raise money from people and report it that have had confidence in me, as all my colleagues have. it seems to me that this legislation is wrong-headed in the sense that it looks as if we're all trying to circumvent the law. That was the case. That was the characterization that was made, albeit in a different context. But that we're trying to circumvent the reporting process. We're not, Mr. Speaker. There's an exhaustive reporting process. And yet, we're coming forward and we're saying that because the consequences haven't been implemented as clearly as they should by the chief electoral officer, and there was a case that was cited, it's not, Mr. Speaker, what is at fault is that the consequences should be laid out in a clearer way if we're not satisfied with the adjudication that took place. But that isn't being done. What is being done is a whole new regime that looks like it treats us all fairly and equitably, but ignores the reality that right across this country, from the north, from coast to coast to coast, there are communities of very, very fragile and limited means. And yet, the associations are going to be held liable if anything should go wrong. It's almost a washing of hands with a bureaucratic mechanism that isn't intentional. But the end result will be the same. Mr. Speaker, it'll be a disincentive for people, one, to want to be part of the process of being on an association, I would think, and I'm saying from the experience that I've had with the kind of social and economic backgrounds that the people, God bless them, that sit on the executive of my association, and I'm sure that that's the case, in many of the constituencies. So, Mr. Speaker, I mean, there have been amendments that have been made that I think are excellent ones. I will be supporting the bill, but I have to say that I think that it places a cloud because there have been consequences that were disproportionate to what occurred with respect to the reporting. But the reporting is very comprehensive. And, Mr. Speaker, if there was any fault, it's that we just didn't put down what the consequences were if there was a deliberate circumventing of the law. And what we have here, I think, is just overly bureaucratic and will not encourage people to be part of the democratic process in standing for candidacy or being part of local associations.
And comments? The honourable member for Oshawa.
Much, Mr. Speaker, and I listened intently to what this member has to say, and I know him as an honourable member, as I know many of the members here in the House, they would never think of doing anything to circumvent the law. But we saw an example this week with a Liberal fundraiser right here in Ottawa, where it was advertised, Mr. Speaker, corporations come bid as high as the sky's the limit. And basically, they were caught just beforehand. And I know that there are people in associations that sometimes, if there's a loophole, they'll try to get around it. And I want them to know the intention of this law is not to say that, we're putting everybody in the same boat, that everybody would not be respecting the law, but we're just trying to tighten things up. And the real question with this is the accountability of loans. That's what we're talking about today. And we realize as candidates that occasionally you're going to need a loan. But what this intends to do is to say either you go to the loan with a bank, or a legitimate lending institution, or you go to the friend, the wealthy friend, that can give you that money as a loan. And there may be members out there where that loan maybe isn't paid back, and it's not clear. So we're trying to clarify things so that the Canadian people can trust their politicians, trust their system. And I'm asking this member, basically what I'd like to know, is he in favor of that? Is he in favor of allowing a level playing field so that people who aren't wealthy or don't have wealthy friends, that it's all the level playing field. They'll have to go to the bank. Everybody will have to go to the bank. It's going to have to be documented, interest paid, and people are going to know those loans are paid back. Is he in favor of that? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for York South Western.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely in favor of a level playing field, Mr. Speaker, but I thought that what I had addressed was that I don't think it's a level playing field with respect to the ability to go out to take out loans in the manner that it has been presented in this legislation. I think that the emphasis should be on the reporting and the consequences if loans are not paid back. If there is a transparency with respect to who has loaned the money and the terms within which that must be paid back, why does it matter where it comes from if that's reported and on the record? And, Mr. Speaker, if that was the approach and the emphasis was on that, then I would think that through a consequential approach that we would have a level playing field. But I don't think that this. I may be wrong, but at the end of the day, I think that this is going to be a disincentive because it is not a level playing field for that very reason. Mr. Speaker, I believe that people should have the capacity to support the democratic process and not with any impunity. And not with any anything in the mind that there would be some advantage that would be sought from it. When they loan, if it's on the public record and it has to be paid back, why should it matter, Mr. Speaker, whether they are going to support a Conservative candidate, a Liberal candidate, or NDP or Bloc? The fact is that everyone knows it's on the record that that money has been taken out and there's a cap on it and it has to be paid back. That's what the public wants to know.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for York West. Short question.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Certainly the Honourable Member has had many years in politics and is well aware of the difficulty of fundraising to begin with, and especially now with the rules that we are currently working under that all of us as parliamentarians. But when it comes to the whole issue of loans, does the Honourable Member have concern about just who would run for leadership, whether no matter what party, with the kind of rules that we have, if they can't put in your own personal money either, so it becomes very difficult to raise the money. Would he have any further comments on whether this is going to be discouraging to people who want to get involved in the political life?
The Honourable Member for York South Western.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I didn't speak or address the issue around leadership, but I would, in the last statement with respect to encouraging people to come into public life, I think that the bureaucratic regime that is in here is going to make it more difficult for people and less of an incentive to actively get involved in public life. And I don't think that's intended by the legislation, but I think that's what's going to happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. The Honourable Member for Halifax is rising a point of order. The Honourable Member for Halifax has the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Discussions have taken place among all of the parties, and I believe that you will find consent for the following motion. Whereas Kenyan citizens voted peacefully on December 27, 2007 in Kenya's presidential election, signaling their commitment to and confidence in democracy, recognizing that urgent steps are needed to begin restoring Kenyans' faith and confidence in Kenya's democratic institutions as impartial guarantors of personal security, human rights and good governance, members of this House urge the Government of Canada to condemn the tragic loss of life and humanitarian crisis in Kenya following their December 27 election, support ongoing efforts by former UN Secretary-General Kofi Annan to work with relevant authorities and stakeholders to restore peace to the Republic of Kenya based on human rights and rule of law, work in concert with the international community using all diplomatic means to persuade relevant actors and stakeholders to commit to a peaceful resolution to the current crisis, and review current Canadian aid programs to Kenya in order to propose initiatives to enhance and facilitate Kenya's stabilization, reconciliation and development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member, does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? La Chambre a entendu.
The House has heard the wording of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House To adopt this motion.
Adopté.
Carried.
Orders of the day.
Private members' business. Commencement of debate on motion M183, Canadian content levels for public transportation projects, in the name of Mr. Boschkoff.
Mr. Boschkoff, seconded by Mr. Tonks, moves that in the opinion of the House, the government should implement a policy which is consistent with North American Free Trade Agreement and World Trade Organization's policies and guidelines to mandate Canadian content levels for public transportation projects and to ensure that public funds are used to provide the best value to Canadians by supporting domestic supplier and labour markets. Debate. The honourable member for Thunder Bay Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to rise today to begin debate on my private member's motion M183, Canadian content levels for public transportation projects. This discussion has been a long time coming. In fact, this is the first time since the founding of this country in 1867 that domestic content levels have been discussed by the House of Commons. Clearly, the conversation is long overdue. I want to make it clear from the start that the intent of this motion is not to debate the specifics of what Canadian content levels, policies, percentages, or processes should be. The wording of the motion is intentionally broad to allow for a discussion of the principle of domestic content regulations. I hope that all parties can agree that we must do more to ensure that Canadian tax dollars are supporting Canadian manufacturers, suppliers, and workers. Let's start by looking at the situation as it stands today. Canada does not currently have any domestic content level requirements for publicly funded transportation projects. As a result, millions of taxpayers' dollars are being used to support manufacturing and to create jobs and economic growth in other countries. For example, with the coming of the 2010 Olympics, the province of British Columbia is making a significant investment in infrastructure. As part of that process, an improved rail system between downtown Vancouver and the Vancouver Airport is under construction. It is called the Canada Line, and rightly so, because the Government of Canada is providing $419 million for this $1.9 billion project. However, the rail car portion of approximately $68 million was tendered without any requirements of domestic content. It is now being built in South Korea. In another example, York Region Viva Rapid Transit announced the expansion of their fleet in 2006 to help with increased ridership. The purchase of 5 new 60-foot articulated buses was awarded to Belgian bus manufacturer Van Hool. The price tag was nearly $3.9 million. Once again, the project was partially funded by federal tax dollars without any Canadian content requirement. Because of a lack of domestic content requirements, these are just 2 examples that resulted in nearly $72 million being spent to support workers in other countries. In a very real sense, Canadian taxpayers paid twice. The first time with the contribution of federal tax dollars towards these projects, the second time because of the lost employment opportunities in Canada and the very real possibility that some Canadian workers were laid off or even let go permanently because of a shortage of work right here at home. Mr. Speaker, the real tragedy here is that Canada is one of the only major trading countries in the world that does not have domestic content requirements for public transportation projects. This means that Canadian manufacturers and workers are placed at a significant disadvantage in the amount of work that is available from other countries. It also deprives us of an opportunity to attract investment into Canada, and hence of developing a globally competitive industrial cluster based right here. Let's look at some of the rules in some of our major trading partner countries. In the United States, the Buy America Act requires that 60% of the value of a public transportation project must come from within the United States. This percentage applies to all supplies and raw materials that are used in the contract. In addition, the United States requires that 100% of final assembly be done within the United States of America. How has this legislation impacted Canadian manufacturers? In order for a Canadian transit manufacturing company to even bid on a U.S. project, they must have an assembly plant in the United States and locate U.S.-based suppliers of the materials they need. In fact, a Canadian manufacturing cluster of sorts has developed in the Plattsburgh region of New York State. Bombardier Transportation, CEIT, an equipment manufacturer, Maltina, a maker of seats and interiors, PCS Technology, a maker of communication system, Railtech Composites, a supplier of interior devices and components, and Wadbeck, a maker of brakes, air conditioning, and electronic equipment, have each set up operations in Plattsburgh in order to qualify for U.S. contracts. Clearly, the U.S. model is an excellent example of precisely how domestic content policies help to grow a national economy. Our other NAFTA partner has also implemented domestic content rules. In Mexico, a 10% price differential benefit is given to companies that use local content of 50% or more. Around the world, we see more of the same. Domestic content levels are also enforced in China, where 70% local content is required. The 27 member countries of the European Union have very stringent rules about EU content requirements. Member countries must reject bids from companies that are not located in any EU member country or in a country with which the EU has a reciprocity agreement. In addition, a minimum of 50% of the product's value must be manufactured within the European Union. The most severe rules are in Japan, which closes its market to any foreign countries so that only Kawasaki has access to these projects. All markets to which Canadian producers need access demand that they invest there before they sell. But in Canada, we place no such obligation on foreign producers. Indeed, if the situation does not change soon, Canadian producers may be obliged by economies of scale to supply into Canada from other jurisdictions. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, Canadian companies are at a significant disadvantage because of the lack of Canadian content requirements. Now that I have outlined the rules of our major trading partners and how they preclude Canadian production and employment, I will take a few minutes to explain what the economic benefits of implementing domestic content levels on Canadian public transit projects will be. As noted by the Canadian manufacturers and exporters in the recently released paper entitled Renewing Canada's Infrastructure, an Opportunity to Invest in Our Future, they quote, "The indirect economic contribution of manufacturing and exporting companies to the Canadian economy is significant. It has been estimated that every dollar of value added by manufacturers results in $3.05 of economic activity in Canada, the most significant multiplying factor of any Canadian economic sector. In addition, we must consider that approximately 29% of the contract value of public transportation projects is spent directly on wages, salaries, and taxable benefits. Plus, an additional 15% of the contract value is returned to federal and provincial governments as personal income tax revenue. That translates into $440,000 on every $1 million of investment going back into our economy. And this doesn't even calculate the spin-off effect of those payroll dollars to local merchants and service providers. These numbers make it very clear how we can use our tax dollars to generate employment and economic activity for Canadians. Why would we want to give this economic stimulus away? Alternatively, we can continue to send millions of these dollars to other countries, thereby allowing them to receive the benefit of employment, economic activity, and tax revenue generation for their citizens. It is not a matter of giving favors to manufacturers who are already here. Instead, it is an issue of whether we can emulate other countries and leverage on investments to attract global competitors to invest in the Canadian economy or not. We want to use our policies to bring more bus and rail manufacturers to Canada. The right answer is abundantly clear. Canada must implement domestic content requirements. This concept has earned substantial support across the country. The Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters, Canada's largest industry and trade association, are calling for just such a policy to support our manufacturing sector. In 2006, the Ontario Chamber of Commerce, representing over 57,000 businesses through 160 local chambers of commerce and boards of trade, passed a resolution calling for domestic content levels. My office has collected literally thousands of signatures in support of this motion. In addition, I have received letters of support from all across the country. William Cherry, the president of Telford Jones Inc. in Toronto, writes, "The House endorsing this motion would send a clear signal to the government on the need to implement a Canadian content policy. As the only bus bumper manufacturer in Canada, you can imagine how we feel about buses being sold to Canadian transit fleets carrying American-made bumpers paid for by Canadian tax dollars." Jean-Pierre Baccarat, the Vice President of Business Development at Nova Bus in Stanislaus, Quebec, emailed us, "We at Nova Bus truly welcome your initiative and fully support this motion. To further substantiate your case, you should know that in order to be able to sell to U.S. municipalities, Nova Bus will be opening a new plant in New York State in 2009. There are many other reasons for supporting domestic content levels as outlined by the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters in the previously mentioned report. Some of these measures reinforce the supply chains of national companies, especially small and medium-sized businesses, in two ways. When governments require that a certain percentage of a given finished product's components can be made domestically, it facilitates the entry of locally based small and medium-sized manufacturers into the supply chains of major suppliers in charge of the project. These measures favor the attraction and retention of private investment. And they quote further, "These measures help reach a high level of transparency in governmental tendering processes, while ensuring competition that is based on fair rules for the various vendors." One concern that has been raised about this motion is whether NAFTA and WTO treaties allow such a policy. I would like to make it abundantly clear that both NAFTA and WTO treaties do allow domestic content policy for transportation projects that support the national economy. NAFTA Chapter 10 reads, 1. This chapter does not apply to procurements in respect of urban rail and urban transportation equipment, systems, components, and materials incorporated therein, as well as all project-related materials of iron and steel. The World Trade Organization's Agreement on Public Procurement reads, notwithstanding anything in these annexes, the agreement does not apply to procurements in terms of urban rail and urban transportation equipment, systems, components, and materials incorporated therein, as well as all project-related materials of iron or steel. And let's remember that, as I outlined previously, all other G7 countries, all 27 European Union member countries, and China already benefit from domestic content policies. It's time for Canada to stop being a doormat among our trading partners. We must stand up for our own best interest and the betterment of our citizens. So I ask you, fellow members of this House, to support M183, and in so doing, support the people of Canada, on whose behalf we stand in these hallowed halls. Canadian taxes should support Canadian jobs, and each of us has the power to make sure they do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly listened with interest to the member's speech, and I think the goals of his motion are certainly laudable. I have two questions for him. Number one, does he have any idea as to how municipalities would feel about the federal government putting a restriction on their purchasing? And secondly, do we have the capacity in terms of the manufacturing in Canada to ensure that we would not slow down some of the municipal projects that may be going forward if we were to implement a measure like this? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The second question first. For municipalities, in terms of the pace of these projects, the acceleration of us being able to deliver, repair, maintain, would actually end up being a very strong positive to municipalities. As a former mayor, councillor, and the president of the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, I've been intrinsically involved in infrastructure projects and the design of those programs. And I think it's very important that should Canada lose its technological advantage in public transportation, which makes us vulnerable to other countries. And I think when we think of contracts that are lost within communities, some of the members here have lost suppliers. So when you ask that question, how does it affect municipalities? If you lose a plant of 120 full-time workers with skilled trades, you lose the tax benefits, you lose the salaries, the wages, the benefits, let alone those other things that happen in terms of suppliers and the spin-offs. So when a municipality makes that decision, if they decide to go elsewhere and we lose the public transportation, not only capability, technology, young people studying in universities and colleges in drafting or engineering, our ability to export to other countries, what may appear on the surface to a municipality may be an immediate slight price advantage, but wait till they start paying for overseas flights to get their inspections and repairs done. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just following along the same line of questioning, I know the Honourable Member, and I may have even shared with them, that I even in my own riding had a small producer of seats, in fact, for public transit projects, in fact, that closed not too long ago, so I take great interest in this topic, Mr. Speaker. But the question I have is the member looking to mandate these requirements on projects where the federal government is, in fact, providing funding support through some other infrastructure? And if so, what proportion of Canadian content is he looking to see in these projects?
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In direct response to the member from Simcoe North, the reason I have not put percentages in is this is a pretty new concept, not only for parliamentarians, but also for our public service. So I want to make sure that we understand this fully in principle. And when we say, as the federal government, offering billions of dollars to municipalities in infrastructure and other funding, that this is meant to generate Canadian tax dollars multiplying not only within communities but within the nation and building us a strong public transportation infrastructure. So I believe that it is a small request to ask of municipalities that if they are coming to us for federal support, that at the very least that we can generate millions and billions more of dollars throughout our nation by supporting a public transportation industry. Then we can really say Canadian made and feel proud about it.
Resuming debate, The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Essex.
Close. Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to take part in this debate this evening. Motion on a table motion by the member from Thunder Bay, Rainy River. On November 6, 2007, Prime Minister launched a $33 billion Building Canada Infrastructure Plan. This plan is the most comprehensive of its kind in Canadian history. It provides stable, predictable funding for the longest period of time ever committed by any federal government. No other federal government in Canadian history has ever made such a large, long-term investment to modernize infrastructure. I speak to the plan because of its connection to transit and because of the way we seek to manage it in conjunction with provinces and territories. Through this new plan, the Government of Canada is providing $33 billion over 7 years, which includes $17.6 billion, or over 50% of the plan is base funding for municipalities until 2014, including a full GST tax rebate and $11.8 billion through the gas tax fund. $25 million per year over 7 years in base funding to provinces and territories. That, Mr. Speaker, is $175 million for each jurisdiction for basic infrastructure needs like bridge safety. And then there's another $8.8 billion for the new Building Canada Fund, which will be applied to strategic projects in large urban centres, as well as projects in small communities, with particular attention to those smaller than 100,000 people. There'll be $2.1 billion for the new Gateway and Border Crossings Fund to improve cross-border trades with the United States. $125 billion for new National Fund for Public-Private Partnerships, and $1 billion for the Asia-Pacific Gateway. Mr. Speaker, these investments are an important contribution and address the infrastructure needs of municipalities, provinces, and territories. This funding will be dedicated to things that matter to Canadians, such as clean water, more efficient public transit, safe roads, green energy, and Building Canada will help support a stronger Canadian economy by investing in infrastructure that contributes to increased trade, efficient movement of goods and people, and economic growth that creates jobs. This will include projects such as improvements to the core national highway system, short-line railways, short sea shipping, regional and local airports, broadband, and convention centres. A healthy environment is a clear priority for our government. As such, Building Canada will also focus on infrastructure projects that contribute to cleaner air, water, and land, including public transit, wastewater, and solid waste management, brownfield remediation, and also green energy, as mentioned before. To promote the development of strong and prosperous community of all sizes, Building Canada will support investments in public infrastructure that improve the health and safety of families and make communities more livable. For example, projects that would be eligible for funding include safe drinking water, local roads, bridge rehabilitation, and sports and culture. The Government of Canada is responding to its 2006 consultations with provinces and territories and the municipal sector. We are doing this by providing much longer and more predictable infrastructure funding, as well as more streamlined programs. Overall, our approach highlights the extent of federal involvement and confirms our respect for jurisdiction, as well as our commitment to working collaboratively on the issues raised during our discussions in developing the plan. Framework agreements under the Build Canada have been signed by British Columbia, New Brunswick, Newfoundland and Labrador, and Nova Scotia, and we're working closely with the other provinces to complete framework agreements with them as well. The member of Thunder Bay Rainy River has made a motion asking the Government of Canada to implement a policy to mandate Canadian content levels for public transportation projects. Our government agrees that this motion should be at least debated in order to understand how it can best support Canadian industries, while at the same time respecting other federal government responsibilities and commitments, such as our commitment to get the best value for taxpayers' dollars. Mr. Speaker, this government understands the importance of supporting Canadian economy. Earlier this month, our government introduced Bill C-41 to allow $1 billion in federal funding to begin flowing to struggling communities, recently announced by the Prime Minister. This support will greatly help single industry towns suffering from major downturns, as well as communities facing chronic high unemployment or layoffs across a range of sectors. This government, our government, also understands that the transportation industry is strong in Canada. Generally, our partners in infrastructure projects tend to be other levels of government. At this time, municipal, provincial, and territorial governments together are responsible for over 90% of infrastructure spending in Canada. Procurement decisions with respect to infrastructure are ultimately the responsibility of these governments. After all, these are the orders of government that will let the contracts, choose the suppliers, and ultimately bear the responsibility for completing the project on time, handling any cost overruns that occur, and also managing the infrastructure plan long term. Mr. Speaker, we treat these other levels of government as partners, able to make their own decisions in their own best interests. Our government is prepared to discuss with our partners how to encourage more Canadian content in these investments, but we will not and cannot force or dictate to provinces, territories, and our municipal governments how they should do their procurement. As I've noted earlier, our key concerns should be getting as much value for the infrastructure dollar as possible. This decision is consistent with the requirement under the Federal Accountability Act that stipulates that federal procurement be conducted with a commitment to fairness, openness, and transparency. The federal budget of 2006 indicated that the federal government will manage infrastructure funding in a manner that will maximize taxpayers' value for money. I think this is a very valid principle, Mr. Speaker, that frankly defines our government. For public transportation projects that receive federal funds under the Building Canada Fund, the federal government will require that limitations on tendering, such as sole source contracts, for example, be omitted from consideration. Our government has a responsibility to ensure that procurement decisions are consistent with Canada's international trade obligation. What impacts Canadian content levels may have on this is a subject that should be fully discussed. Mandating Canadian content levels, as is being proposed in the member's motion, would not necessarily get the best value for taxpayers' dollars by using incentives to encourage people to buy Canadian. There could be some effects we need to fully understand. These could include increased project costs as the number of potential suppliers diminish, limiting the choice with respect to rolling stock available for infrastructure projects, which is of particular concern to transit projects, and also limitations on available technology. Additionally, based on federal experience in dealing with municipalities through several generations of infrastructure programming, we believe that domestic procurement requirements dictated by the federal government with respect to infrastructure provisions would be met with resistance by many of our provincial and municipal partners. Our only requirement is that procurement for projects funded with federal dollars is done in a fair, open, transparent, and competitive manner, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me restate that our government, through its infrastructure program, is investing heavily in a modern economy and economic growth. Canadian workers and engineers, suppliers, and manufacturers will all benefit from these investments. With a hope that a fulsome discussion will bring about clear solutions for supporting Canadian industries while also being mindful of the need to obtain best value for our taxpayers' dollars. With Building Canada, our government is taking steps to address the infrastructure challenge and ensure that our cities and communities are prepared for current and future growth and can compete internationally. Modern infrastructure is at the centre of Canada's standard of living and contributes greatly to the quality of life that we value. Building Canada is about investing in our country's future. It's about a stronger economy, about a cleaner environment, and about a more prosperous community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to speak on this motion from my honourable colleague from Thunder Bay Rainy River. Our government spent about $280 billion last year on goods and services, and this represents about 1 in every $5 that we spend in our economy. Given the size of these expenditures and the importance they are to our country, we need to take great care in how this money is spent. Both the current government and previous Liberal governments had taken the approach that the lowest price is the law when it comes to procurement in general and specifically in transportation, regardless of the impact of how that money is spent on our economy and on our society. And so what happens? Well, you have situations such as the situation in York Region in 2004, where 30 brand new buses were purchased with public funds, and not purchased from one of the several Canadian domestic bus manufacturers, but rather from Belgium. And so we could say good for the Belgian economy, good for the Belgian bus manufacturers, but very bad for the Canadian economy. And just last summer, the federal government awarded a military contract for troop buses to a German bus maker over a Winnipeg manufacturer because the German bid came in $2,000 cheaper per bus, which was 0.5% of the overall price in the $14 million contract. So a Winnipeg bus manufacturer and all of the jobs that would have resulted from that, plus the taxes that would have been paid by the company, by all of the employees of that plant, plus all the auxiliary services and support, plus all of the parts that went into those buses were lost by this federal government. So these are just two examples out of the many instances that we could cite over the last several years of Canadian procurement gone awry. Other countries, including our major trading partners, stand up for their own economy and their own industries and services. The Europeans, the Japanese, and even the United States, especially the United States, protect their own domestic market in this fashion. Of course, one application is the U.S. Buy America Act, which applies to all contracts over $100,000. For vehicles such as rail cars and buses, there's a 60% content requirement, and for iron and steel, there's a 100% content requirement. This is perfectly allowable under NAFTA, as Chapter 10 of NAFTA excludes grant programs and state and provincial procurement. So it's completely in keeping with our trade commitments. In fact, the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters Association went further last week with their report on renewing Canada's infrastructure. CME head Jason Meyer said, if we continue to be Boy Scouts to the world, then we'll continue to lose investment and lose product mandates elsewhere. The CME further said requiring Canadian content would level the playing field to international standards for transportation, equipment and infrastructure manufacturers in Canada, reduce business uncertainty by forcing clear, full and open competition for all contracts, and help government effectively address the legal and political controversy surrounding sole source contracting. The CME was talking about all infrastructure, not just transportation. And I want to give an example about that sole source contracting. When the leader of the NDP negotiated with a previous Liberal government to turn what the government was going to make in $5.4 billion in corporate tax cuts and insisted that that money be invested for Canadians to meet the goals of Canadians, part of that money was invested in transit across Canada. And what that meant in the City of Toronto, for example, was that the City of Toronto was able to purchase buses, and not just any buses, low emissions buses, hybrid buses, to reduce pollution on the streets of Toronto. They are accessible buses that are easy for people to get on and off of. And best of all, those buses were made right in Mississauga. So they were able to assure production there, assure jobs there, assure spin-offs to that plant, and all of the taxes and benefits that go with such procurement. So Canada clearly needs to catch up and follow the lead of our major trading partners. The federal government announced investment in infrastructure, and a significant portion of that needs to go to Canadian companies. Our procurement policies need to invest in our products and services and all of the spin-offs that I have described, and the requirement to do this simply does not exist in Canada, and that needs to change. When the federal government funds infrastructure transportation projects, this funding has to ensure a minimum of local benefits. So I would argue that all procurement should meet the test of these Canadian procurement measures, not only transportation. Now this is done on a case-by-case basis with relatively low Canadian content levels, but this does little to reduce the uncertainty for manufacturers to source here who don't currently produce in Canada today. If we leveraged the money that we spend collectively of all governments throughout the country for public procurement, we would ensure that not only the manufacturers we have today in Canada, but other manufacturers would come to our country, invest here, create jobs, boost our economy in order to compete for those dollars. Mr. Speaker, with all of the challenges that are facing our economy today, with a high dollar driven high, a petrodollar because of reckless tax cuts put forward by the current government and previous governments that are in fact helping to fuel a high oil price economy that we're faced with, other stresses that our economy is facing today, we need to take action. This government has neglected the manufacturing sector. Defining requirements for public procurement and ensuring domestic sourcing of procurement is one major way to boost our manufacturing sector, boost our economy, reduce unemployment, and maintain and create good quality jobs in services, but especially in the manufacturing sector. So while I do believe that this motion falls short in terms of not requiring specific content levels, and while not applying to all procurement, which I believe is appropriate and which other countries do, I certainly believe that this is a positive step. And I see that my time is just about out, Mr. Speaker. I would urge all members of this House to vote in support of this motion and take this as one step along the path to finally catching up with our G7 partners in ensuring that we're standing up for Canadian production. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in this time of crisis in the manufacturing sector, we are missing once again an opportunity to support our Canadian workers. I was disappointed, and I'm sure members of the House also, that in relation to our major trading partners, such as China, the United States, the EU, and Mexico, that Canada stands alone, Mr. Speaker, in the absence of a federal policy that ensures Canadian content in transportation projects that are funded through federal taxes. I was even more surprised, Mr. Speaker, to learn that as I speak, that this is the first time that Canadian content requirements will have ever been debated in the House of Commons. First of all, Speaker, the government should ensure that public funds, as a rule, are not used to assist the transfer of jobs abroad. That's a first principle. At a time when the manufacturing sector has lost hundreds of thousands of jobs, every job we can keep in Canada counts. The indirect economic contribution of manufacturing and exporting companies to the Canadian economy is significant. 1 out of every 3 jobs in Canada depends on our capacity to export our products abroad. Manufacturing businesses are responsible for 2/3 of goods and services exports and 3/4 of all the private sector research and development done in Canada. Mr. Speaker, public investment in transportation equipment and infrastructure in Canada must be used to leverage business opportunities for Canadian industry, create a globally competitive business environment here in Canada, attract foreign investment, and generate the greatest possible economic benefits for Canadians. Canadian manufacturers are being shut out of our markets by fierce competition and, on top of it, are not able to benefit from transportation projects in the EU, other G8 nations, and China, as these countries have implemented policies that set mandatory domestic content levels to ensure that their tax dollars create domestic growth. In Canada, Mr. Speaker, when the federal government funds infrastructure or transportation projects with taxpayers' money, the funding is not dependent on conditions that ensure even minimum local economic benefits. Mr. Speaker, unless the government views infrastructure investments as economic development tools and enacts a clear policy to make sure that Canadian manufacturers benefit economically, our manufacturing sector will not be able to compete. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, a company currently has a better chance of supplying the North American market from the United States rather than from Canada because of restrictions based on U.S. content. For example, the Buy America Act and the absence of such rules in Canada, Canadian manufacturers in the construction products and public transit equipment manufacturers sector have a vested interest in moving their production activities to the United States. Mr. Speaker, the federal government announced that it will invest $33 billion in infrastructure over 7 years, a significant proportion of which is directed to roads and highways, public transit and bridges. Provinces and municipalities have also announced significant investments in transportation infrastructure and mass transit over the coming decade. Renewing Canada's infrastructure is a major opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to invest in this country's future. It also is a great opportunity to invest in Canadian manufacturing and industry. Mr. Speaker, legislation should be in line with what Canada's main economic partners are doing domestically to support their industry, in particular the United States, Mexico, and the European Union. In order, therefore, Mr. Speaker, to enable our transportation industry to be a global leader and a strong competitor in an increasingly tough market, there has to be legislation that mandates Canadian content levels for public transportation projects. By favouring domestic companies, governments use public funds to stimulate the development of the local manufacturing industry while allowing competition that is based on fair rules for all vendors. Mr. Speaker, what we are asking for here is not protectionism, but fair trade. Take all the restrictions that a Canadian company has to face when trying to sell a government procurement market in the United States. According to the Association of Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters, if the United States government or one of the agencies awards a contract, then Canadian companies can bid as equal partners only if the value of the contract awarded by the contract awarder is greater than approximately $8,000. This exemption was negotiated by the United States through NAFTA, and these contracts are exempt from NAFTA's Chapter 10 and do not guarantee equal access to Canadian companies. Other Buy American provisions can also apply if the project concerns a public transit system, an airport, a road, a bridge, a ferry, or other types of transportation. Mr. Speaker, these contracts always include national preference rules and regulations, require certificates and the fulfillment of other conditions. And finally, under the Buy America regime, if the project is funded by a state or local government, then they can impose their own conditions. Mr. Speaker, on the other hand, U.S. companies that want to sell to the Government of Canada face no such obstacles. Only provinces may impose local content restrictions if they wish to do so. More often than not, however, provinces do not use government procurement to favour Canadian industry or industry from their province. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect more from their government when it comes to protecting their jobs and the economic vitality of our country. The policies in place to protect and foster the Canadian transportation industry up to this point are inadequate and outdated. In our increasingly competitive global marketplace, it is crucial that we as lawmakers support the economic development of local industries. In drafting legislation on Canadian content levels, we must strive, Mr. Speaker, to strike the right balance between promoting our manufacturers and respecting our international trade obligations. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I call on my honourable colleagues in this House to support Motion 183 for the benefit of all working Canadians and the future vitality and competitiveness of our manufacturing sector. And, Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate my colleague, member from Thunder Bay, on his initiative. I know that I have had deputations made from the aerospace industry who equally have pointed out this inequity in terms of our providing access to our Canadian markets but being shut out of aerospace opportunities that exist in the United States and in other countries. Mr. Speaker, this legislation is an attempt to find the balance, not to be protective and not to be hiding behind tariff barriers, but to give equity and the competitive ability to Canadian workers, to Canadian technology, that we know is so well placed in terms of it being state-of-the-art. And, Mr. Speaker, I know, given a level playing field internationally, that the Canadian worker and the Canadian investor and the Canadian economy can compete and can prosper. But, Mr. Speaker, this kind of legislation is absolutely needed as it applies and bridges investments that Canadian taxpayers are making in the transportation sector. Mr. Speaker, I hope that this legislation and this the proposals being put forward by my colleague will find the acceptance and the support of the members of this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Argenteuil-Mirabel-Papineau. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to have this opportunity to speak to this motion, Motion 183. I will read the motion that, in the opinion of the House, the government should implement a policy which is consistent with the North American Free Trade Agreement and World Trade Organization policies and guidelines to mandate Canadian content levels for public transportation projects and to ensure that public funds are used to provide the best value to Canadians by supporting domestic supplier and labor markets. The Bloc Québécois supports the substance of this motion. However, colleagues should take note that procurement of transportation equipment does not come under federal jurisdiction. Public transit is not a federal responsibility. It is a provincial jurisdiction. And when the motion gets to committee, then certainly we will speak with the sponsor of the motion to make sure that the provincial jurisdiction as well as the substance of the motion are both taken into account when it comes to public transit, because obviously local authorities are those that are concerned. The objective is to promote manufacturers from Canada, and this is certainly a principle that we support. Even if there are some minor irritants in the motion, we do agree with the substance of it, because when we look at the significant investments that are made in all kinds of sectors, for example in transport, we realize that many purchases here, this is a bit of an aside, it's the federal government buys about $50 billion worth of goods. And, Mr. Speaker, according to agreements there are no obligations to purchase Canadian goods. And we feel that it is very important because if half of the procurement made by the federal government, and I'm talking about purchases made, we could be purchasing $20 billion of Canadian goods, but most of these goods are manufactured overseas. There are lots of industries that are closing down in Quebec. That's the result of the fact that we can't buy Canadian content. What about army boots? That's an example. Change in the rules created a situation where 50 people lost their jobs, people who used to manufacture boots for the Canadian forces. In 2005, we had a bill that would be promoting buying content. But going back to public sector, you know, in Quebec, we have a company in Saint-Eustache, and in La Pocatière, and in Laval. And, Mr. Speaker, in order for these companies that provide these companies are scattered throughout Quebec and elsewhere in Canada, it's very important that these companies have some assistance. There are some financial arrangements that have been made, but there are foreign countries that give preference to their own companies. Look at the situation in the United States. They are quite protectionist and protect their own industries. And if the U.S. goods are within a range of 6% of the cost of the foreign goods, well, then it is expected that you buy the American goods. Final assembly has to be often done in the United States. So for material, for public sector, the final assembly and all of the components have to be finished in the United States. In summary, to have access to the U.S. market, plants have to be built in the United States. This explains why Quebec plants, with Bombardier being an example, they have plants in Plattsburgh, New York. Even though they have plants in Quebec, they have to build plants in the United States if they want to have access to the United States. But there's nothing similar to that in Canada. Europe has the same type of requirements. That is, preference is to be given to European goods. You can only buy outside Europe unless the price difference is much greater than what you have in Europe. So all of the train wagons bought by France were manufactured in France, including those by Bombardier, because Bombardier built a plant in France. So 91% of the train wagons were manufactured in Belgium. So just about every other country, including Japan, which is closing its borders to foreign markets, Mexico can offer a 10% price advantage. China says that most of the public transit wagons must be built in Canada, but in Canada, it always depends. There is no federal law stating that preference is to be given to Canadian goods. So in order to rectify this, the Bloc tabled a bill in 2005. It would have forced the government every time possible to give preference to Canadian suppliers. And if there's a price difference of 7.5%, Ottawa would have to buy the Canadian goods. And in some cases, foreign suppliers could be excluded in some circumstances. My colleague from Rivière-du-Nord tabled this back in 2005. Once again, with provinces, it varies. The 30% of the subway commuter trains from Montreal had to be manufactured in Quebec. In Ontario, it's a little less systematic. It's done more on a case-by-case basis. There is Thunder Bay has a large train plant. The Richmond Authority gave a contract to a Korean firm for 2011. And Alberta subway trains come from California. The government did not bother as to where the metro cars were being manufactured. In terms of infrastructure, both municipalities, the provinces, and the federal government invest a great deal of money in infrastructure, and in order to replace or renew infrastructure. So it's very important, Mr. Speaker, that this motion, M183, be adopted, given, Mr. Speaker, the fact that a lot of this investment will be taking place in public transit. And with the approval of the person putting forth the motion, we want to adjust the motion a little bit to take into account provincial jurisdictions, so that the billions of dollars that will be spent by all government levels, whether it be municipal, provincial, or federal, over the next few years, will be able to benefit to the extent possible, will be able to help out the Quebec and Canadian plants. Why? Because all other countries throughout the world do the same thing. All the industrial countries have this policy. So it's high time that we have this type of policy here, so we can encourage our businesses, because they're the ones that are creating jobs. We know that the manufacturing sector is going through a very difficult time right now, and that's why we support M183.
Niagara West, Glanbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I realize that I only have a couple of minutes left, so let's race it out. So I would like to make a few points based on the motion made from the member from Thunder Bay Rainy River. The motion is that the Government of Canada implement a policy to mandate Canadian content levels for public transportation projects and to ensure that public funds are used to support domestic suppliers and labour markets. And as you're well aware, last November the Government of Canada unveiled the Building Canada Plan. At $33 billion, this plan represents an unprecedented federal contribution to Canada's public infrastructure. We are taking action by making strategic investments in infrastructure that contribute to a growing economy, a cleaner environment, and a strong and prosperous communities. And we're doing it in partnership with the provinces, territories, and the municipalities. This is the way Canadians want their governments to work together. We can all sympathize with the intent of the motion to ensure that Canadian firms and suppliers get access to contracts for transit systems. But Canadian firms and suppliers, especially those in the transportation sector, are among the best in the world. Considering the size of this investment, it is even more important now than ever to ensure that Canadian taxpayers are receiving the full value for their tax dollars. Put simply, competition is the best way to achieve value for their money. If we as a federal government set parameters about the Canadian content in transportation or any other sector, are we then limiting competition? I guess I'm out of time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just getting to the best.
It's with regret that I must interrupt the honourable member for Niagara West Glanbrook, but the time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. When motion M183 returns to the House, there will be 8 minutes and a half left for the honourable member. À l'ordre.
Order. At this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been presented and adopted.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Cape Breton, can so.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to pose the question to the government with regard to the Veterans Independence Program and about a promise in particular made by this government when they were in opposition to extend the benefits of the Veterans Independence Program to all Canadian veterans, Second World War and Korean veterans, and this would be done upon taking government. Mr. Speaker, I'll refer probably a number of times to Joyce Carter. Joyce's name is familiar in this chamber. She's a very special Canadian, a lady who is a war bride, a widow of a Second World War veteran who's done an incredible amount of work on this issue from Sampsonville in Richmond County on Cape Breton Island, and she's done a tremendous job on this, and we hold her in high regard. But she is the bearer of several pieces of correspondence from members across over the years, and I certainly will refer to them, as I will Sue King, who's from the Kitchener area, another lady who's done a lot of work trying to move this, elicit some action from this government, and certainly the member from Kitchener Centre has been a strong advocate of this program as well. So I think it's good just to keep track a bit. I'll go through a brief chronology. Conservative Party of Canada released a policy document March 19, 2005, that the Conservative Government of Canada would immediately extend VIP benefits to widows and veterans from the Second World War and Korean War. That was March 19, 2005. The current Prime Minister, who was then the leader of the official opposition, wrote a letter, signed his own signature, a letter to Mrs. Joyce Carter, and he reiterated that promise to immediately, upon taking government, to extend those benefits. October 4th, 2005. No, it was not done. October 4th, 2005, another piece of correspondence from the current Prime Minister, signed by his assistant, yet off the desk of the current Prime Minister to immediately implement that. Our Parliamentary Secretary signed a piece of correspondence on October 28th, 2005. So the election comes 2006. Conservatives are in office. Being the benevolent guys we are on this side, we give them 6 months to get the legs under them. Mr. Speaker, I asked a question in the House June 9, 2006 to the Minister. His reply was, very soon. So they stepped away from immediately. They went to very soon. February 12, 2007 in committee, when pushed on the question, the Minister said at that time, we are committed. So he's even stepping back from very soon, which was back from immediately, and we are committed. A question again. A year and a half later, I posed a question to the Minister. We will get the job done. That's June 12th, 07. We will get the job done. A couple of days later, the Leader of the Official Opposition asked the question to the Prime Minister. We intend to act, the Prime Minister said. Now, this is over a year and a half later, Mr. Speaker. October 26th, 07. I asked the Minister again. I continue to push this on behalf of the people expecting this action from the government. His response, we are going to get it fixed. Mr. Speaker, it's over 2 years. We're way past immediately. The promise was made by this Prime Minister when he was in opposition. Written promise. There's an expectation out there, Mr. Speaker, and it's the unfairness, the hypocrisy from stepping away from this promise to the veterans. Mr. Speaker, there is absolutely no need of this. The time has gone by. It was immediately. It became very soon. All those quantifiers.
Resuming debate, the Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And what has been committed here is, in fact, an act of hypocrisy on the part of the Liberal Party, because that's not the question we were given. I'm going to answer the question we were given, which is with regard to this government's record on supporting our veterans, in particular the announcement of ex gratia payment related to Agent Orange testing at CEP Gagetown in the summers of 1966 and 1967. Before I do so, though, I'd like to set the record straight for all members. Agent Orange testing was not conducted at CEP Gagetown for 28 years, as the honourable member suggested in the question he really should have asked. It occurred in the summers of 1966 and 67 for a total of 7 days. He further claims in his question that he should have asked that 150,000 veterans were exposed to the herbicide testing. It would indeed be interesting to learn how the honourable member came to that conclusion. However, before we are so informed, Mr. Speaker, Let me address the proud record of achievement this government has established in meeting its commitment to our veterans. Alors, voici, dans nos deux...
In our two first budgets, we increased expenditures by $50 million for services offered to veterans, much more than what the Liberals did. In their last budget, we implemented a veterans' human rights statements, and we try and help them when they make the transition to civilian life. We made a commitment of millions of dollars to place veterans. We made a commitment to spend $9 million to set up other trauma clinics with respect to post-traumatic stress. We have established the first ombudsman's position. We made a commitment to spend $1 million per year to support families of the Canadian Forces, and $13.7 million in addition to improve services to veterans in accordance with requirements listed in the Veterans Statement of Rights.
And those who continue to serve our country today. And in speaking of accountability, Mr. Speaker, we have kept our promise to respond to concerns raised by members of our military, veterans, and area residents about the possible health effects of herbicides used at CFB Gagetown. Unlike previous governments who sidestepped or ignored this issue for years, I am proud of the remarkable leadership the Minister of Veterans Affairs has demonstrated on this file. In September, after research led by the Department of National Defence, our government announced a one-time tax-free ex gratia payment of $20,000 to eligible recipients connected to the testing of unregistered U.S. military herbicides, including Agent Orange at CFB Gagetown in 1966 and 1967. We have begun delivering on that commitment, and checks have begun to go out. That's 5 weeks after the announcement. Eligible recipients could include those who worked or trained at CFB Gagetown or who lived in a community any part of which was within 5 kilometers of the base when Agent Orange was tested in 1966 and 67. Mr. Speaker, this has been a complex file that has demanded patience, resolve, understanding, and commitment. This government has responded with fairness and compassion, with a plan that is principled and transparent and that reflects our open and transparent government. We are committed to serving and protecting those who served and continue to serve and protect us, because that is the right thing to do, and because our solution for the Agent Orange file is the right thing to do. And, Mr. Speaker, as a veteran, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? No. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary is absolutely right. I did ask a question in the House that day on Agent Orange, but the supplemental question was on the Veterans Independence Program, and what I tried to do was show an obvious link that this government has continued to break its promises to our veterans. So, Mr. Speaker, with regard to the Veterans Independence Program, I think the cupboard is bare over there. I think that this government is void and there is nothing to invest back in this. So I'll ask the Parliamentary Secretary very specifically, will there be something in the budget on the 26th to help the Veterans Independence Program? Can we give Joyce Carter any kind of hope?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans, to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And were I to reveal what was in the budget, of course, I'd be in a lot of trouble, and I can't do that. But what I will say, Mr. Speaker, is our government has clearly demonstrated its deep commitment to our veterans and their families. We promise to not only improve services and benefits for veterans, but to introduce a Veterans Bill of Rights. We have done that. Funding for veterans programs and services has been increased by over $523 million in our first two budgets, $500 million more than what the Liberals were spending in their last budget. This government appointed Canada's first ombudsman for veterans. And the Minister of Veterans Affairs has demonstrated great leadership in addressing and responding to issues raised by members of the Canadian Forces, veterans, and area residents about the possible health effects of unregistered U.S. military herbicides tested at CFB Gagetown 40 years ago. After an extensive review, our government has announced a one-time tax-free payment of $20,000 for eligible recipients connected to the testing of unregistered U.S. military herbicides, including Agent Orange, at CFB Gagetown in 66 and 67. In just over 1 month, we've begun to get the checks out. Mr. Speaker, we've got
the Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On February 11th, I raised a question with the Minister responsible for Canada Post, to the Minister of Transport, on why this government is allowing the elimination of individual mail delivery in rural Canada. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, it's the Minister of Transportation's memo of December 13, 2006, that in effect, instead of forcing Canada Post to hold the line in terms of individual mailboxes, it seems to have given the impetus to intimidate rural Canadians into giving up on their right of service, that right that they've had since horse and buggy days. This review by Canada Post, Mr. Speaker, is costing $600 million nationwide over 5 years. And what for, Mr. Speaker? To anger rural Canadians? I mean, $600 million over 5 years, Mr. Speaker, that is criminal. This issue could have been solved at the local level between the individual mailbox holder, the driver, and the postmaster. But we've got this national program that is angering and frustrating rural Canadians and intimidating them, basically, to move towards community mailboxes. So, Mr. Speaker, well, we'll hear, there's no question, we'll hear from either the Minister or the Parliamentary Secretary about the safety issue. And yes, we too are concerned about the safety of rural drivers. But I'll tell you this, Mr. Speaker. In Prince Edward Island, when I asked the question how many safety concerns they'd had by drivers, do you know how many there was? There was but one. But one. And you know, what would happen, Mr. Speaker, if we turned over the management of school buses? Or if garbage trucks that had to go down the highway to Canada Post? Would they be forced off the road too? You know, Mr. Speaker, there's other approaches than the approach that Canada Post is taking. So the point is, Mr. Speaker, there is other ways. What's wrong with the people over in the Minister's office? Can they not find a way to solve this problem that is sensible and maintains rural delivery? But I'll tell you what we do know, Mr. Speaker. The result of this review is leading to the elimination of individual delivery. We know that for sure. I can show you road after road where from 20 to 50% are not getting individual delivery. We know as well that more cars are forced onto the road with the greenhouse gas impact. We know that there will be litter by these community mailboxes. We know that there's greater risk to human safety by increasing the potential for accidents. Mr. Speaker, one box on the Milton Road, in Milton, on the Rustico Road, there's now 31 people have to go to that community mailbox. So there's 31 cars on the road where there was previously one. And what do those individuals have to do? They have to turn around somewhere and go back, increasing the risk of accidents. You know, Mr. Speaker, and what about congestion at these boxes? People stop on both sides of the road, an accident waiting to happen. And what about human safety, Mr. Speaker? This isn't an urban Canada where there's a street light by the box. This is on a dark rural road where people have to sometimes get their mail after the dark. What about rural safety? It's time, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister and the government were concerned about rural Canada and looked after the interests of rural Canadians. You know, Mr. Speaker, and I want to make one other point, and that is on the intimidation. It shouldn't be allowed to happen. The Minister needs to act.
The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport, Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity today to comment on rural mail delivery, because this is the government, the Conservative government, is the only government that stands up for rural Canadians. This government is not only supportive of rural Canadians, but we understand the importance of ensuring that they receive quality rural mail service. It's very important to the people that live in rural Canada. In December 2006, the government actually acted, Mr. Speaker, before a year was out in relation to being elected. The government directed Canada Post to develop and implement an operational plan to restore, that's right, to restore and maintain mail delivery to rural roadside mailboxes. The government expects Canada Post to do its very best in relation to achieving this goal while taking into consideration the health and the safety of employees, and respecting all applicable laws. Canada Post did act and is acting and has been acting as best as they can in the best interest of Canadians to make sure that this job gets done. There are approximately 843,000 rural mailboxes representing about 6% of Canada Post's 14 million delivery points. Canada Post has actually implemented a plan to review the safety of delivery to every rural mailbox. Mr. Speaker, the Rural Mailbox Mail Safety Review is a result of the health and safety concerns expressed by postal employees delivering mail to roadside mailboxes. Canada Post, like all federal employers, has legal obligations under both the Criminal Code and the Canada Labour Code. These are mandatory obligations to ensure that employees have safe working conditions. The Safety Review responded to more than 40 health and safety-related rulings, Mr. Speaker, by Labour Canada and more than 1,400 complaints by employees. In recent weeks, Canada Post has responded to the concerns of the honourable member for Melpeck by meeting him in his riding. This also included a tour of the rural routes being assessed and a demonstration of the traffic safety assessment tool. So the member knows full well what is going on in his very own riding. This tool was developed by Canada Post by independent traffic safety experts. The Safety Review incorporates a community outreach process whereby all affected customers are contacted directly, Mr. Speaker. That's right, Canada Post contacts every single customer directly that is affected by this. And wherever possible, delivery is maintained. However, where a box is determined to be unsafe by this method, the first objective is to work with the customer to move it to a safe location. In the event this is not possible, customers are given a choice between a delivery to a nearby community mailbox that is deemed safe or a free box in the local post office. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I would like to also point out that Canada Post is working with the Prince Edward Island Department of Transportation in this member's own province to ensure that community mailbox sites meet the province's standards for safety. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Malpeck.
There's no question, Mr. Speaker, I do indeed know my riding, and I know Canada Post is closing down post offices. I know that for postal boxes. I know that for sure. And he used the numbers, 1,400 employee complaints. Well, I've applied under access to information for those complaints, Mr. Speaker, and I already know this. About 800 of those complaints are not for safety at the mailboxes, but are for ergonomic damage in which the employee's arm gets tired reaching out the passenger side window. This is the way that this government, this parliamentary secretary, is obviously, like many of the others, getting his talking points from the PMO and using figures to try and bamboozle the public. The bottom line is this. We are losing individual rural mailbox delivery. We want it back. There was a motion in this Parliament to say that it should be there, passed a while ago, and the minister has a responsibility to live up to that motion, which is individual rural mail delivery, and we want to see the minister, in fact, see that that is done.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House respect the laws of the country, both the Labour Code and the Criminal Code, and indeed they both apply in this particular instance. There's also a moratorium on rural mailbox or rural post office closures, Mr. Speaker, so the member's wrong on that. I'm sure he misspoke. This particular issue, however, Mr. Speaker, is not over 2 years old. It's over that. It existed while this member was a member of the government and was a minister, Mr. Speaker. So if he wanted to make some changes at that time that he thought were possible, then he should have done it at that time. We have inherited on the Conservative government side a liberal mess in many areas. But, Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. Mail carriers have died delivering mail in certain instances. And we have to make sure on this side of the House that we are going to make sure that Canadians stay safe, that rural mail delivery is going to be restored and maintained, Mr. Speaker, wherever possible, and we are doing just that.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.